and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched a data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto areas providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Tickle and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
#21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. #21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched a data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Ticket and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
Hello, everyone out there on the internet, to the third and last day of the Virtual Developers Conference, our first major online event in Mauritius, and we are thrilled to have you back. So I had a look on the schedule for today. It looks amazing. We're gonna have lots and lots interesting topics, fantastic speakers coming from Mauritius as well as from the rest of the world. Aditya, welcome back on the stream. How are you?
I'm doing good, Jockey. Thank you. And I also welcome the audience on the third and last day of DevCon. I hope that you make the most of our last day and enjoy the rest of the show.
Well,
today,
fantastic.
Yeah. Today for the start, we have an amazing topic on empowering women. And our speakers will be Zuleika, the co-founder and ex-director of SWAN Consulting, together with Aisha, who's the founder of Future Female Invest. So let's just welcome them on the stage.
Yes, welcome, ladies. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy to be here again on the line for sharing on a different topic, empowering women post-COVID-19, which could be an addition to the last part of my previous talk for those who were on, of course. So, and today I'm not alone. I am with Aisha Julie, and delighted to be with her. So Aisha, I think, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself and what you do?
Hi Zuleika, good morning everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here at a developers conference. I never ever thought I would be talking at a developers conference, because if anybody knows me, I'm the least technologically able person. But I'm going to be talking about a topic that's really, really close to my heart, and that's empowering women and ensuring women are empowered post-COVID. So anyway, so my name's Aisha, and I am the co-founder of Future Females Invest, and Future Females Invest has been created to power financial opportunity for African women. So why do we exist? So we exist because Africa actually has the largest number of women entrepreneurs and women in business than the whole of the world. And women actually put more back into their families and communities than men do. So they help to create a really prosperous society. So 90% of a woman's earnings goes back into their family community versus that of 40% of men. So we know women do good business and make good business, but yet women aren't receiving enough investment. And according to the African Development Bank, there is a $42 billion investment gap for financing women entrepreneurs, African women in business. And this gap's huge. And to me, this is an unacceptable gap. And if we close this gap, we know that we can create more wealth, more prosperity, more security, and more sustainability for women on the continent and in the world. So we're at a tech conference. So let me just talk about African women tech entrepreneurs. So African women tech entrepreneurs just simply aren't receiving enough investment. So of the over $700 million in venture capital that was invested across the African continent in 2019, only 2% of that went to women-owned businesses. Don't you think that that's shocking, Zuleika?
Yes, I do. I do.
And, South Africa, also one of the biggest tech hubs on the continent. In 2018, only 4.5% of VC and angel investment went to women. Imagine what would have happened if we had invested more money. And 2019, over $1 million, of the startups that raised over $1 million, only 13 were co-founded by women and 4 had women-led teams. So we know we need to do better when it comes to women. But right, look, in business, what happens when your business isn't doing well, Zuleika?
Well, I think it's with... I would need support and to see what's happening around me and how I can find help from somewhere.
But if you see something's working well, you do more of that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So we know that investing in women works. So women, when you invest in a woman entrepreneur, they typically have a 35% high return on investment. So it makes business sense, right? So as a businesswoman, you would invest more in women because it creates profits.
Yeah, and then the most important is the return on investment is something really important.
So we're not doing it because it's a nice thing to do and we love women. It makes
sense.
Business sense.
Yeah, I agree. So then, what have you done? You've been impacted, coming back to this pandemic, this unprecedented crisis, which has hit us so hard. So what have you done to be able to show this, have investing more in women? I know I've seen that you have responded to the MRIC about this proposal for the fast track innovative projects to counter the COVID-19, because I really think during the pandemic, the women have been the most impacted because they have had to juggle with so many different things and so many different responsibilities.
You're right, Zuleika. COVID-19 came out of nowhere and it really, really hit women hard. I love this picture. I also hate it at the same time because it reminds me of my life. But a lot of women feel like this, right? They've got so many responsibilities. They're juggling so many things. And COVID exacerbated that even more, right? Because they weren't able to get help and support from family. Their children may not have been at school. Their caring responsibilities increased. Plus they had to work. So as we saw in the pandemic, women's unpaid caring and domestic workloads increased. There's that joke that the man comes home from work and wants his dinner and his wife's been at home all day. He says, "Oh, I've had a really busy day at work. How was your day? I'm sure you had a nice relaxing day at home doing nothing." And she said, "Yeah, no, I was doing the washing, I was cooking the dinner, I was looking after the kids, I was changing nappies." That's hard work. It's still work. The difference is women just aren't being paid for it. Also during the pandemic, we saw an increase in domestic violence, particularly on women. Women's businesses were also disproportionately impacted because many women work in the informal sectors or they work in leisure, hospitality, beauty, which are traditionally face-to-face and quite close contact. So this meant that their business was closed. That means they didn't have money. It meant cash flow. There was cash flow issues. And also some women were unsure of how to digitalize their business and how to pivot their business to take it online. Because technology is sometimes seen as not a feminine thing to do. So not only that, so it's not just me that's saying this, there has been some real research into this. 500 startups, the VC firm found that 80% of women had said their business had been adversely affected. 69% reported on having less than 6 months of runway, so cash flow issues, and 40% said the pandemic had impacted their fundraising goals. And as we saw earlier, it's difficult for women to access capital. So again, the pandemic has compounded that even more.
Okay, so on your side, you've had been impacted. And we've seen the figures here that quite a lot of really women have been most economically impacted. So what motivated your response to this, like to have really this fast track innovative project to be able to counter these impacts on the women entrepreneur or even in the women in Mauritius and in Africa, and later on an international level.
So I mean we know that women were already, so we know that the pandemic has made it even harder for women. So what we wanted to do was make life easier for women, provide access and support and enable women, to build their resilience and help them digitalize. So we were part funded by the MRIC to create an online platform that would bring women together. It's called Ready to Thrive. It's part of the Future Females Invest offerings of projects that we run. And Ready to Thrive will provide online training for women. It's an online platform. We want it to help close that gender digital divide by enabling women to get online and find things that are useful to them and their business. So Ready to Thrive is going to have a talent marketplace. So it's going to have a job board where women can advertise jobs. It's going to have access to resources, so information that women need to help run their businesses, to help set up a business. So instead of having to go to 5 different places online or spend hours on Google, they can come to one place and find the information that they need. It's going to create a virtual community of women, women in business, women entrepreneurs, mentors, coaches, experts, and also it will provide a mentor matching service so women can register as mentors or as mentees so that they can have support on what can be quite a lonely journey to help them reach their goals and help their businesses grow and thrive. And also what it's going to have is access to online training. So access to training that they can go back and rewatch at their own time and at their own space. Because again, we've seen that women are juggling so many responsibilities, they often don't get time to go online and do something for themselves that's either going to help them personally or professionally. So we're going to have online training delivered by our international network of experts who are ready to support women entrepreneurs. And this whole project, this whole platform is going to help create jobs. It's going to build infrastructure capacity. It's going to contribute to the growth and recovery of the economy. It's going to increase access to networks for women entrepreneurs. It's going to help upskill them and help them to grow their businesses. So that's why we've created Ready to Thrive, to bring everything together in one easy to use space.
Okay, wow, it's really it's amazing, really. And I really love the name of the project. I think it was the name which was labeled this project, Ready to Thrive. And really, I think for me, it's something so like you said, one-stop place where bringing all the women together. So whether they are entrepreneur, whether they want to go to promote their business, whether they don't know really what they will do. I mean, it will be also a guidance for these women. I think the platform is really, I said it, but it's wow. It's innovative. It's really leveraging technology. Again, because it will be based on technology, of course, and this community, really building a community for women, I think that's really great, because what you said also, it's not only, women leaders, today we've got some of them, but it's not like they are still, it is changing, but it still have to go on changing. As we said, it has been seen during this pandemic that the countries led by women, they have been managing this crisis better. So it is a fact, as we've seen these women from these different countries, Germany, New Zealand, Belgium, Finland, Iceland, Denmark, from so many different cultures. But then we can say that maybe it's the resilience, their trust, their pragmatism, the feelings, because that means the way they do things differently, and they are able to better understand, more comprehensive. And the best part of it, okay, you said that women are bringing so much things to the society, but today they are not that much recognized. But at least we know that whenever they do something, so they do it well. And I can understand that they have got this, because they do it with their hearts. I think that's the best part of it. So what do you think about it? The view, is it going to change? Because the view of having more leaders, more people on the boards in our society.
Look, it makes sense. It's just, I think it's not something nice, just something nice to do. I think it's essential. I think women aren't charity. Women, let's not do this just for these poor women. No, investing in women is good business sense, right? We've seen that when you invest in women, she invests in her community, but not only that, she provides a better return on investment. So it makes sense to do it, right? We've seen the statistics about governance, and when you put more women in leadership positions, C-suite levels in businesses, on boards, the governance improves, and profitability also usually improves for businesses. And now with the pandemic, we've seen that the countries that are led by women also have had a higher success rate. So it makes sense on so many levels to empower women and put them in decision-making roles, in leading roles, and, you know, to be the innovators of the future.
Okay, then what do you think, like, what are the next steps? What would you think about having more women? Because, okay, it is changing. We can see even in Mauritius, people in the technology, because we are here at a tech conference, so we know that women, they are not that daring to come out of their comfort zone, and maybe they don't really know what's happening in the tech world. So what do you think? What would be the next steps to really promote the women, to make them aware of what's happening in the tech world, like the STEM, that it's not only, I mean, it's science, technology, engineering, mathematics, but it's not only words, it's something where they can really bring something better to our world. So how do you see that? How can we make it easier for women and bring more women here on board? Because it is changing, but I think there are things to do for it to change even more.
I think we have to take a full society approach. I think we need to go back to schools at an early age and encourage girls to take STEM subjects and understand that STEM is a potential career for young girls. Then after that, through the education system, from secondary education up to tertiary, encourage women and girls to take those courses. But also as women in careers and women in business, we must equip women already in businesses around how to digitalize, how to incorporate technology into their business so that we can create more innovative, sustainable businesses. So for example, as I said, I'm really not a tech person at all. And our business, FFI, was very much a face-to-face business. We did lots of coaching, lots of training, lots of events and consultancy, and COVID put a stop to that. We had a big event planned for September in Nigeria for over 1,000 women. That event couldn't happen. So we could have either cried and let our business fold, but what we did was we pivoted, and now we've created this online platform, or we are in the process of creating this online platform. We've really stepped out of, Tori and myself, the co-founder, have really stepped out of our comfort zone, and we're embracing and learning about tech and bringing on board partners that can support us to develop the technological aspects of our business that can then in turn inspire and empower and support other women like us who feel like tech's not for them to embrace tech, to digitalize and become more, to pivot, become profitable. So yeah, I feel that we just must equip, empower and celebrate women. Okay. And really demystify tech to women.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is demystify tech to women, because they, again, I think women, sometimes they think it's only like for men and
or for young people as well. I've got that from my kids. They say, "Mummy, you're too old to be doing technology."
Yeah,
but you know,
no, I think it's that's the thing. It's the daring part that women should know, and I really think that the platform, I said it's amazing, and I'm really like, I believe in the fact that this platform, which is based on technology, will be really like a great support to empower, celebrate, and support the women in the business.
And just on that note, actually, we are at a developers conference. So if there are any developers out there watching this, particularly women, I would really, really, really be grateful if you would get in touch with us, because we have lots of projects that we're working on, and our entrepreneurs are working on projects, and sometimes they just need a bit of support or help or connection to a developer that will help demystify the tech for them. So if you are a developer and you want to enable women and equip women with digital skills, please get in touch with me.
I think this is the message is on. So I'm sure there are developers and more, and if ever women, it would be great to come and join us and help us to develop this platform and to build this community of powerful women. And so, Aisha, where do we, if ever, I'm sure there will definitely be people in the audience who will connect with us. So how do they do that?
Well, you can contact me via email. That's always the best way to contact me, which is aisha@futurefemalesinvest.com, or through the website or LinkedIn, Instagram, or Facebook. And questions now? Is it questions?
Yeah, I think thank you so much for listening for now. Thank you so much, Aisha, because really it was very inspirational. So let's
Thank you also, Zuleika, because you're also a very inspirational woman in tech. So thank you for opening the doors for other women to come into this.
Yeah, that's my objective now. It's really to open the doors for the other women there. So thank you, and I think the floor is for the audience for the questions.
Yeah, that was a great presentation. Thank you so much. Well, let me start on my side. Actually, throughout the presentation, I found it a little bit one-sided. I mean, being a guy, it might be, but I see the positivity in the message, but I was missing also the part that actually men have to do their part and have to learn. Because quite frankly, it's a situation that women being in such a position that they are not appreciated enough is also in the responsibility of men that actually that they are opening these kind of opportunities, that they are encouraging their wives, their life partners, their colleagues at work, and even their children. Because I mean, I have 3 children, and my daughter, she has no problem working on the computer, writing programs, or having an interest in biology or chemistry. And so I think this is it's not only about that women among each other boost, which is very positive, but it's also, to my opinion, the aspect that men have to learn and to go the same path, because humanity cannot thrive only on 50% of its capacity. What's your point of view on that?
Well, I absolutely agree with you. And we do need more male allies, and we do need, especially in the investment world, more men to allow women to come onto their investment committees and make the decisions about where the capital flow. But obviously, if that's not happening, then women do need to take it upon themselves to create their own funds, their own investment committees and stuff. But yes, we absolutely need more male allies on board, championing women and opening the doors for women and bringing women up and seeing the benefits of having women as equals and in leadership positions.
I would like to add something. It's really, it's a complementary thing. Women and men, as I said before, I think we have got on so many things. We do things differently. We have got different approach, but we need both. So I really think that it's something men and women should be on board to be able to, and really on some kind of an equal, basis, to be able to bring the world for a better world.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, even if we have a look at history, it's a situation that major breakthroughs in science or in bringing humanity forward, they were actually women responsible for. I mean, taking the case of Marie Curie, that took care of X-ray, Röntgen, discovery, the hidden figures at NASA, as the famous movie is about. I mean, there's Grace Hopper, Ada Lovecraft. They're all famous women in the STEM field that actually brought a lot of drive and innovation to the field. And this should be more emphasized, and also being a guide towards women right now and the next generation. So yeah, Aditya, what's your point of view on that?
Basically same as everyone. As Zuleika said, women and men both are complementary, and we should care for each other and help each other achieve what we set out. Also, I would like to add that to encourage more women and more girls to come into the STEM field, it needs to start right at kindergarten or even primary schools. So that's really important. The energy and encouragement, the love for the field comes from a really young age, and we need to push that.
We actually
Absolutely right.
I actually met a lady the other day, and she said all the children were given gifts at some celebration, and the girl was given a toy cooking set, and all the boys were given Lego. And she went a little bit crazy, and she snatched the frying pan from the girl and swapped it with the boy with the Lego, and said, "No, the boy needs to learn to cook, and she needs to learn how to build."
Exactly. This is the problem in society. Exactly, this is the problem in society at the moment, I think. And for example, I mean, taking our household is an exception, to my opinion, because if there is distribution of Legos, they all get Legos. No, it is true. I mean, it's just a situation that they have different preferences, you know. For my son, he is absolutely into Star Wars, my daughter as well, but not so much. So she's into the Friends and Elf themes about Lego, but still, it's Lego, it's construction. Other things is, you know, for the young kids, you have online programs, the Hour of Code, the Scratch application, where kids already get in a playful way into the STEM field. My children, they were 3 and 5 when they stormed the cyber caravan of the National Computer Board to sit at the computers and do the Hour of Code. And the lady that were like, "Oh, let me explain it to them." And I was like, do you think that they need explanation while they were already hacking and moving everything around? Yeah, so I mean, it starts at the household, that there is an equal opportunity, there is an equal treatment in regards to treats and activities, but also, as Aditya mentioned, it goes out into a public institution when the kids go to nursery, to kindergarten, to primary, because even then at other stages is a situation. Let's say you have a girl, you have a woman, then going into a STEM class, a science class, and it's like, are you sure that you're in the right room? And this kind of stigmatization needs to stop, because otherwise we won't move forward.
That's true. Change making, I think, really.
Yeah, I mean, I also have the impression that, for example, I mean, excuse my ignorance in this case, because I'm coming from Germany, but being here in Mauritius now since over 13 years, is also that sometimes I really get the impression that the future, the development of women here on the island is too much predictated with the cultural frame, with the decisions by the parents. And so I think there might be also a lot of discouragement and perhaps disappointment or even frustration among women if they are not given the space or being allowed to follow their interest and perhaps their passion. Even then, specifically, if it goes into the STEM field.
I think that word frustration is one that really resonates with a lot of women. We know in Mauritius, women are more likely to achieve higher grades at school and at secondary education and in university, yet when they graduate, they're least likely to get a job. If they do get a job, it's going to be paying less than their male counterparts. If they do get married, if they do have children, there's not much opportunity for flexible working. And then also, I think in terms of entrepreneurship, we have some amazing women entrepreneurs, some amazing role model women entrepreneurs like Zuleika, like Aisha Ali. So we have very good role models in Mauritius for women that have gone above and beyond and created international businesses. Yet women are often, like when you think of entrepreneurs or when you talk to people about Mauritian entrepreneurs, they think mainly of basket weavers and roti sellers, and that is just not true of Mauritius. We have incredible women entrepreneurs who are building businesses like Jade Lee from Catapult, who has set up her teaching young people how to code and kind of gamifying science and STEM. And these women need to be encouraged. These women need to be given access to really good training so that they can take their idea to actuality, and then from actuality, take it and scale it and grow it. So we need to have the infrastructure here where we are creating an enabling environment for women entrepreneurs to thrive and build their businesses, and then also alongside that having a financial mechanism to support that, be that through like debt, bank loans or equity investment or a hybrid of the two or whatever it is. So we need to ensure that entrepreneurial spirit is captured, carried along and brought to life.
Yep. And taking two examples of women who are with men doing very good also, for example, Panda and Wolf with their all these different innovative they have been doing based on tech, and also she has won lots of awards also. And again, there are two of them, but we see this complementary thing I was telling about before, and we also have a teaching, but it's also based on tech, the teaching Gemstone, where also there is a lady and a guy, and I think we can see that there is something being done, that the ladies are aware that they can. They are not only like, I can't. They are also jumping into this out of their comfort zone and in the business world. And that's great to see. And I think we have to think about, last time also we talked about this, to really think about what can be done. Even if it's on, it's maybe it can be every 4 months or whatever, but I think we should really do something like a follow-up to enable and to promote and to make women believe in themselves. Because whatever we say is true in Mauritius, the culture, the barrier society is still on. It's changing, but it's still on. So how do we try to, make it change more and make these women come out for better?
Well, we're setting up an accelerator here for women-led businesses as well. So fantastic. That's one of the other things in our pipeline, so that we can actually encourage and enable. So we don't just talk about doing, we actually do it. We get women ready, women-led businesses, businesses with a woman in the founding team, get ready to scale their business and grow it. And add tech into it, actually.
Yeah, and when we're going to I am also in so we can do something together at some point, for sure.
Well, picking up the examples, we don't have look that far because, quite frankly, even with us, with the MSCC community, the organization of the Virtual Developers Conference was actually mainly executed and handled by the female team that is behind it. So there's Mary Jane, there's Marin, there is Emmy for the graphical parts, there is Shelley. So all women that that took the coordination in their hands, and but even then, with their activities and having the exchange, we sometimes ran into a conflict situation where they unfortunately had to escalate it to a male organizer on the team to speak to the same person about the same topic. That was then accepted without any doubts and any judgment, where the exact statement that previously was communicated by one of the ladies on the team was like, don't talk to me. And this is where I see also the cultural problem. And I mean, one of the things that in our community is as well is that when we have the chance to welcome women in IT, women in technology, is that we would like them to present something that they were working on, that we encourage them to be present at the meetings. And also when we look at the statistics at the developer conferences over the years, is that we have a positive trending ratio in regards to female speakers over the years. So, and this is the trend that we would like to keep raising, so that hopefully maybe next year, maybe in the next 5 years, we come to a situation where we are at least 50-50. And this is actually also the let's say kind of target and outlook that we want to go forward in the MSCC for our future activities. I think with that we might wrap up this interview. Zuleika, Asia, it was great to have you on board to get your points of view. Also, all these opportunities with the FFI, that there is a possibility for women to actually get encouraged, get empowered, get perhaps financial support, and there are activities going on to actually motivate women in the general business world to get into it, to get out of the shell, to show more activity in this area. And again, I hope that also there are possibilities that actually men can participate in order to get to develop a better understanding and learning what they should do in regards to their partners, to their daughters, and so on.
Okay, thank you for the. I think we take it as an advice, as a recommendation, Johan, about this, having the men also to help us, because that's nice to also have their point of view. And the other thing is, I think it's already on our minds, the target of having like 50-50 speakers for the next, in some years, for the developers conference. That would be really awesome. We would really, we would have the impression, the feeling we have achieved something with you, of course. With you, the men and the organizers, men organizers. Okay, and thank you so much. Thank you also for the people like the women who are not really on the screens, but we know that they have been working very hard. And thanks also to them that this is on. So thank you so much, Mary Jane, Marie, Amy, and all these women behind, and the audience also. And thank you so much, Aisha, really. we're going to meet again, I think all of us. So for now, bye and have a great weekend.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Zuleika. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Take care.
Have a good day.
Bye.
Wow. Yeah, the topic about women in technology, in the MSSC community, in the field of IT, it's always, let's say, a topic with that, has a little bit of tension. And it's really sad to have this kind of situation because even in my personal opinion, women are doing an amazing job. And if you're working with women together, most of the time they actually get doing a better job than the male counterpart. And but again, I had it that especially at the beginning when I came here to Mauritius, we had women on the team, and one of them was really enthusiastic. She was really passionate about IT. She was really into it, and you could see her in the first year. She was really into it, active, learning bits and pieces. And then in the starting the second year on the job, she was like, yeah, okay. And when I then had a personal conversation with her, it's like, I noticed that you dropped your interest a little bit. And she was like, oh, well, I'm supposed to get married next year, and then as soon as I'm married, I have to stay home and I can't work. I'm not allowed to work then anymore because I'm a married woman. And that was like a slap in the face on my side about, wow, there is this cultural weight is literally destroying a woman's life, a woman's future, just by cultural constraints and family. And I was like, wow, blown away.
I hope everything's starting to change with the new generation and things fading away. At my place at home, I have a sister who has really been interested in Formula One actually, and since small, she wants to be on the engineering side of the field, building cars and mechanics, and my parents have been really supportive of that. In fact, she's going to start her engineering degree here in Mauritius next year. So I really hope that more parents are supportive, things are really open, and there's no societal restrictions to ladies. And it's just a complement. I think it's come from both of us, males and females, and everyone in the society, to really push women, children, and everyone towards their passion and goal.
Yes, I agree. I mean, right now, as I mentioned it earlier, is that I see this negative generalization that, as I mentioned, a woman comes into a physics class. It's like, what are you doing here? It would be the same like if your sister then starts at the garage. It's like, what is she doing here? There's this wrong anticipation. There is this wrong view of things that that needs to change. And speaking of Formula One, I have to say that actually when you keep an eye on what's happening in the pit stops in the paddock, I have the impression that over the past years, the presence of female engineers and players in the Formula One paddock, especially around the cars, actually has increased.
Yeah, I see that too. Actually, I would love to see a female pilot in the Formula One races, because that's kind of...
We almost had it last year. We almost had it that, what was it? Let me catch up. We almost had it with the first female F1 driver, and actually in F2 we already had female driver. but only one, and that's not enough. I think F2, I think it was Racing Point that had the female driver from Brazil, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, F1, it would be really good. What I like is that actually that NASA already upped the game with the female astronauts. I mean, this is awesome, and this is also, to my opinion, an organization that acts as a global role model to really emphasize that women know their subject, that women can do the job, that women do the job, perhaps even in a better way, and that this is important, that there is a cooperation, there is this collaboration, and not just male-dominated parts. Because I mean, even if you see in computers, how did it start? I mean, if you look back into the 60s, 70s, the majority of computer operators were actually women. And I'm not talking about typists. I'm talking about database queries, database operators. These were women at that time. And then I don't know what happened. Maybe within the 70s, suddenly it was like they got kicked out, or they were phased out. Like, okay, no. And
well,
I'm baffled with that.
We can correct these mistakes and hopefully by the future with more women and more inclusive culture. So really hope this comes to fruit.
All right.
We'll take a small break now.
Exactly. Dear audience, stay tuned. We're going to be back in a tick. And then we're going to have two more ladies, Annalind and Elise from MCB, talking about robots and what is about employability. So looking forward to that. Stay tuned. We will be back.
We live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched a data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Tickle and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
'21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. '21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast.
And we are live and back on the third day of the Virtual Developers Conference. Hi, everybody out there on the internet. It's great to have you. It's great to be back. Aditya, what was your takeaway from the previous session? I mean, women and empowerment.
Yeah, it was a really amazing one, and we really needed that because there's a huge gap between male counterparts and female in the tech industry. And empowering women, just like Zuleika and our co-speaker said, it's just really important to do that. Make more women, attract more women to the field. It's just better. We have more more opinions, different kind of point of views. And it just means a better community for us all.
Absolutely, I agree on that. And as we were talking about, it also has to start at home, and there needs to be some learning process and improvement on the male side of the world. And yeah, with that, I'm super happy that we can actually welcome two ladies in for our next two guests. Welcome, Elise and Annalind. How are you doing?
Good. It's my first experience doing an online conference, so this is quite exciting.
Woo!
Cheers.
Great. So I'm having a look. Agile consultant in South Africa, as well as coach and incognito Wonder Woman. Wow, these are great titles. Maybe let's start with Annalind as an agile coach consultant. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm from Johannesburg in South Africa. I'm an agile consultant, as you mentioned, with IQ Business in South Africa. And the way Elise and I connected is through Mauritius Commercial Bank.
All right.
Over to you, Elise.
Yeah, so you might have picked up from my accent that I am Australian. So I moved to Mauritius the middle of last year to work at MCB, and I work with the digital teams, helping them to modernize the way that they work so that we can deliver more value to MCB's customers.
All right, great. Picking up on the first on the topic that we had in the previous talk, empowerment of women. What's your take on that? Maybe Elise starting.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we know from creating value for customers is that if you're servicing a diverse array of people, you need a diverse array of people who are designing those products. So it doesn't make sense to have a male-dominated team or a team made up entirely of Caucasian people. It just doesn't result in the best quality products. So when I talk about empowering women, I think it's important just so that, you know, we have equality and everybody has the opportunity to shine, but it also ends with, you know, real business value in doing that. So it's really in the best interest, not just of women, but of everybody who cares about creating value and creating really cool products.
Awesome. Yeah.
Okay, Anna-Lind, what's your point?
I mean, I don't have any kind of revolutionary points to make. Just I'm glad that it's kind of becoming more of a normal thing to discuss and a normal thing to kind of think about and try to navigate, because I think a lot of the companies and kind of groups in society still have a long way to go in terms of, you know, having a diverse workforce and like the pay gap, you know, all these things. So I don't want to go too deep into that rabbit hole, but I'm really glad that it's busy, you know, kind of being on the radar more often.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that with the situation of the pandemic, it was kind of a catalyst to, you know, bring certain topics faster onto the surface, that they get addressed with the remote work situation, working from home, and having this diversity in the teams, and that actually the job gets done independent on where you are located. And I mean, with the extra load that might come from the household with the children, I've seen the experience that the job gets done even in a better way, especially then from women. All right, let's move over, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Let's move.
What is the topic?
Okay, so we're going to be talking about why we think robots are coming for all of our jobs, and what we think that you can do to sort of make yourself resilient in the face of those challenges.
All right. Do you think they're going to take our job as hosts and moderators for a conference in the future?
Oh, quite possibly. But it's all right. We're going to tell you. We're going to tell you how to survive the robot revolution.
Aditya, yeah. What is it?
I'm saying I'm just hope that they don't turn out to be Terminators.
Yes, so why?
All right. Let's kick it off. I'm seeing that you have some slides prepared. All right, I'm moving over to you.
Excellent. Cool. Okay, so thank you all for coming along to today's talk. Anna-Linda and I want this to be as engaging as possible for you all. So we've put a few little audience participation moments throughout the talk. To be involved in these, you need to use your phone or your laptop and visit Slido. Okay, so that's sli.do, and it's going to ask you for an event code. We've come up with a really inventive event code for today's talk, which is robots. So if you type that in, there won't be any participation that's live right this moment, but Anna-Linda will let you know when it's your turn to get involved. So, like we said, we're here to talk about why the robots are coming for our jobs and what you can do in order to really survive this revolution. If I can, having a little bit of trouble progressing my slides, so I apologize if it takes a few moments. So we've already introduced ourselves. If you do want to continue the conversation with us after the talk, you can connect with us on Twitter. Our Twitter handles are there. Your best bet is to connect with Anna-Linda because she's all over Twitter. I post approximately once a year, but if you do tag me or you do send me a direct message, I do promise that I will respond. So, Anna-Linda.
Cool. So the one thing I didn't mention in my introduction, which you may have noticed already on the slide, is that I've been known to communicate using quite a lot of GIFs. So I thought we'd just use one just to get us going and to say hello from a beautiful little pug. So now that we've really said hello and introduced everything, we'd like to share some background into the changing landscape in the technology industry. So now is when you can go over to Slido and tell us a little bit about yourself. We'd like to know who's in the audience today. How long have you been a software developer? And there is an option for if you have not been a software developer, so that's also okay. It's just for us to get an idea who's in the room. Okay. Okay, great. I see some answers popping in there. Okay.
Oh, a surprising number of not software developers.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
This is cool.
I expected the not software developers to be very much in the
minority. Zeros or ones. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, great. We're not going to spend too much longer here, but it's really cool to see who's in the audience. Wow. So we've got quite a few people who have kind of been around the block quite a lot. That's really cool. So, wow, the numbers are changing. Okay. Actually quite a good split. If I keep watching, I'm just going to keep talking about this graph. So, okay. So it's really lovely to have you all here with us today. We'd like to start off by taking a little trip down memory lane back to the year 2000. Can you even remember that far back? In 2000, you're a developer, you're coding, and you may be alone or sitting in a group of developers, but you're probably all working on different projects. Shown here is one of the most advanced, albeit very bulky and heavy, computers in 2000, as well as the 3 biggest tech companies, as shown in a global ranking for 2000. Microsoft, IBM, and Intel. So now if we fast forward 1 decade and we place our cursors on 2010, now you're a developer, you're coding, and you need to test as well. So the skill set is busy expanding. And you may be working with other people quite a little bit more. By this time, the first generation iPad has been launched, and Google has appeared on the scene out of nowhere, shooting up to 3rd place in the ranking. So let's do another time jump to March this year. You're a developer, you're coding, you're collaborating, there's probably a lot of post-it notes involved, you're continuously learning new technologies, and potentially you're involved in the whole product development cycle. Technically, things have changed quite a bit. You don't need to know COBOL and Fortran anymore. You need to learn Swift and React. You might have a Ruby on Rails side project going and a cluster of Raspberry Pis controlling something in your home. There's also a much higher level of human interaction now, with small cross-functional teams being the order of the day. What did teamwork look like for us? We were co-located, we were involved in collaborative delivery, we had face-to-face meetings, and even shared stationery, which now seems like a distant memory. We had lunch and learn, problem-solving workshops, and something I personally really miss, the occasional beer with the team. So if we move on and just take a look at how things have changed just physically over the last roughly 50 years, it's quite incredible. Over the last 50 years, we've gone from the large floppy disks, that's what we call them here, to going to storage that you can access from any device in any location with a simple login. This is pretty mind-blowing. I wonder what will be happening in 2030, which is just around the corner. It seems that human imagination is the only limit.
So Annalind has described quite phenomenal changes in the industry over the last 20 years and suggested that bigger, more frequent changes are going to come for us in the next 10 to 20 years as well. To prepare ourselves for those changes, we think it's useful to take a moment to reflect and understand why the world, or particularly the technology world, looks different today compared to back in 2000 at the turn of the millennium. So what do we think is the cause of this? Okay, Annalinda and I have a few theories. I noticed on the Slido poll that we had a few people who have been working in the industry for longer than 10 years. So you might remember back around the year 2000, the really poor reputation that the technology industry had. There was this feeling that every time somebody built a software project, it either went over budget, over time, didn't deliver value for customers, or maybe it just didn't even work. And this idea about the technology industry just being not very good was so prevalent that somebody made a Wikipedia page to track all these failed projects. And this feeling led to a group of software engineers kind of getting together and saying, like, enough is enough. We need to change the way that our industry operates and introduce new ways of building software. And this led to a kind of explosion of different methodologies, new ways of working. Now, we could deep dive in each of these, but it's going to take forever. So we're not going to do that today, but if you're interested, connect with us afterwards. The key thing about all of these different technologies is that they really reinforced a more collaborative way of working. And that fundamentally changed the way that teams within our industry were composed. Back in the year 2000, if you were a developer, you were probably in a discipline-based team where the only people you worked with every day were other developers. And that had some benefits because you all had the same interests, you had the same expertise, you talked the same language. That made things kind of easy in some perspectives. But it has some drawbacks, and that's led us to working in what we call cross-functional teams. And really, if you look at high-performing teams all around the world, there would be few of them that weren't cross-functional in some sort of way these days. And this has led to a change in what's expected of developers, because you now need to be able to communicate with, relate to, and work with people who don't have the same expertise. People like business analysts or designers who talk in a very different language. So this has very much impacted the work landscape for software engineers. And I know that a bunch of you on the call aren't software developers. This has probably impacted you as well, because you are either sort of in a business analysis team, maybe a testing team or a design team in the past, and now you're all mixed up in one of these cross-functional teams. Now, it's not just the way that we've composed our teams that has changed in the last 20 years. The focus of the industry has also shifted dramatically. If you're old enough to remember using the internet in the year 2000, I am old enough for this, you'll remember that it was really just like a repository of information. Instead of going to an encyclopedia or a physical book to look up information, you could now look up text on the internet. If you wanted to engage with a business, you could look up information that they typically post out to you in a catalogue or a flyer online. But there wasn't a whole heap of interactivity. The sort of interactivity you might expect is if you had to sign up for something with a business, instead of filling in a paper-based form, you'd fill in the same form, but it'd be on the internet. And what is common with these different things that were on the internet in 2000 was that we were basically taking things that existed in the real world, ways of creating value that existed in the real world, and we were just finding a way to digitize them and put them on the internet. And these problems are quite easy to solve with your typical software engineering, analytical coding skill sets. But these days, with the rise of some of the companies Annalinda mentioned earlier, your Googles, your Amazons, Facebooks, there's now a shift. It's not just about digitizing value that we had previously. It's about using digital tools to create new products and new types of value for customers. And this is what we call innovation. This has had a profound impact on the industry because the skills that you need just to digitize something that already exists are very different from the skills that you need to innovate. And don't worry, we'll tell you what those skills are in a little bit. Now, this is the kind of main topic. This is what we named our talk after, right? One of the dramatic changes that we've seen recently is the rise in technological advancements. Okay, Annalinda showed you that beautiful picture showing how storage has changed over time. But it's not just storage that changed. We've also had a rise in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and that whole kind of cluster of different technologies. If you take a look at this image, you'll see that for our industry, we're the one at the top, technology, media, and telecommunications, people, about 15% to 20% of people think that AI is already having a large effect on our industry. If you look 5 years ahead, people are saying that 70% of people are saying it's going to have a really big impact. So when I think about what this could actually mean for people working in the technology industry, the first and obvious insight you could come to is, well, I better start learning how to code, run, and maintain AI. That's where the industry is going. Like, I should head in that direction too, and that's the skill set I should focus on. But we think that there's a deeper insight that you should also think about from this perspective. And it's not just us that share this feeling. Evans Data Corporation did a survey of a big group of developers 4 years ago, where they asked them what was their biggest worry about their careers. Now, interestingly, these developers didn't say, they were worried about the opportunity for promotion, higher pay, more snacks in the office, any of those sorts of things that you would typically expect. The majority of people said that their biggest fear was that their role as developers would be replaced by artificial intelligence. So the technology industry is changing in a way where it means I don't just need to change the focus of my skills. I need to ask the question of, is my skill set relevant at all in the future? Now, it's not just 550 developers that feel this way. When you start looking a little bit deeper into this, you can find a whole heap of articles on the internet about how the landscape for software engineering is changing, okay? We're no longer going to be programming computers, we're going to be training artificial intelligence. There's some research or some reporting from New Scientist on Microsoft's Deep Coder program, which is now able to steal lines of code from open source programs, rearrange them to create novel computer programs, okay? Honestly, these programs are only about 5 lines of code long, so it's not like they're particularly complex, but it's showing the potential for what can happen as AI technology continues to develop. And this article that came out, or a piece of research that came out of the US, talks about the fact that potentially by 2040, humans will no longer be writing the majority of computer programs. Most of it is going to be written by AI. So there's certainly a lot of people who are saying, you know what, the industry is changing in such a way that the role of a developer is going to change significantly. So if you want to see what this could look like in real life, I'm going to show you a quick video. This is using an artificial intelligence technology called GPT-3. It was created by OpenAI, which is a lab in San Francisco in the US. What you're going to see in this video is a text box at the sort of top of the screen where a human is inputting some natural language describing a layout for a screen that they want. Below that, the AI is going to generate the HTML and CSS required to render that. And then below that, again, you're going to see the actual rendering that is created by the AI. So let's give this a go. Okay, so they've asked for a button that looks like a watermelon. The AI is thinking about it, processing this, coming up with some HTML, And then below that, you've got a big pink area, just like the inside of a watermelon, and a green outside. Okay, now we're asking for a title that says, welcome to my newsletter, and a blue subscribe button. Okay, they've adjusted what they asked for because the text came back white, and now you can see this big red, welcome to my newsletter. And then here we're going to have a button for every color of the rainbow. So there's more to this video. We just wanted to give you a really quick insight. It's worth taking a look, and we will share the link to this. But the main thing here is, yes, it's only generating at this point in time a basic layout. There's not a lot of interactivity in what is being created, but this is the direction that we're moving in. Oh, I apologize for that, folks. I've come out of presentation. Bear with me for a second.
Thanks for sharing that with us. I found it really interesting. So many of these technological changes that will inevitably affect us all. And what really matters is how we respond to them. So if we think about the way work has changed just since March this year, now we're working online only. We've probably set up a space at home to work. At the beginning, I think it felt really foreign. And now I think we've gotten used to it. And we even may have more flexibility about how and when we work. And along with a new way of doing things, we also have a new set of challenges, including audio problems, connectivity challenges, video call fatigue, potentially feeling a bit isolated or disconnected, and constantly using 2020's most famous phrases. Elise, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it?
Oh, not yet, Annalinda. It's coming.
Okay, so right now we'd like you to head over to Slido again and answer the second of our 3 questions. And we'd like to hear more about your specific context. So please would you tell us what has changed for you since March this year? Anything that has changed for you? Okay, let's give it a moment. Let's see some answers popping up there. So from my own personal perspective, I mean, I'm not going to type it into Slido right now, but I've been really enjoying being able to spend way more time with my husband and my dogs. So that's been really cool. Constantly being on my laptop has been a little bit frustrating, and I've had to go to the physio way more often for my back than what I would have liked. I think she's going to buy a nice retirement home. So, okay, great. I see some answers are popping up. More wine. Okay, great. That sounds like an improvement. Depends if you're drinking it for enjoyment or like as a coping mechanism. Okay, being distracted. Sore back. Yeah, I can identify with that. So many online tools, online courses. Great. Working more. Yeah, I think that's been a common theme that we've seen as well. Okay, great. Thank you so much for sharing a little bit more about your context with us. It's really interesting to see how people's lives have been affected in a different way. So if we think back to some of the stats that Elise took us through, not enough chocolate.
I can relate. I can relate.
Absolutely. So moving along, if we look back at the stats that Elise took us through, we foresee a future that's going to bring with it an even bigger emphasis on cross-functional collaboration and customer-driven innovation. We see technological advancements zooming past us at an incredible speed. And we also see a future that is specifically more remote focused. So it seems like these changes would place quite a high demand on us, and it may be daunting or perhaps even overwhelming. If we take a moment to think and ask ourselves, how many of these challenges could realistically be addressed by writing more, different, or better code? Well, by all means, please do keep coding. And if you can teach your dog how to do this, even better. So some of the upcoming changes could definitely be addressed through our coding methods and improving on our good practices continuously, but definitely not all of them.
So this is an interesting insight because it makes it obvious now that in order to stay resilient to any of the changes that we face in the industry, the answer isn't to just focus on the skills that we've already mastered and improve them a little bit more. We actually need to expand our thinking now and focus on entirely different types of skill sets. When I introduce this idea to some people, it really freaks them out. And the reason it freaks them out is that traditionally we've been encouraged to form our skills in what we call an I shape. Okay? The reason for this I shape, or the idea behind it, is that we're experts in a narrow area of skills. Being an expert is really cool. Okay, it can make you feel confident. It feels nice when you're able to explain something to somebody else, when you can quickly solve problems. It just feels really great. But the problem is, if our I shape, our area of expertise is not what's in demand in the future, then we're not really flexible and resilient and able to adapt to the changes that are coming. Our recommendation, therefore, is to develop your skill set into what we call a more modern T shape. This does not mean abandoning your area of expertise. The middle of the T is still, an I shape. It's still a really deep expertise in one area. But what you do now to give yourself that flexibility and the adaptability is to start broadening your skill set as well. You don't need to be an expert in everything. That's really hard to do. You're going to burn out. It's not going to work well for you. So for your broader skills, this is where you're just looking to kind of know these skills at a beginner to moderate level. You don't have to be able to be the expert in everything. The big question then is, what skills should you look to include in your repertoire? And our advice for this is to think really strategically about what's going to place you best in the future. Now, we know that robots, or AI, robot sounds way cooler, are exceptionally good at syntax and logic. They're advanced computers, and syntax and logic is what computers do. We know that robots are always going to be better at that than humans. So what distinguishes us from robots is our ability to think and act and collaborate with humans. And so this is where we encourage you to focus your skills. Okay, differentiate yourself from the robots, not by trying to be better at them at their game, but be better at them at the human game. So this is the takeaway message for you. If you want to beat the robots, soft skills are where you want to focus. And if you don't know what soft skills are, we'll talk about it now. Hard skills are the skills that are usually easier for people to understand. They're the core competencies of your role, the sorts of things that you would be asked to demonstrate in a technical interview. So your ability to program in various languages, to use different testing frameworks, to be able to use source control, and to be able to implement different types of patterns. On the other hand, the soft skills are the skills that are a bit more intangible. They're harder to measure. They feel a little bit more like airy-fairy. Let's demonstrate this with some real examples to make it kind of sink in a bit more concrete for you. These are some hard skills that are in high demand. They're not all of the hard skills that exist in the world, but you can probably relate to these and you've got a bit of an understanding of what they are. There are lots of different kind of computing, analytical, logic-based skills. On the other hand, your soft skills are these really human skills. Okay, persuasion, the ability to influence somebody, creativity, the ability to create something new and novel, collaboration, your ability to work well with others. So these are the things that we think should be your focus, because right now humans are far better than robots at doing these types of activities and behaviors. At this point, when I'm having this conversation with people from the technology industry, I often get this question. They'll sort of look at me and they go, oh, well, that's really interesting, Elise. That's an interesting take, that the technology industry is all about computation, logic, and syntax. Why would we even need soft skills? And it's actually quite an interesting question. And for us, we think that there is fundamentally a role for soft skills in the industry. It isn't just about computation. And we're going to tell you why.
Right. So, I mean, humans are inherently so creative, and creative thinking is undeniably linked with innovation. And innovation is that key that we want to keep in our hands to allow us to adapt constantly to our customers' needs and also to stay ahead of the competition. So right now, we'd like to move over to our last question on Slido and ask you, who is responsible for innovation? Who do you think innovative ideas come from?
Humans, I like it.
Humans, yeah, that's good. CEO, designers, everyone. That's cool. Yeah, so we've got quite a few good inputs there, actually. I was expecting maybe more like specific groups. Elon Musk. Yeah, let's not go there. Oh, wow. Got a whole bunch of new ones.
Late night after alcohol. That's an interesting one. I'm interested in finding out what those innovative ideas that happen late at night after alcohol are.
Right. I'm just keeping a quick eye on the time, and I think we're a little behind, so I'm going to move on. Thank you so much for your inputs. It seems we have a variety of answers, and I think the reality is that innovation can happen at any time and could originate from any person or interaction. So we may be stifling creativity and slowing innovation down if we rely on specific people or groups to come up with new ideas. And reality is we don't have the luxury of waiting for other people to do that. Ain't nobody got time for that. More specifically, for innovation to occur, it occurs where business, customer, and technology meet. And we could say this is like a very, very happy marriage, or maybe for some of us, a really successful Tinder date. As a developer, you can understand the business priority by working closely with the product owner and other stakeholders. Customer's heartbeat by collaborating closely with the designer in your team, people from marketing and research, and of course, the customer themselves. As developers, you're inherently clued up on technology trends already. So this is where the magic happens. As developers, you are most well placed to come up with innovative ideas in your organization. You are right at the heart of things.
It's this focus on the importance of developers in the innovation process that leads us to this question that's on the screen now. How would you describe the color red to somebody who can't see? This might seem like a very odd question to ask somebody, but it's actually one of the key questions that we include in the interviews for all of the developers that come to interview at our digital factory at MCB. The reason that we ask this question of developers is that we recognize that the key skill set that you need to be innovative includes the ability to empathize. Empathy, if you're not familiar with this concept, is basically the ability to relate to other human beings, to understand how they're feeling, and to care about them. Now, empathy is essential for innovation because if you're unable to think about the situation from the perspective of a customer, you're never going to understand their pain points, and you're never going to be able to come up with suggestions for how to address those pain points. I think that there's a really great example in Mauritius of people using empathy during lockdown to come up with great product ideas. If you were living in Mauritius at the time and you remember when we weren't allowed to leave our homes to go to the supermarket, very quickly companies came up with the idea of delivering food to the customers. That was really cool, that was great. But where the empathy came in was the person who realized that Mauritians didn't just need food to get through lockdown, they also needed alcohol to get through the boredom that we were all facing. And very soon after people opened up these food delivery stores, somebody created a beer delivery store. And this is an exact example of how understanding how people are feeling at a particular point in time can help you come up with a good, innovative idea. To be innovative though, you can't just rely on empathy. You have to be creative. And this is because very rarely do we come up with the best idea as our first idea. So if we're empathetic, we can understand the customer pain point and the problem, but we need creativity in order to come up with a big suite of potential solutions, because invariably some of them won't work, customers won't like them, or technically we just won't be able to introduce them. So to contribute to an innovative environment, you also need to know various different brainstorming techniques and ideation techniques so that you can ensure that you've got an array of potential solutions to solve problems. Now, similarly, it's very rarely that one individual has the whole innovative solution and implementation design in their head. Innovation is a team game. What usually happens when we come up with great ideas is somebody comes up with the seed of an idea that's kind of okay, it's good, not amazing. And then somebody else builds off that idea. They introduce their own perspective, their own lens on the problem. We talked a little bit earlier about diversity, and this is where it really comes into the innovation process. So if you want to be part of an innovative team and innovative workplace, you need to be able to work well with others, to be able to respectfully challenge their ideas, to build off their suggestions, and be comfortable with them challenging you as well. Now, at this point, it should be pretty clear, soft skills, very important for innovation. The cool thing though is soft skills are also really important for working in a distributed environment. Innovation was a thing before COVID, so these skills were already on the rise before March this year. But this new way of working, a whole bunch of you mentioned it before, that you're working from home, the work environment is more flexible, it's different. This new way of working has really enhanced this need for us to grow our soft skills. And the types of skills you need really are things like facilitation. This has typically been the responsibility of, say, a project manager or a business analyst. You know, they're good at organising everybody into discussion. But if you're a developer and you need to solve a complex problem with other developers and they're not in the room, you're using some sort of video conference, you need to keep that conversation on track and you need to make sure it comes to a resolution. And to do that, you're using facilitation skills. And it's much more important when you're using video conferencing because communication is just easier when you're in person. You can write on a whiteboard, you can point to things. So now in the new world, facilitation is becoming more and more important. Mindfulness also has a huge role to play in our new ways of working. People usually think I'm a crazy hippie when I suggest this, but hear me out. So mindfulness is the ability to stay focused in the moment on what you're doing at any point in time. When we're working from home, this is super important because we have somebody, you know, bringing a delivery to our door. We've got a kid barking next to us. Maybe our video's on and no one can see us, so we can be distracted by our mobile phones. So in order to maintain our effectiveness when we're working from home, being able to apply mindfulness techniques to stay focused is vitally important. Now, it's important during the workday, but it's also important at the end of the day when you switch off, because it's harder to leave work behind when you work and live in the same place. So mindfulness techniques will also enable you to switch off at the end of the day and then give your family, your friends, the full focus when you're with them. And this is really, really pivotal for staying, working in a sustainable pace and staying mentally well in a really challenging working environment. These three skills, they should look familiar. They're the skills we need for innovation. And interestingly, they're also skills that we need for working in a distributed environment. we need empathy. Okay, the person that we're talking to on the other end of the call might have a really bad internet connection and it's making it hard to communicate. And empathy enables us to not get angry with them, but then to just use our creativity to come up with a way that we can communicate with that person, potentially not over a video call. Can we work asynchronously? Can we work in a Google Doc or something like that that doesn't require so much bandwidth? And obviously, it's really important to be able to collaborate even when you're not in the same location. We still need to be able to work together for an outcome. So one of the things that is super cool about soft skills is that they're not just going to help you overcome one of the challenges that we're facing as we move forward in the industry. The same skills will help you to differentiate yourself from the robots. They'll enable you to contribute to innovation, and they're going to enable you to work effectively and stay sane in a globalized world where you're working in a distributed way. And honestly, they're probably also going to help you with Tinder.
So we may find ourselves asking how we can level up in this crazy COVID world that we find ourselves in. What impact has COVID had on our own learning and development? I think the main point here is that many learning methods have become so much more accessible now because the world has had no choice but to overcome its fear of remote work. One of the ways that you could upskill yourself is to learn by consuming information. And one of the activities in that would be plain old reading a book. It may feel really last century, but we can still read books, and we'll share a recommended book list with you afterwards, specifically for soft skill reading. You can also look authors up online and read their blogs, Twitter, or LinkedIn instead if you want shorter bursts of information. So if we move on, you can see that even a cat can do it. We have no excuse. If you learn better by accessing information via audio, podcasts or audiobooks may be a more suitable solution for you. And you could have a look at any of the audio subscription platforms to take advantage of this really affordable wealth of knowledge available to you. Another method, to learn is by doing something, which brings us over to hands-on experience. It's been proven that learning through practice simply sticks better in our brains than reading or hearing about something. You can gain hands-on experience by finding someone you can bounce ideas around with, pairing up with them, and trying out something new. Another meaningful way to learn is to get a little help from someone you look up to and you can trust. And this would mean finding yourself a mentor. I'd like to share this quote with you by Kent Beck about his time mentoring software engineers at Facebook. He specifically noticed that engineers required very little support learning new technical skills, and they find it more difficult to acquire soft skills on their own. So if you are looking for a mentor, find yourself someone to look up to give some time to you and observe you and share feedback with you. Another way in which you can learn is by accessing any of the online platforms like Udemy. You can learn anything from drawing cute cartoon characters to game design to labor relations. So you really have nothing to lose. You can learn wherever you are, whenever you want to, at your own pace, and generally these courses are really affordable. In an organizational context, you can also create learning paths to share with others, helping to sculpt a culture of learning and sharing in your organization.
1 minute, please. Sorry to interrupt you.
Not a problem.
Our time limit, and we have a lot of questions actually, and I think that we can move to the questions.
Okay.
So our first question from the audience is, should we be scared by AI? And in particular, the suggestion that the result may result in homogeneity.
That's a really interesting question, and I think there's a few different lenses in which to kind of think about, should we be afraid of them. like we're kind of saying today, I don't think you should be afraid of them from the perspective that they're not going to completely eliminate your job as a developer. They're just going to change the focus of it. I do think, and this kind of goes to the earlier talk that was before us, there is a fear in terms of the way that we're creating our AI. I'm not an expert in it, but one of the fears that I have is who is creating this artificial intelligence? What sort of biases are we introducing into the AI that we create? Are we using a diverse enough group of people to design the model? And what are the impacts of training models on historical data that probably has within it entrenched biases as well? So it's not my area of expertise in any way, shape or form, but I would absolutely say that a lot of work needs to be done around kind of the ethics of how we're creating AI models and making sure that they're actually representative of the type of world that we want to create.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is from Adit, and he wants to know about any ethical concerns.
Oh, everyththing I just said, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and like, you know, earlier this year there was a scandal around the Apple credit card, and that a husband and wife pair who had exactly the same sort of financial standing were offered completely different credit limits by Apple, where the husband's was, you know, dramatically higher, and really challenging, you know, why were two people treated entirely differently by the model that was deciding the credit limits, and was there a bias in that model towards offering more a higher credit limit to men rather than women? So there's definitely you know, examples of that, and I don't think gender's the only lens that we need to be concerned about. You might have seen the video online of a person of colour using an automatic soap dispenser, and when they put their hands under the soap dispenser, it didn't recognise their hands were there. But when they put white tissue on top of their hands and used it, it dispensed soap. So that hadn't been trained to be used by people who had different colour skin than probably the white people that had created it. So definitely we need to be thinking about diversity and inclusion in all of the sort of AI that we create.
Okay. One of the things that came up in this that it needs creativity, needs a surrounding of peace of mind and calmness, and in order to thrive. What is your take on the boring daily struggles of income? I mean, in order to achieve something like that, soft skills can be developed, that we go into more creativity on the human side. There needs to be security, especially financial security, and a basic universal income. Do you think it's a thing of the future?
Annalyn, did you want to answer this, or do you want me to take it?
Wow. I don't know if it's a thing of the future. It seems that it would have a massive impact on people's lives if we could get something like that going, but whether it's actually going to happen, I don't know. Elise?
So I giggled at this question because I love this question so much. I'm a huge proponent of having a base income for all people, and I think there's a lot of research that shows that it's really beneficial. And I 100% agree. I think, you know, when we talk about AI coming and taking over jobs, what my hope is that it takes the jobs that don't rely on human creativity, and they give everybody the space and the comfort to focus on things that better utilize our talents as human beings. So it's one of the things that I'm super interested in. And then I don't want to minimize the question about, like, how do you create time and space to be creative when you've got the pressures of earning an income and providing a family. That is very real. But just as one small thing that you can do, if you can create that space or that time for yourself, is even something like a 10-minute meditation. can be really useful to get yourself being more mindful and being able to more focus on creativity, as well as just moving away from the problem. So if you can go for a 15-minute walk where you can step away from a problem, that's a key part of the creativity process. If you look up any of the sort of theories around creativity, and John Cleese has a really great talk about it, you'll know that stepping away from a problem is a really key part of giving your brain the space to subconsciously continually address that problem and find new connections between the ideas that you have. And that's a super important part of creativity. So create space for yourself and hopefully universal income happens.
Well, that is also another great question that came up in the chat. Is it, as you just mentioned, stepping it out into 50 minutes walk or something? Do you think that creativity can be learned? And do you think that meditation could be an entry technique into creativity?
Yes and yes. Meditation can help, as I said before, to step you out of where you are currently and just let your mind go. But you can also meditate on a particular problem, and you can think about things from the perspective of a customer. So you can do an empathetic meditation, and you can look on YouTube and you'll find some guided meditations around these sorts of things. So that can really help you to understand the customer's perspective, or whoever you're designing for from different angles. In terms of can creativity be taught? Absolutely. Typically, we've expected creativity to be about like drawing things or like making pretty pictures, but it's really about finding new solutions to problems. And like I said in the talk, it's very rare that one person just has the whole solution. So even if you struggle to do the first level ideation, it's something I struggle with. What I'm good at is building off other people's ideas. And there are certain techniques that you can use to help yourself build on other people's ideas. So you can look to improv theatre. I know it sounds crazy. They have a technique called yes and. So when you're doing an improvisation comedy sketch, you're never ever allowed to say no to the person that you're improvising with. You have to say yes and then build on their idea. And so doing little practices where you're not working on the actual problems you're trying to solve, but you use that technique to practice never saying no to something, but always trying to find the good part of it and then suggesting a tweak or something else you could do on top of it. That's just one technique that you can use to start improving your creativity. There's a whole host of different like co-design, drawing together, whole bunch of different techniques that you can find, and the internet would be a big help, or you can connect with us afterwards and we can try and point you in the right direction.
Okay, let's try it. Yes, and thank you so much for this
Thank
interesting
you.
talk. It was really amazing and eye-opening, and I think also our audience had quite some fun. There had been good interaction. Unfortunately, we have to close down the session because our next speaker is already in the starting position, and it was great to have you around. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Hope that you tune in into other talks, even that they might be a little bit more technical, but I guess they're still great topics. And with that, the audience, after a short break, we will be back on the infrastructure that is available through one of our partners, Liquid Telecom. And for there, out for now. See you soon. All right, dear audience, we are back on the stream. It is the 11-hour mark. We're going to have our third guest coming up, but let's quickly recap what happened in the previous talk. Aditya, do you think that your job will be taken by an AI or by a robot in the future?
Actually, I don't think so, because I'm actually the one making the AI or some part of it. But I think that there are some manual jobs which are repetitive, which are less efficient, less efficiently done by humans. They will be replaced by AI and robotics.
Okay.
However, this field will also create more jobs for the ones making the AI. So I think there's a reskill. People have to be skilled again, go through different pathways just to cope with these changes.
Yeah, I agree. I agree in general with you, but I also see the news and watch the news that, you know, Google activated their language translation AI, and within a few days, it developed its own language to communicate with itself that none of the Google technicians could actually understand. So, you know, there's this situation about AIs kicking off a self-learning process and, you know, getting out of control of humans. So there is still this aspect of, you know, can we let them run? Yeah. Are we going to have a Skynet in the future? We will see. No, of course we hope not. But anyways, we move over. We have already Oswald Jumira in our call. Let's say a big hello to Oswald. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great. How are you guys keeping? I hope you're having a lot of fun here.
Yeah.
It's awesome so far. It's awesome.
Okay.
Oswald, what's the situation on your side? What's the situation regarding the pandemic? How are you coping with it? How is the country coping with it?
No, the pandemic has been a very interesting period. I'm actually in Johannesburg, and we are on what is called level 2. So the economy is opening up. Restaurants are open. Kids can go to school. Some companies have started actually opening up their offices. However, South Africa, across the whole of Africa, I think had the highest cases and also the highest number of deaths. However, they had the highest number of recoveries also. And I have a sense and a feeling that the curve has flattened. However, there's need for people to be extra cautious. But it's been a very interesting time. My job involves a lot of travel. I've not been on a plane for the last 5 months, which is very rare.
Wow.
But it's been great for my family, though, because I've been home most of the time. But it's been a very interesting time, I would say.
All right. I guess, working from home and then being able to get the job done remotely, I think is a great topic to talk about. And if I'm understanding it correctly, you guys are actually assisting startups in order to achieve that and to scale up. So tell us a little bit about your session, your talk that's coming up.
Okay, so first of all, my name is Oswald, right? And I work for Liquid Telecom Group. I think one of my colleagues, Ben Roberts, is actually presented also. And there's another colleague of mine, Winston, who's also going to present. So we are Africa's largest connectivity provider, looking at fixed fiber optic cable across the continent. The whole story of Cape to Cairo, I think you guys heard on Wednesday. And we also are building infrastructure across the continent, data centers, in order for us to actually be able to host different technologies, platforms, and also enable companies to actually work remotely, deploy solutions remotely. And we are actually betting a lot around startups because we believe with the infrastructure that I will showcase in this presentation, that startups are the ones that are really driving innovation, driving growth. And we see this from all parts of the world. Silicon Valley, you see this in the UK, Cambridge area, you see this in Shenzhen, you see this in Indonesia, you see this in India, that startups are the engines of some of these economies. And within the African continent, that is our biggest bet on how startups can leverage on the infrastructure we have built to develop digital products. And when I mean startups, I also mean people coming from a perspective of digital tech skills, developers, independent software vendors that are developing solutions for corporates. We all out there to support them, make sure we create that conducive environment, and also help them to scale through our presence across over 13 markets in Africa. But I'll share that as I present today.
Fantastic.
Great.
All right. Then I would suggest, please, take us into the depths of your talk and how startups can profit from the infrastructure and services offered by Liquid Telecom, which is luckily also a great partner for this conference. All right, Oswald, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, guys, for this opportunity, and welcome everyone who's listening in. And I hope that this couple of minutes, I'm going to take you through a journey of a strategy that we have developed in Liquid over the last 3 years, born out of some of the opportunities and challenges on our continent. And I would want to bring a bit of context in what it is that we really want to drive on the continent, and why we are betting a lot around startups and obviously leveraging on that infrastructure that we have built. Okay, just hold on. I'm trying to move my slides a bit. Okay, cool. So I think everyone in this audience understands what startups are: small companies, tech-driven companies, passionate individuals who are out there to challenge the norm, come up with new ideas, build on existing technology, address a problem, be addicted to addressing that problem and offering solutions. So this is a developer conference that we're in, and I do believe a number of individuals in this conference either are working for startups, working for big corporates, working for governments, freelancers, and all of these individuals have a vision around developing, creating a product, leveraging on technology, leveraging also on available skills, and leveraging also existing policies and frameworks across different countries. So some of the challenges that we have seen that affect this segment of startups, these entrepreneurs that we are very passionate about working with, are areas to do obviously with product market fit element. Whatever you're developing, is it addressing a problem? Is it unlocking an opportunity? I'll give an example of some opportunities on our continent. For those people who are creating solutions, either probably maybe in the agriculture sector, digital transformation and introducing technology in the largest industry on the continent, which employs 60% of the continent, $550 billion industry, we need to know that whatever you're developing, is it fitting a need on the continent? Is it about production? Is it about logistics, mechanization? Is it also about the whole idea of demarcation of land jurisdictions, which are very much a problem on the continent in terms of the resettling of people and ownership of land? So product market fit for us is an area where we find many startups are failing to identify that in order to unlock opportunities. The conversation of funding is a conversation that every startup probably that you speak to talks about funding challenges on the continent. So as we're looking at scaling up with our infrastructure and everything, these are the realities these startups face, that funding is a challenge. We have growth in VC investments on the continent, but I think more can be done from private sector, private equity, venture capital, market. Many people talk about Africa being a $1.2 billion market. But the question is, what is that target market that can really consume some of these products that we are developing digitally? There are a number of success stories on our continent today, startups that have scaled. However, we see that many technologies that have been introduced on the continent have been driven by either financial institutions, big banks, and also some smaller startups coming up. Or we see a lot in the mobile telephony space. The technologies that we enjoy on the continent have been brought by telcos who have invested extensively. However, the question of market is very important. Who are you targeting? Is it B2B, B2C? And can you really scale up? Are having a challenge in scale up. And as you build your products, are you building a product for South Africa, for Zimbabwe, or you're building a product for Africa? What does that mean from a data privacy, data storage, cloud computing infrastructure, connectivity? So all of those are areas that are challenging some of these startups as they build their solutions. Obviously, the softer issues come in very handy in many of these startups that we're seeing. Issues of mentorship, issues of having people with experience joining you, having technical expertise is another big challenge. We offering the right skills? Is it the right developer tools? Is it the new technologies, architectures, microservices? Are you using a lot of containerization? Are you using cognitive frameworks on different platforms? Are you leveraging on the cloud? So all of those technical expertise come in very handy. And there's an element of skills development that is very key for some of these startups as they build their solutions and address the challenges. Collaboration is also an area that we see which helps startups scale up. It could be collaboration in skills development, collaboration in funding, collaboration even in working spaces. There's a lot of infrastructure required also by these startups. Could be connectivity. How do you run a VPN across multiple countries to deploy your solutions? Where do you host those solutions, in the cloud or on-prem? And if it's data centers, do you have access to data centers across the continent where you can actually be able to deploy your solutions? So in summary, these are some of the challenges that motivate us, that make us wake up every day as we try to find solutions for these startups to build products, great products, scalable products, and also put money in their pockets and drive economic, social, political growth on our continent. So basically, what do we do at Liquid? So I had a team in Liquid which drives the strategy we have, which we define as innovation partnerships. This is all a strategy which is actually premised on the Sustainable Development Goals and how we drive digital innovation, leveraging on these Sustainable Development Goals and unlocking opportunities that create employment and also that drive entrepreneurship. Many of you guys might have heard about the SDGs. They cut across different industries, could be education, could be actually financial services, could be access to healthcare, could be access to food security through agriculture. So our thesis is if we can introduce digital technology, encourage startups to develop solutions to target some of those challenges that our continent faces and address these sustainable development goals, we'll definitely unlock opportunities. So we've been running this program since, and what we look at is how do you leverage on the Liquid infrastructure, could be connectivity, could be data centers, could be the cloud, and even the fact that we are in 13 countries. So is that whole idea of co-creation, co-selling, and also being able to carry a startup across multiple markets with the work that we do. And we do believe that the innovation ecosystem in Africa is the one that is going to bring some tectonic shift in to address some of the challenges that we have. And the key areas that we have put together in our package that we look at when we talk about startups is basically looking at how do we offer connectivity to the startups. Can we offer it subsidized, discounted, or can we go to those co-creation areas that startups hang out and also be able to offer them that element of support, and that support then enables them to be able to actually co-create together, jointly work together, and support each other as we scale up. So for us, those are some of the key areas that we are looking at. Another key area we're looking at is actually skills. How do we offer these nascent skills, AI, machine learning, IoT, cloud, game development, through the digital platforms that we've created from an infrastructure perspective, and help these guys scale up? And also with respect to cloud, how do we also then actually enable these guys to actually leverage on the cloud and build solutions on the cloud? Either we provide credits or we provide some technical expertise in developing on the cloud. Funding is an area we look at. Open innovation is what we do as a business, where we co-create, co-sell, and scale up. So during this presentation, I'm going to break down all of these areas and showcase to you guys what we have done and what we are doing, and also to unlock a debate, a conversation around us to say, is this enough? What more can we do? And how else can we support our startup scale, leveraging on obviously primarily our infrastructure and also from an ecosystem perspective. And you'll also realize that we work a lot with students, we work a lot with software developers, like I mentioned, startups, and also Africa is very much blessed with SMEs that actually want to be digitized. So we work with them as an opportunity to unlock digital transformation and also to scale them up in terms of adopting these technologies. So I just want to show you what Liquid as a business represents from an infrastructure perspective. So within our company, I'll start from the bottom up. So we've built a lot of infrastructure around connectivity, which looks at fixed LTE, Wi-Fi, satellite data, and fiber. So this enables the movement of data across the continent at a continental level. My colleague Ben, I think on Wednesday, shared more about our Cape to Cairo presence, what we have built on the continent. So that is probably the basis of how the whole infrastructure support for digital companies and startups actually starts from. Then the next layer looks at data centers. Right now, many African countries are now asking for data sovereignty. When you build a technology in Rwanda, you're supposed to store the data in Rwanda. And what it means is now you need localized infrastructure where you can actually be able to store your data, run your applications, and deploy within that market. The next layer you look at is the cloud computing layer, obviously, which is now sitting on top of some of this infrastructure, where we have got partnerships with Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, where we also offer express services of moving data across the continent efficiently from where you host your workloads and everything, and also being able to build solutions on that cloud. And on top of that, we then also talk about skills. When you have built your solution, are you building it with the future in mind? Are you applying AI capabilities, machine learning capabilities? Are you looking at blockchain? Are you looking at big data analytics? So there are a number of skills that now these developers and these startups require so that they can build globally competitive and scalable platforms. And we as Liquid have also developed a marketplace. So this is like an app store where you can then be able to upload your applications, and then we can then distribute and sell them across our markets so that at least you can actually be able to monetize your IP, and you can also be able to monetize your ideas and scale them up across the continent. We as Liquid have a lot of B2B customers, B2C customers, so we have unlocked value for some of the startups as they monetize their ideas. And those industries that I highlight are topical industries across our continent that actually can require digital solutions and require digital transformation. Agriculture, health tech, we're talking about edutech, fintech, govtech, government applications required, utilities and energy. These are areas where technology is required, and manufacturing and logistics. So this whole technology stack, infrastructure stack that we have as Liquid is what we are unlocking for some of these startups and corporates, and being able to do this at a pan-African level with 13 market presence and expanding is what we believe will scale these startups and put some value into the startups as they scale up. So I'll just take you through what we then call the Liquid Go Cloud program. So this is a startup-centric program that actually focuses on raising awareness, adoption, and the usage of cloud services. So what we believe is most of the startups that are being born now are defined as born in the cloud. So it's rare to see in this day and age a startup which is actually purchasing hardware to create an on-prem data center or a small computer room to provide access to store the data or run their applications. Most of the startups today are building products on the cloud. And as they build products on the cloud, it's important that for those who are at an early stage, that we evangelize and educate them about the capabilities of the cloud and what they can build from the cloud. And as they build these solutions from the cloud, we then also make sure that we integrate them into existing ecosystems, either of incubators or accelerators or university networks, where they can also increase their knowledge around how cloud can unlock the opportunity that they're looking for. If you look at when Facebook was created, it was very easy for Mark Zuckerberg to spin out Facebook because he did it in his dorm room. He didn't need a server room, but he just bought capacity on the cloud and then he uploaded his Facebook application, and up and running he was. So this is the vision that we have for African startups, that with our cloud, our data centers, our connectivity, we can be able to unlock that opportunity. And some of the industries that we look at as a vertical industry approach is obviously media and gaming. We're very passionate about playing games, and we believe that they steer creativity and actually is a growing industry. On-demand services have become topical. The Uber type services, the Airbnb type services, all those Uberizing tractors, Uberizing trucks. So there's an opportunity for startups to develop tech solutions in that space. Cybersecurity is very topical. We need people who can come up with solutions in that space. Wildlife and the environment. We are blessed with a massive continent, blessed with good flora and fauna across the continent, and we need to be able to preserve it. Technology can play a part. Mobile apps have become very key on our continent. 600 million people have mobile devices, about 200, 300 million, I think, have smartphones, and the number is growing. So the question becomes, how do we then develop solutions that are mobile-based, and then we can be able to address some challenges on the continent? Fintech. Many people are talking about e-commerce, they're talking about payment platforms. How do we enable the development of these applications leveraging on the cloud and scaling up across the continent? Data is the new oil, as they say. It is the oil that is moving. It is the fluidity that we see on our network is actually data. So all our network infrastructure nodes move data across different countries, different data centers from the cloud. So that's an area where we need now to say, how do we monetize that data, which is actually visible and present in our infrastructure, either for efficiencies, product development, and any other use cases. IoT is a very topical area today. How do we then build these sensor-based networks all over the continent to actually drive efficiency, build new products? So in this Go Cloud program, what we have done is we've identified over 500 startups across 20 African countries that we are working with. We run a lot of programs together with these startups, competition, hackathons, developer meetups, and we make sure that we capacitate them with skills, they understand our infrastructure. We also help them co-create products. We help them with cloud credits, technical support, GitHub kind of training, and also some GitHub enterprise credits. So there's a lot that we're doing with partners like Microsoft today in order to actually unlock this opportunity across the continent. So this is one area we're very proud of, because if you look at the 500 startups, if each startup can employ 10 people, we've created 5,000 jobs. So for us, like I said initially, it's about how do we also address our continental challenges of employment creation, of unlocking economies, creating value for some of these new startups. So as part of Go Cloud, there are some other interventions from an infrastructure perspective that we've looked at. So in Africa, most of the startups, because some of them might not afford to own an office, and maybe they don't have a garage to start from, so they end up coming to these innovation hubs and incubators across the continent. So we work with, there are over 614 tech incubators, co-working incubators, data maker spaces across the continent. And all of these ecosystems are becoming engines of growth and engines that are driving the startup ecosystem. And you can see the growth. Over the last 2-3 years, they've grown by probably over 100%. And this is testimony to the fact that we're seeing a growth and demand of in startups across the continent. And it's very important for us to be, as corporates, as people in the society, to support these ecosystems. And as we support these ecosystems, what becomes very important to our hubs offering is actually making sure that we support these communities and these ecosystems. So we've been providing discounted liquid connectivity to many of these hubs in different countries we operate. And this has actually enabled these guys also to save from their internet costs, number one. However, create an ecosystem that can then build products while sitting in these innovation hubs. And this is a very important piece to the whole long-term strategy around building these startups and making sure that they can scale up. So we continuously working with startups across the continent, and that existing environment, we also leverage on it for running programs, meetups, pitch events, training programs, because it's a well-known infrastructure that drives innovation and also collaboration. We are not leaving our students behind, because one of the things we've realized is there are a number of school dropouts that have gone out there in the world to set up some multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar companies. So universities in our global ecosystem is where the passion kicks off usually, and this is where the big idea is identified by the innovator, the startup founder. So we're actually looking also at driving skills within universities, but we are now looking at what we define as 21st century skills. These are the skills which look at areas like AI, machine learning, blockchain, so that at least these students can leave the university armed enough to go into either employment, entrepreneurship, or any other area of interest that they are looking for. And also research and innovation leveraging on our infrastructure is something that we believe assists in scaling that up. So we are working with a number of universities across the continent where we are actually driving the whole entrepreneurial agenda, the whole startup vision, and the whole idea of leveraging from our infrastructure to build products. So this is the 21C skills approach that we have. So we developed a digital platform where students can actually log in, access different courses, and be able to be certified by different partners that we have. So we've worked with Microsoft. We trained over 500 data scientists last year, and this was a very interesting setup for us. We are now moving into game development. Some guys are learning DevOps, cybersecurity. So it's that whole idea of migrating from brick and mortar into a setup that is digital, very compliant with the COVID environment, and being able to showcase skills development that then drive the startup to develop great products, scalable products, and actually be able to monetize it. So from a Liquid internal perspective, we have an open innovation strategy. So open innovation talks about how you can partner with an external digital company and work together with them to co-create, co-sell, and probably scale up and provide core fulfillment. So this whole journey of how we work with startups now, this is where we're now looking at saying they've built their product on our infrastructure. Now they need to make money as a startup. Because at the end of the day, no one wakes up not to create $1 at the end of the day. So these guys also need to survive and be sustainable. So for us, we offer reseller agreements. They can bring their technology, we resell it to our existing customers, they make a bit of money. We can also do JVs where we come together, we develop a product jointly, we agree revenue share models of how we can actually be able to monetize it. And in some cases, we have considered acquisitions. We've not done any, but we're at the stage where very soon we're going to be actually pumping some cash into some of these startups to see them grow. Because like I highlighted, the VC challenge in Africa is real, and we want to see how we as an entity can also contribute to that. So these are some of the startups that we've worked with and we're working with. Some of them have even co-created a product with us, that liquid M-Paper product. Zente is actually a Ugandan-based company. They're an e-commerce player. Raptor is big on AI, facial recognition stuff. We're working on some COVID cool applications in that area. Kukua is in the entertainment space, how to fuse education and entertainment. Fuzu, it's a recruitment platform, heavy on AI applications in terms of selection of talent and skills, looking at different data sources. Shape Health is looking at the health space based out of South Africa. So you can see that we've then even created partnerships with the startups. They leverage on our infrastructure, but the most important thing is we scale them up into revenue generating entities, because the more revenue they make, the more they can invest in scaling up, and the more they can invest in actually being able to build more products. So we've also struck some partnerships with different funding organizations. In Africa, as of 2018, I think that's when we crossed the $1 billion mark in terms of VC. This year, I think people are targeting between 1.5 and 2 billion. So there's an increase in VC investments on our continent, because VCs are very important to scale up startups. You can build the best product, but without proper VC support, you won't go far. So we've been partnering with some of these guys where we identify a startup that we're scaling and that we're supporting infrastructure-wise. Then these guys bring the working capital to scale up the startups. So this is a very important partnership for us, because it unlocks that opportunity of scaling up that innovation that these startups work with. So as I come to the end of my presentation now, you realize that for us, it's about this journey is not for us alone. We want to work with different partners across the continent. Our continent is huge. We have deployed infrastructure, but we believe that there are other players that will come in from different industries, different players in different countries that can come together with us so that we build this startup ecosystem and enable these startups to scale. We have provided infrastructure and we are continuously providing infrastructure, but it just does not end at infrastructure. It also needs other layers, could be market development, could be mentorship, could be financing. So there's a lot that we can do as a united African front, and also drive the conversation of accelerating, scaling our startups in order to create jobs, to address the sustainable development goals, and also actually put food on the table for a number of individuals on our continent. So guys, my presentation will end here. I'll welcome a lot of questions that might come from the floor, but I just thought maybe let me stimulate a conversation around how we are looking at scaling startups, how we've worked before, and also get some ideas, collaborations coming from the team. So thank you very much for this time.
Great presentation. Thank you so much, Oswald. Yeah, this initiative from Cape Town to Cairo, that is really interesting. And in regards to positioning of Mauritius being the remote island on the east side, do you see any aspects in regards that your efforts to go across Africa also does a little sidetrack to include a little island in the east?
So this map is just showing the terrestrial connectivity, but we actually have links that actually interconnect Mauritius, Madagascar, Seychelles. So there's different partnerships that we enter with other providers where we invest jointly in these undersea cables that link some parts of Mauritius and also Madagascar, Seychelles, and other islands. So we already having presence there. But in this map, I was just showcasing what the terrestrial links that we're looking at. But next time you'll see me, I'll definitely not forget that. So our headquarters as Liquid is actually in Mauritius and London. So we have presence in Mauritius at the moment.
That's great to know. Yeah. Good. In regards then to services and opportunities that you are going to offer or that you're offering to startups, what would be, are there certain requirements, some prerequisites that need to come up with, or are there some kind of application procedures that you are expecting from those startups? Can you please elaborate a little bit more on that?
So from an onboarding process, obviously there's a selection criteria that we use, and we have tried to gamify it in some cases. So I'll first of all speak on the criteria that we look at. Number one, we're looking primarily at individuals that are addressing obviously sustainable development goals. Are you talking about agriculture, fintech, entertainment, and that kind of stuff, education? So for us, once we understand that this is the vision the individual has, we look at the stage of the startup. So if it's an ideation stage, then we then take that startup and we introduce them to some of our partners who work on incubation and acceleration, right? And also some guys who probably look at how they can help a startup look at ideation. And when it moves to the next stage where they have a proof of concept, they've got a product they now want to develop, or they're now looking at actually building a team around that, then we then look at analyzing and saying, what is it that they require in terms of support? So the whole filtering process looks at the different stages of the startup. The most mature startups, there's a package that aligns with what they need. The ones that are probably early days, we also make sure that we provide them. The middle guys, we also make sure we give them either cloud credits, technical support, or we also then make sure that we connect them to the ecosystem. So the criteria basically is all centered around the first stage from ideation. Some come when they're already mature, and then we evaluate. And it's not like we have a fixed criteria to say we just will not do anything illegal or immoral that we won't do. But the rest of the stuff, whatever you're building, we will then provide you the infrastructure. So criteria-wise, you're in Africa, you're developing to solve sustainable development goals, and we believe that the product you're developing is scalable and can also create jobs and create economic impact. Then based on that, it's conversations that then happen with our team to actually help shape the idea and scale it up.
Cool, awesome.
Okay. Aditya, anything on your side?
Not really much, but I think that laying out the backbone of internet in Africa is really good, a great start, and I hope that more internet services are provided here in Africa, and most of them right now, a lot of it is geo-fenced, and we don't have access to it. But with robust internet, and I think more companies will come here and provide their services and not just keep them in Europe or America. No.
Yeah, actually, I think this geofencing and geo-restrictive situation is actually a pain point, I guess, at the moment. Are there any intentions, maybe then from Liquid Telecom as an infrastructure provider, also then to reach out to service providers like Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Google, to encourage them to open up their markets more into the African continent? Because I mean, if I look on my system, if I try to access something like YouTube TV or YouTube Music, it just tells me, sorry, your country is not part of that. And right now, it's not clear about what is the actual reason for that. If it's just political decision, is it eventually a matter of infrastructure that is not providing enough bandwidth? So is there a possibility that maybe Liquid Telecom can assist and improve certain service providers?
Thank you very much for that question. You know, one of the things that has happened over the last maybe 10, 15 years is we have seen a shift in some of these trends. So these big technology companies are actually increasingly investing in the African continent. We are the new growth frontier for some of these guys. And some of the things that we've also realized is actually that when you look at Microsoft has set up their cloud data centers, hyperscale data centers in South Africa. And we worked with them to set up that infrastructure on the continent. So in Africa, we now have our own resident cloud instances in Cape Town and in Johannesburg. So that was a huge investment from Microsoft to drive bringing down their infrastructure to the continent. Amazon is on its way to doing the same thing. They've now got a big developer team that is actually based out of Cape Town. I think it employs over 2,000 or so people that are actually building Amazon products on the continent. Guys like Netflix are now pushing some of their traffic, utilizing our infrastructure. Google, Facebook, Akamai, there are so many players that have now started looking at Africa as a big opportunity. So I think the trend is in the direction that is positive. We are going to see the unlocking of access to some services that probably have been restricted. It could be a matter of regulation. It could be a matter of payment platforms. It could be a matter of maybe resources for them to support. But I do believe that in the next 5 years, the conversations will definitely be in 24 to 36 months. I think these conversations will be more about how do we then even scale up, because access is now getting much available. We are now seeing people running Office 365, paying with local currency. They are accessing Netflix, paying with their local credit cards. We are waiting for Netflix to be paid for using mobile money. So all of those are maybe even startup opportunities of how do we integrate Netflix so that I can pay it with my mobile money account. So you find that the infrastructure we've built enables us to have people from outside Africa bringing their products onto the continent. However, let's not just make it a one-way traffic. What is it that we are also building, which is going to the American countries? Why can't we also build our Netflixes from here that push traffic that side? Because we have one-way traffic that only comes downloads from US into Africa. So as entrepreneurs who are attending this conference, that's a call to action to say, let's not just support one-way traffic. Amazon is great, but why can't we build our own stuff that we can also be able to push northwise? So for us, that infrastructure is enabling all those guys to come in with their products, push their services to us. We are consuming them. So there's a huge shift that we have seen. And this huge shift has been accelerated by this infrastructure that we have built.
Yes, indeed. I mean, right now, I get the feeling that if looking on Mauritius is that during the last 2-3 years, there are more services available, especially then in regards to IPTV. Netflix finally came to Mauritius based on the increase of bandwidth, that it is possible. Also, we see the development that edge servers and edge infrastructure is actually placed now on Mauritius. We've seen that Cloudflare put their Cloudflare DNS, the 1111 DNS is here. I think there are cache servers from Google that are now on the island, and there are other services coming. But I have to agree with you that right now we are in a phase of consummation, and I would also see the trend that it's also about local production, local content production that is then provided into the rest of the world, coming from the African continent, coming from the Indian Ocean islands. And I'm really looking forward to see the improvements in regards to the infrastructure, to see the improvements in the cooperations with those providers. There is more and more content being streamed out, being provided out of the African continent, whether it is the film industry in Nigeria, whether it is the gaming industry in South Africa, or even anybody that is at home producing their podcast, or like us right now, producing a virtual conference that can be viewed and attended globally.
Yeah.
And with that, Oswald, Jean-Marie, thank you so much for joining us and giving us this insight into the infrastructure of Liquid Telecom, the services that you're providing for startups, and the procedures about how you are actually supporting startups and how you get them on board in order then to improve their businesses, kick off their new ideas, and see that there's an overall increase of prosperity on the African continent. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you. Same to you. Enjoy. Have a great day.
Enjoy your day.
All right. So, Aditya, what was your take out of that?
It was a really interesting one. I mean, moving Africa to higher internet speeds, bigger bandwidth, and connecting every part of the continent, it's a major milestone for a company like Liquid Telecom. And I hope that we move again and we move up. And like you said, geofencing is not really an issue in the foreseeable future. I'm still waiting for Spotify. It's been more than 5-6 years for Spotify. And I hope that these services move over to Africa, and even us, we provide services to the world.
Yeah, indeed, because at the moment, if you want to consume these kind of services, there's only one standard answer, VPN. And I mean, why? I mean, this feels like cheating. This is like, pretending to be somewhere else in order then to be able to consume service. And it's absolutely intransparent why there are these limitations and restrictions, for example, for Mauritius. I really don't get it, but it seems to be common practice, and we can only hope that it's going to improve in the future. What I liked here with Oswald is also that actually he kind of showed the next layer of services that Liquid Telecom is offering compared to the session that we had on Wednesday by Ben, which was really completely into the physics of the infrastructure and the networks. So, I mean, it was a great addition. And I'm also looking forward. I think we're going to have then Winston on the call at 1 o'clock. And I'm really looking forward what is the next level about what Liquid Telecom as our conference partner is actually having in their bags, what they can offer. And with that, I think we are ready for another break.
Yeah, another break. We'll be back. Then, we'll be back for more cloud.
Who's going to talk next?
It will be Kubus from AWS. So we are still in the cloud topics.
All right, we're welcoming Kubus back into our calls. All right, audience, please stay tuned. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. And meanwhile, enjoy some videos from our partners.
Believe in our people, who believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail, and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Ticket and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. Believe in.
Hello, everybody on the stream. We are back for another round of interesting topics. Aditya, anything else about the previous talk that came to your mind during the break?
I just reflected on what they do for startups and how they empower them with credits or packages for internet services. And that's a really good thing. And I look forward to more startups using Liquid Telecom as their provider.
That's indeed a very good suggestion about the credits in regards to cloud computing, because I know Microsoft is giving you like $200 for the first 30 days. I just had a situation with Google Cloud. They give you $300 valid for 12 months. And actually, I'm curious about the situation with Amazon, because AWS, I think you can also apply for some extra credit, but maybe we invite our next speaker, which is Kobus Bernhard. He is an AWS Senior Developer Advocate for the Sub-Saharan Africa region. Couples, welcome on board. And do you have any feedback on the credits by Amazon AWS?
Yes, so we actually have a couple of mechanisms. It's not as simple, here's just, a dollar value for you to go play with. So we've got something called the free tier. So each of the services has got a specific portion of free tier, and it differs. Some, for example, Amazon EC2, which is virtual machines, allow you to run a T2 micro or T3 micro, either Linux or Windows, for 750 hours per month for free for the first 12 months. So you've got a 12-month window to run one server to play around with for free. Other services have a permanent free tier. So, for example, if you look at DynamoDB, the first 5 gigs that you install with it is free with certain configurations. So you've got those two options. So all of the servers have got a lot of different free tier options available to them that you can take a look at. And then also on the credits portion, we've actually got a program for startups called AWS Activate, where when the startup qualifies for that, they can get anything between $1,000 and $100,000 in AWS credits over 2 years, depending on what the needs and things are. So if you're in that scenario, definitely reach out to your account manager or reach out to AWS. We've got various, and that's just 2 of the ways. There are other programs as well. So there are a couple of ways you can actually do this.
That's awesome. Yeah. That's really great. All right, couples. Thank you for coming back. Your second turn during the Virtual Developers Conference. And after the fantastic session on Wednesday, what are you going to talk about now in your 1 hour slot?
Well, we're going to be talking about how things break and how to build things to not break, because that's quite important when you start building large distributed systems. So this talk is going to be on resiliency and availability design patterns for the cloud. Specifically focusing on how to do some API calls, timeouts for databases, scale your database, etc.
Awesome.
All right. Looking forward to it. Please, couples, the stage is yours.
Cool. Awesome. So like mentioned, my name is Chris Bernard. I'm not going to be doing my intro slide again. We can look at that from the previous video. And this deck has got a little bit more history than some of the other decks that I've done. So firstly, thank you to Adrian, who's on our team. He's the principal or a principal developer advocate, and he focuses on architecture and specifically chaos engineering. So literally how you break things and make sure that they survive that breaking. So this is one of his decks, and I actually use this one because it's such a fun, awesome deck to present, and there's so many fun bits in here that I want to share. But definitely give him a follow if you are interested in chaos engineering or want to learn more about it. He focuses on this, and he actually has got quite a lot of GitHub repos with some sample code, etc. to do that. But let's start off with understanding why systems that break are important to understand how they break. So when we start looking here, this is a short video clip with a system running, which is the roadway with the cars, and there is our user. And our user is about to make something or do something that we didn't quite expect. And this is a typical thing for users. They love to, use the system in a specific way. And what you can see over here is you can see the trouble coming, and whoopsie, not only is the user experiencing an issue, the entire system is down, because guess what? Those dividers are now blocking the traffic for everybody else. So the main message here from that video is that you need to understand that distributed systems are hard, where when you build a system in isolation, that isolated part might actually work well. But as soon as you start building up this more complex set of services together, you're going to have things that start failing. And what we want to do is we need to build systems and understand that they can and will fail in unpredictable. Just kidding, in unpredictable ways. So I just want to share this.
Shocker.
Yes, I did have to warn the organizers about this because Gunnar Grosch is also into chaos engineering, and he actually used this, but with a projector going into default mode, like no signal, and an organizer ran up to unplug his laptop. So we did organize and warn people beforehand. So yes, but point being is you have these kind of failures happening all the time. And as the CTO of Amazon.com says, failures are given and everything will eventually fail over time. So now that we know that things are going to fail the whole time, how do we go about, building for that and making sure that our systems at least stay up? Well, to do that, we need to start looking at what is resiliency and what do we mean by that? And one definition for it is the ability for a system to handle and eventually recover from unexpected conditions. Once again, this sounds but let me show you practically what this means with, once again, a video. Now, this video is going to start off with the system in a degraded mode or partial failure mode. And what we can see here is that the one wheel is broken. but the system is still running. It might not be running optimally, not as fast as it normally does, but it's still going. And while this is going, we figure out how to fix the system and patch it while it's running. And then at the end, once we've applied the patch and the fix, the system can go back to full capacity, but it never stopped working. It kept going. And that's what you want your systems to do. You want them to be degraded, not down. And that's the focus of today's talk, with a couple of tips and tricks on how to focus on that. So the question once again becomes, why do we build these resilient systems? Because on the one hand, it's nice to say, well, we want to keep the systems up. But on the other hand, there might be some bigger reasons you want to keep your systems up. And these are some numbers from reports. And the one that I want to highlight is the second column quickly. If you look there, reading the white part of the text, which says the cost per hour of a critical application failure, $500,000 to $1 million per hour. Now, granted, not all systems run at this scale in terms of cost, but now we can start thinking about, we want our systems to stay up. We can't afford systems to go down. For example, think stock trading systems. Imagine those systems go down or have mistakes. That's a lot of money. So let's get back to the question. How do we build resilient software systems? Well, often people think we just, work on the code a little bit better, spin up 2 copies and we're done. It's like, no. You need to think about this more. It's not just about the code. So let's quickly take a look at what the base building blocks and things are that you have to take into account when you want to build resilient systems. First part is understanding the underlying infrastructure. Where is my code running? What does that look like? Is it 1 building? Is it 2 buildings, 3 buildings, etc.? Then one layer up from that is, what does the network topology look like, and how is my data moving through this network, and where's my data stored? Because when you think about your network, as soon as you go past one physical box, you have the chance of having a network partition. So what happens when the network partitions? Because remember, everything fails, and it fails eventually. What happens when that happens? Then, now that you understand this, you build this into your application to have your application understand how to handle this infrastructure, as well as how the network behaves and all of that. And then the last one, which people often forget about, is that you have to spend time on the people to be able to practice and train and build things to be resilient. You don't just randomly say, okay, cool, well, my app is there, let's everybody go for the weekend and hope it stays up over the weekend. And when you combine all of that, that actually gives you effectively your recipe for a resilient system. So let's start digging into the details. Well, let's first talk about availability. Now, when you look at the definition for availability, you might have seen the middle definition, which is the normal operation time, so the time that the system was up over the total time that it was running. So that gives you a way to think about the total uptime. But a better way to think about that is to start looking at the MTBF, or the mean time before failure. Because once again, remember, everything fails. What's the mean time before something will fail? You will often have seen this on hard drives, the spinning ones, which say, listen, after the mean time before failure is 5 million hours. So given a typical hard drive, you have 5 million hours roughly until it fails. It can be a bit more, can be a bit less. But then what you want to measure is that you combine that with MTTR, which is the mean time to recovery or repair. And this is very, very important, because there's a subtle difference here. It's not just how long is my system up for, but it's also how quickly can I recover. Because think of it this way. Let's say you've got something that goes wrong in production that takes the system down for a millisecond, and it happens 50 times a day. Your users might not even notice that, because that recovery time is so short. Whereas, let's say it's something that takes down for 60 seconds, but only once a day. Your users will probably notice that hiccup, like click, 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 something's going on, it's not working. So once again, as with my previous talk, I'm going to give you some reading homework, which is please go read these 2 books. And for this talk, focus on the second one, which is Accelerate, because they do a lot of effort to define the scientific methods behind the questions that they ask to figure out which companies perform better and why they perform better, and then also share the insight of what does that actually mean and how do you go about doing that. So once again, if you have one takeaway from this talk, go buy those 2 books and read them. I actually have given out a few copies of Phoenix Project to people, so when I'm at conferences again one day, I'll probably have a copy to give to someone. So if you might get lucky that day. So let's talk about how do you keep things available. Well, one way is by doing running systems in parallel. And don't worry, this is the only equation inside this entire presentation. It's not a maths presentation. But what this means is that when you put more components in parallel, you reduce the amount of time that they are statistically likely to be down at the same time. Let's quickly look at that in detail. So let's say you've got sorry, the slide is a little bit mangled there. But basically the first block there is that it's got 2 nines, which is 99%. So this means that if you've got one copy of it running, 99% of the time it's up and running, which means you have 3 days and 15 hours of downtime a year. So 99% sounds good. 3 days does not sound good. So what this statistics tells us, if you run 2 of them in parallel, that immediately goes down to 4 nines, so 99.99, and that's down to 52 minutes. The third one takes you down to 31 seconds. So this is no fancy magic. It's literally just, instead of having one copy, you now have 3 copies running in parallel, and that's how you do it. So the lesson here is that component redundancy increases the availability significantly. And that's why when you look at the way that, for example, AWS builds our regions out, what we have is that we, inside a region, we have got 2 or more availability zones. The old ones we sometimes built with 2, but by default, we build them with 3 or more now. And just quickly, terminology, an availability zone consists of 1 or more data center. And what we do is we build these data centers a significant distance apart from each other for the availability zones. The reason is there might be a flood, there might be a power outage, etc. But they're still close enough to perform synchronous operations between the availability zones because they've got this very highly connected mesh network to actually do that. So why is this important? Well, let's quickly look at what typical architecture looks like when you build in the cloud. So let's say you're building your new service inside a region. You can make use of these 3 different availability zones to host your application. Because remember, I said everything can break and breaks over time. So at some point, there is a chance that an entire availability zone might go down. But if you build your application and architect it to run on 3 availability zones inside that region, you should be able to survive that. And this is what we're going to be looking at a little bit about that. So often what we see people saying is that this is great. I just saw you show a nice, worldview with regions all over the world. How about, we just do global architecture first? Well, let's quickly take a look at what the benefits there are. So let's say you launch your app inside the East Coast of the US. You build the app, it's a nice klein little app, it does well. You start getting some users inside the US, they use your app, it does well. Then what happens is at some point, someone starts talking about it and more people hear about it. Now you've got users inside Canada, you've got users inside South America. That's still fine because they're relatively close to the service, is slow for them, but not too bad yet. Then an international news agency picks up your app and more people start learning about it. And all of a sudden, all over the world, you have people kicked into your app. That is great, except that's called physics. There is a speed limit to light. Yes, it's very fast, but there's still a speed limit and the Earth is large. So there's a physical, how quickly can data go from East Coast US to, for example, Australia? And that can go up to 300 milliseconds or more, depending on the exact distance. Because remember, it's not a straight line. The cable goes somewhere on there, then down, around continents, those kind of things. So there's going to be latency. So how do we actually go ahead and improve the latency? Well, what often happens is that we say, okay, cool, we've got that app running in the US. That's great for our US, Canadian, and South American customers. But let's deploy a second version in Europe. Because guess what? Take the code closer to your end users. They can actually access the app a lot quicker. Now, why am I talking about this? We're talking about resiliency. We're not talking about how to globally scale your application effect if you build your applications correctly. So now let's go back down just into the US version. We've got 2 copies running, East Coast and West Coast. And we've got 4 services in total running inside our application. Now what starts happening is that people are happily using the app, and all of a sudden, that one service on the West Coast starts having issues, that one over there. And what this means is that because our app is now in a degraded state, it can't necessarily, it can't actually process that part, and it's a critical part of our systems. Well, if we designed it to be resilient, we could simply redirect traffic to not go to the US West, but start using the US East one. Now, this might not be optimal for those users. The app will feel a bit slower, especially let's say you take the example from the US versus Australia. The app is much slower, but the app is still up. And I can guarantee you a user might be annoyed that the app is slower, but they'll be a lot less happy with you if the app is completely down. So, sounds awesome. Sounds great, right? Question is, well, let's go global. Should we do it first? Should we go, just build globally? Because you just showed me regions globally should be easy, right? No. First, figure out and perfect your regional architecture. The reason for this is that you might have heard the term cascading failures. Because let's say you didn't have a good regional architecture, and now you've got spread across the world 7 copies of your app, and you can do this failover. So the first one fails because it can't handle the load. So you take all of that load, send it to the second one. Guess what? That one can't handle the load. Send that to the next one. So what happens is you've got this cascade failure. So always figure out how to handle failure inside the regional portion of your app first, and design for that and figure out how to handle that. So Let's talk a little bit more about that multi-availability zone architecture that I spoke about and how that makes your apps more resilient. So a typical web architecture that we see is that you've got an elastic load balancer with some web servers, application servers that serves the requests, and they connect to some kind of database. So this instance, what we did is we built our service to have got 3 instances, one in each of the availability zones. And we've got a database that has got a primary in the first zone and then a secondary in one of the other ones, a standby. Then what happens is, boom, disaster strikes. And disaster in this can be as severe as the lightning strike. So my first AWS outage back in, I think 2011, 2010 that I had to deal with was exactly this. One availability zone for Ireland went completely dark, as in boom, it's gone. And the reason was lightning had struck a specific part of the building that took out everything. So even the backup power and certain things were taken out. So entire availability zone is gone. So what happens in this case? Well, because we built this with resiliency in mind, our load balancer figures out, hey, listen, the instance isn't healthy. I'm not going to send the traffic anymore. Then the next step that happens is that our database realizes that, hey, listen, the primary database is no longer talking. So now we switch over to the failover, and now that one becomes the new primary. So the takeaway here is that when you build multi-availability architecture, it immediately enables you to do fault-tolerant applications, because like I just showed you, it'll just bring it up. And also the reason for that is that when that instance goes down, it'll come back up again, like I'll show you in a few seconds. And there are a couple of services you can use to do this easier. So the next part is autoscaling. Now, we are all very familiar with diagrams that look like this. You know, we're selling the cloud to you. You can scale up and down depending on your need, you know, following it. That's great. Once again, the talks about resiliency. How does this help us? Well, here's the interesting thing. Let's say you've got an application you want to keep up. Always run 2 copies of it, because you can create self-healing applications this way. So we have got 2 copies of our app running. For some reason, the first app goes ahead and dies, and it's before the load balancer figures out not to send traffic to it. Then what we do is we bring up a new copy of it, and the load balancer starts sending traffic to it. So run 2 copies, and that, or more than 1 copy at least, that allows you to get easy self-healing without a lot of work. Because remember, we want to have resilient apps, but we don't have 6 months to spend on doing it. So this is one easy way to actually get it to be more resilient. Then the next thing that is a good way to do that is by making use of the different responsibility models offered by the cloud to you. So what you can see over here is a whole bunch of AWS services. Don't worry, I'm not doing a sales pitch again. But what I want to drive home is if you look to the left, you'll see that you can start off, for example, with on-prem virtual machines. Now, that's a lot of responsibility. You need to worry about the data center, power to the data center, connectivity to the data center, access to the data center, then internally cooling, etc. You need people. Is everybody there today? Is someone sick, etc.? Then you have the physical machine. Who installs the operating system? Is it patched? Is it running? All of those things. Then only do you get to the virtual machine layer. Then you have to worry, is the virtual machine up? Then you get inside the VM. Is your application running, etc.? You take on a lot of responsibility. We look at some of the other cloud services available out there. If you look at something like Amazon Lambda, that allows you to run functions where the only thing that you are concerned about is the actual code that you write. And we as AWS take care of the rest. And you can see this in some cloud providers as well. It's like the balance between where do I take on the responsibility? And that's where the cloud value comes in, is like, don't worry about running servers, because at the end of the day, if you think about running a server, or example I usually use is, you're going to buy a car. Do you buy the car from vendor A instead of vendor B because vendor A was able to send those emails? You know, send them and receive them. They were really good at it. Those emails came in and they came out. It's like, no, that's table stakes. You need to be able to receive and send emails. Nobody cares if you can, if you've got a massive, interesting infrastructure. Better example is, for example, Airbnb. You want to book a room with them to stay over somewhere, or an entire house, but you don't care the infrastructure in the backend. You just want to use their service. So think about what it is that differentiates your service or application you're building. Why spend time on all these other things? So don't take on those responsible models, because remember, we've got teams of people that are specialists in those services to help it make it more resilient. So databases. Most people have some form of database at the bottom to actually store their data. And one of the most typical things that databases deal with is, for example, being able to scale. How do they deal with replication? And lastly, backups. So let's quickly dig into that. And Amazon.com actually had this issue way back in 2008-9. They'd reached the point where they could no longer scale vertically with the database systems that they had. So they went and did some research and actually wrote a white paper on what are the key value store that they want for initial database. It was called Dynamo. It's not Amazon Dynamo. It was the precursor to it. And there's if you want to read it, very interesting information in terms of the design considerations. But what came out of that is that when you're building in a distributed database for the cloud and also at cloud scale, it's slightly different. So things, for example, like being able to write an object from your application perspective. So I send a request saying, write this object, and I get an acknowledgement back. But in the background, the storage layer is actually intelligent enough to know the write to multiple different locations, including multiple availability zones. So single write, immediately it's replicated at least 3 times into different layers. Benefit with this as well, not only is the data now safer, is that when I access the data, there we go, sorry, bit of a lag, it's quicker, which means that I can access the data inside that one availability zone that I'm busy dealing with, because there is a local copy for it. And if you look at some of the throughput stats, and I know for Prime Day last year, the stats were actually quite impressive that came through. You can see that, yes, this database scales and it can actually handle a lot of things. So getting back to the responsibility model, choose a database that you know can scale. And with that, you can see that there are a lot of different database types available. So part of this is not just picking the one that you think is going to scale the right way. Trust me, you can make something that's scalable, not scale in a whole lot of different ways. But pick the right database. Spend some time figuring out what is the problem you're trying to solve, and then pick the database that is good for that problem. For example, graph databases, very good at finding relationships between different objects, for example, recommendation engines. You can do it in a relational database, but it's going to be a lot harder. So pick the right DB. That also, because you're not forcing it to operate in a way it's not supposed to, it makes your apps more resilient. So performance. How do we get our databases to perform better? The easiest one, which usually doesn't require too much application change, is separating your reads and your writes. So what you do is you've got your writes going to one primary database, and then you replicate that down into your read replicas. And the reason for this is that when you have this read-write separation, it means that you can run heavy real-time reports on that replicated data set without impacting your primary database as well. Because for those not familiar, when you do a select on a table, depending on the type of select you do, you normally, if it's small enough, it'll only lock up certain sections of the database if you are the most valid data. Because remember, there's always read-write contention, because you have to answer this question. Do I read the data right now, or do I do what's known as a dirty read of the data that when I started my read was there, but in the meantime, something might have written to it. So you've got that contention. So split it out and say, listen, we know that there was a slight delay on the data, but we read off the read replicas. That gives you a lot of headroom. Then we get to a point where that doesn't scale anymore. You need to scale your database some more. Start looking at database federation. And what you do here is similar to before. You've got your read and your writes split between the different nodes. Also split your databases. So one database handles your product database, and the other one, for example, your users. Benefit for this is that you can scale, for example, your product database before you scale your user database if it's hit with heavier load. So that allows you to scale where it's needed, and not say I have to scale every single database at the same time. So it's useful to split those two. Then also the last one to get even more out of your database, and this is specific to relational databases, because some of the NoSQL, which stands for not only SQL, databases do this for you by default if you define the partition key correctly, is to make use of database sharding. Now, what is a shard? A shard is where I take my data. For example, this is a terrible example, by the way, so I'm showing it. Don't shard on surnames, because surnames are not distributed evenly across the alphabet, unfortunately. But let's say that was the key that was evenly distributed. You would say A to F goes onto the first database, then G to P goes into the second one, etc. So what happens then is that when I want to try to write a reader record, it means that I do that calculation of which shard does it go to. Okay, send the request that way. Things to consider here, however, is that what do you do when your shards become overloaded and you need to reshard? So instead of doing thirds, we're now doing quarters, because we're adding an extra shard. Because remember, during that time, you need to move data between the nodes. So think about how you want to handle that if you do get to that, because that's also part of a resilient system, is thinking about future upgrades and in terms of load and how to upgrade and change the architecture. So now that we've got our data running and all of that, it is about time we start speaking a little bit about backups. Backups are important. Most people, would agree that you need to have backups. So usually here is where I take a pause and quickly ask the audience, please put up your hands if you've tested your backup in the last week, and then take a slow start giggling.
Yes, testing backups is more important than actually doing backups. Aditya,
so
you do backups?
Fun question. When last did you test your backup?
Well, it's about restoring it on a separate machine.
So the point here is normally when you ask people, have you tested your backup? Because remember, if you haven't tested it, it's not a backup. It doesn't exist. So what you can see is this often happens where we just do something small. We just make some small change to the system. All of a sudden, everything is down. And that's not a great feeling, especially if you figure out that your backup isn't working. And you can just go search for backup failures, and you'll find lots of examples of where it failed for large companies. Things like, for example, people not being able to restore the backup, or the backup file was actually empty, or there wasn't even a backup file. So that's terrible. You want to be this little guy where you say, we had the backups and they work. So once again, the point here is, A, you want to test your backups, and also make use of services that make backup easy for you. This is just one example. There are lots of different services that help you do your backups correctly and also help you test the backups. That's one way of securing your data. Another one is you can actually make use of built-in mechanisms in cloud providers to actually block accidental drops. So for example, in this case, it's an IAM policy that prevents you from dropping a database. And if you try and drop it, you'll get an error and it'll tell you, sorry, permission denied, you may not drop this table. You can even do it on SQL. You can write triggers, because remember, triggers actually all the SQL query runs. So you can do things like create a trigger that throws an error if you want to try and drop a database. And you can see there at the bottom that it says cannot delete, because that's the error message that we specified. So this is some easy ways that you can start building into your systems to make them more resilient, because at some point you're going to make a mistake. Classic example, me, second day of my very first job, I thought I was going to get fired because I was tasked with building out a query to find people abusing a sign-up bonus that we had in the system. So I wrote this query and I was proud of it. I mean, I was young, I knew everything, so I could solve any problem. So awesome query. So run the select version of it, and it brings the people, went to double check the data, showed it to the senior engineer I was working with, and he's like, this looks good. Cool, now go run it on production. So first hint here is second day, first time developer, don't give them production access on day two. All right. Second lesson I learned that day is that, and then it was very quick, which is a little bit odd because we had 500,000 people in the database. It also said that 500,000 rows affected. And that's when I realized like something went wrong. So it's that moment of panic where you sit there going like, what happened? And what had happened is that I had this perfect query. Remember when I ran the select? So I had the update version, update table set locked equal 1. Where? And I had selected only the first 4 rows. Update table set lock 1, nothing else. I'd locked everybody out of the database. So mad scramble to actually do that. So there are ways you can actually protect your database against that. One being, don't give new devs access to production. But what you want to do is you definitely want to practice and test recovery from those backups, because if you haven't tested it, it doesn't work. So let's talk a little bit about timeouts, backoffs, and retries. And this is another thing where people don't always realize how easy it is to make the app a little bit more resilient. So let's take a typical application where you've got a user and they are making some requests to your application, and your database starts getting a bit of load. So what actually happens when our database starts slowing down? Well, as we all know, we tend to have timeouts configured on different connections. So let's take a quick look at it. We've got some timeouts on the client side as well as on the backend side, but we didn't bother thinking about what the values are. We just use the defaults because we didn't have to before. So let's quickly look at exactly what happens. Well, user goes ahead and does a call. That creates an insert on the database. Database gets under load because it's trying to insert, for example, into an unindexed table. What does the user do? Because that connection is slow. The timeout on the back end, but is typically set to something like infinite. On the client side, it's set to 10 seconds. So that now creates some load on our database connection pool. Because guess what? That connection hangs from our application server to the database. From the user's perspective, it went away. So what does the user do? They start saying retry. Guess what that does? Creates another one. The database is still under load. It creates another one that starts hanging. And eventually what happens is the user keeps on clicking, because this is what users do. They don't think, maybe the backend is slow. Let me back off a little bit and wait for it. It's like, no, click, 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 click. We want to go at it now. So what then happens is that, let's say by the fourth one, all of a sudden what happens is when they now want to try is that we no longer have connections available in our connection pool. Because guess what? All of them are in use at the moment. So what's a better way to solve this? Well, when you look at, for example, languages, this is just an example of C#. The HTTP web request has got a config where you can set a timeout on it. So use it. Similarly, there are multiple places you can set timers. You can set them on a lot of the services or connections to databases. Let's say ORM, or for example, just the plain JDBC driver that you use to connect to your database, etc. You can also even set them inside the database itself. So there are multiple ways to set them with all of these things built into the language or system that you're using. And the last thing what you can do is you can, for example, also add some additional code to your application if it doesn't have that in, or if you've got a different timeout and want to stagger the different timeouts. So you can add them on the code level as well. So question here is, how else can we prevent this error? Because remember what happened there is that the user click, and did that. Now, let's say your database did go down and couldn't handle the load, and now it's back up again, but you had 50,000 users all sitting over there. Are we there yet? What will happen then, as soon as your database comes up, poof, it hits it again. So that's not a great scenario. So let's quickly look at how do we fix this? And the answer there is that we are going to use exponential backoff. What does that look like? Oh, this is, sorry, a little bit sad. My Windows doesn't seem to like my animations. But what happens is that a user, when you click, is aware of this exponential backup. And what it does is says that I click retry, it immediately does a retry. But then when I click it again, it waits 2 seconds. Click it again, 4 seconds, 8 seconds, 16 seconds. Because if the system hasn't responded yet, you know, we're going to wait and need to wait for it to get to actually catch up. What would happen in that scenario, which I had here with a lovely animation, is that those slow running inserts will start finishing and timing out and being resolved because they've got a timeout of 10 seconds. And then because you're only coming back in after 16 seconds, the database has had time to actually recover. Let's quickly see. Okay, so it's going to take them away. Cool. Sorry, this is, I normally present on Mac. This is Windows. So what happens is when those connections start going away, wow, it only wants certain ones. Well, like I said, everything fails every time, and this one is not planned. So apologies for that. It starts releasing the connections, and ultimately the request does go through. Now, once again, that sounds like this is a good way of doing it, right? Well, not quite. Let's bring in a little bit more, luckily not math, just statistics in terms of how it works. What you can see on the left is a scatter graph of these requests. So let's say you've got a whole bunch of people clicking and they like immediate retry, then 2, 4, 6, and 8 seconds. What you can see there is that because of that, the same backoff between every single client out there, they're going to be clustered around those second points. So there'll be a little bit before or after, depending on when the user clicked, if it's a busy site, but you'll see these clusters. And what that does is that your database is just recovering and then poof, slams it with 50,000 connections. You don't want that. So how you do and address that is by adding some jitter. And what jitter is by adding a random value, and I'll show you some code now. Because what happens there is it's at 2 seconds, and then what you do is you figure out the boundary to the next one, which is 4 seconds, and the previous one, which is 0 seconds. And you say, take 2 seconds and add a random amount to it. So it'll be spread out between that graph. And then what you get is a graph on the right, where you can see there, initially there's a lot of clustering because that period is short, but over time what happens is it's nicely spread out with different people retrying at different times. And you can do it with something as simple as this little bit of code that you can see over here. We'll leave it on for a moment. So that helps. Now we're talking about people hitting the retry button the whole time. So the next part that's important to understand to make a resilient system is to build your idempotent operations. And what we do here is that think of your banking system. Let's say you were at an ATM and you deposited money, 50 Rand, and for some reason there was a timeout, so you deposit again and again and again. And when you come back to it, it said, well, my balance didn't increase by 50, it increased by 200 or 1,000. That would be awesome for me as the end user, but it's probably not so awesome for the bank, and you don't want that kind of behavior. So what idempotent is that when you, for example, send a request to make a change, build your system in such a way that it knows that this change has already been submitted. For example, let's say when you submit a data update, you generate a UUID on the web tier, immediately respond with update in progress, here's your ID. And then what happens is the client can say, cool, use that ID to pull back and say, listen, are we there yet? Or when it does a new update, say, listen, this is the previous ID I want to update. And there are different ways around this. But think about how to make your system able to handle this, because retries will happen. People will double click on a button instead of single click, etc. And you don't have, like I said, the double balance increase type thing happening. So health checking. We all hopefully have heard of health checks where our load balancer checks is the instance or container or whatever it is we're running healthy, and can we send requests to it? So let's quickly take a look at architecture. So let's say, once again, typical system has got some auto-scaling groups and they have got services behind them, and they need to check, is this service healthy? Typically what happens is people build a health check that looks a little bit like this, which is, hey, instance, are you healthy? And the answer is either a yes or a no. The fun part there is that while that instance is healthy, downstream services might not be. Because let's say that request comes in again, but the database is down this time. That means that that instance says, yeah, everything is happy, but everything is not happy because it can't service requests. What do you need to do? Well, start building some deeper health checks. What these are is that the instance itself has the ability to assess whether or not downstream services are currently available or not. And what happens is when one of them does become unavailable that prevents the specific service from operating, you then push back upstream, creating back pressure, saying, I can't service this request, sorry. I'm up, but I can't service the request, which means that you don't keep creating this queue of services that wait. So this is great because it does help you with deep health checking to make sure that your system is operating as it should. But when the system is under load, these deep health checks do put additional load on the system. So what you want to do there is that you don't throw away the shallow health checks. You still use them. For example, ping checks, because remember, load balancers often use a ping check to say, is the instance up or not? So you need to be able to handle both, because when you are under load, maybe disable that deep health check just to be able to at least service some of the load and some of the request while you figure out what's wrong and how to fix it. Because if you don't, that might contribute to actually taking the entire system down. So now that we're in the part where, things are not going well, our system is under load, how do we actually make it go better? And this is where we start talking about shedding. And just quickly for our South African viewers, I'm not talking about our power outages that we have here in South Africa. What I'm talking about is that when we get a lot of requests on our application, where we can see that the latency on requests, the more requests we get, the higher the latency becomes, and at some point it's going to break. Now, the good news there is that's actually a very useful mechanism because we can set the client timeout on that. So at the moment, you can see there, once it reaches, it's about 145 milliseconds. We're going to start just timing out and rejecting it because that is a way to cheaply reject excess work. So let me visualize that a little bit better. If you look at this, is that below that line are the requests that are accepted, and past that point, any additional requests that we can't handle, let's say requests per second or transactions per second, TPS, will be immediately rejected because of the timeout. So that's an easy way to actually protect your system from completely failing. Because once again, remember, slightly down or degraded is better than completely down. Being down for 90% of your customers, being up for 90% of your customers and 10% down is much better than being down for 100% of your customers. But this metric is entirely dependent on what your system is. So this is latency. It might be something else. So what you need to do is be careful when selecting this metric, because it is different for everybody. It's not just, hey, latency works for every single person out there. So lessons learned here is that when you are looking at load shedding, rather start pessimistic and say, listen, let's set that timeout to shorter, because then what you can do is you can always increase it and figure out where that sweet spot is for your users. Whereas if you set it too high, once again, cascading failures, your entire system might be down instead of just being proportioned. So start pessimistic, increase it slowly. And also, like I said, figure out what the metric is that makes the most sense for you. Is it number of database connections? Is it API latency? It might be something else like literally number of people currently logged in, etc. And also try and use cached content. So make use of caching instead of trying to hit static content inside your database. So let's say you've got a product catalog. Instead of going database select, get the catalog, which only changes one time a day, figure out how you can cache this to be able to just hit that cache and go back, because then you don't even touch the database, which means less load on the database. And like I spoke about the ELB health checks, prioritizing those shallow ones when you are under load. And then also when you are in an overloaded situation, figure out how you can make the most out of it by shutting down anything you can that adds additional load to your system. For example, reporting, if it is adding load to your system, shut it down during that period because you need to get your customers back to using your system. So now we know a couple of ways to actually improve our system, but there's one more aspect which is a lot of fun and actually helps in a tremendous amount to actually increase resilience in systems. And that is by applying chaos engineering. Now, what is this? This is fire drills. Now, for those not familiar with a fire drill, this is where a company says, we're going to test what happens if a fire happens. Does everybody know where to run? Do they get out of the building quickly enough? Do they leave their laptops? Or do you have a person sitting there with noise cancelling earphones going, la-di-da, having a lot of fun, and supposedly the building is burning down? A fire drill is a controlled experiment. It's not a let's just drop production and see what happens thing. And there are a lot of tools are available out there. So you can look, for example, at Netflix's Simian Army. Now, this is quite a fun tool because how they started off with is they initially built Chaos Monkey. Now, what Chaos Monkey is a service that will pick a random EC2 instance inside one region, and it actually just goes and says terminate. So if you don't have a mechanism to bring up a replacement, that's what it's testing. Then they've got one up from that, which is Chaos Gorilla, which says one availability zone, everything gone. Can I actually survive an entire availability zone going? And then they took it a step further and they released Chaos Com, which is an entire region. So 3 zones or more, delete every single thing inside there and say cheers. Now, obviously, you're not going to start with Chaos Kong. You're going to start small and start building capabilities up. But this is how you start building that whole, can I switch from Europe to America in terms of the regions that I'm busy deploying in and running in? So what exactly is chaos engineering? Well, there's this definition, which is chaos engineering is the discipline of experimenting, very important, on a distributed system in order to build confidence in the system's capability to withstand turbulent conditions in productions. So think about that along with that auto-scaling group example we spoke about earlier. You should be able to test and delete one of the instances and see the auto-scaling group picking it back up, load balancer, send traffic again to it. Once again, personal history, this is one of the best ways I explained and showed people the value in automating the infrastructure because this allowed them to see that if something goes wrong, we can just replace the instance. It's not a problem at all. So think about that. And then also you want to figure out how to do your failure injection. But once again, start small and build confidence. These are some more tools that you can look at how to actually do that and make it better. And also do different types of tests, not just the network is breaking. Do things like the CPU is slow, the memory is full, there's network latency. Don't just go network is off or on, but the network is slow, it's dropping packets, etc. And how you go about doing that is you use this cycle where you start saying, listen, start up with a steady state. My system is up and running, it's healthy, it's happy. Then you start off by defining a hypothesis. If I remove an EC2 instance that is an auto-scaling group, it'll replace it and the load balancer will be able to recover. Then run the experiment, delete. Then verify, did it come back up? Yes, we're good, so we know this works. Or, oh crap, it doesn't because our deployment doesn't work, something else went wrong. Think back to those AMI images that I showed you in the previous talk where there might be a new version, all of a sudden my app doesn't work with a new base package anymore. Then you go about fixing it, and there are ways to do it. And then you just keep looping the cycles. Every time you start seeing, okay, where's the part where we need to focus on? And in terms of what to focus on, I can guarantee you, speak to the developers and ask them what one system, if it breaks, we are screwed. They will point to one, I can guarantee you that, or to 2 or 3. Start focusing and thinking how you can make those more resilient. And with that, thank you very much. Contact details are on the screen. If you do have any questions or follow-ups on this, please feel free to reach out either on Twitter or on LinkedIn. And also, like I said, those details, and I'm sure the deck will be shared with you, Adrian Hornsby and Gunnar Grosch, definitely give them a follow if you are interested in chaos engineering. Thanks.
All right, amazing talk and lots of considerations when you build up your systems. And I really love this classic questions about the backup because, I mean, quite frankly, it's a Schrödinger's backup. It's there and it's not there. You don't know until you tested it and restored it. Otherwise, it doesn't exist. I mean, that's really a very good analogy as well. Yeah, I mean, what can people do in regards to improving the aspects of resiliency and scaling their systems? I mean, do you think it's already about the mindset and taking this forward then within the company in regards to the product development? Has it an impact already during the development of services in a company?
I'd say that there are 2 parts to that. The first part is creating awareness, because often when you think about it, for example, using timeouts to prevent your system from overloading. Not many people have thought about it in detail, but take that and go speak to the business side and explain to them, listen, we need to start thinking about how we want to make our systems more resilient for when they'll break. So we want to be doing experiments, and we need to think about the different things that are important. When something breaks and we have to make a hard trade-off between A and B, which one do you think, because it's an absolute trade-off, A or B, for example, force them to say, which one of the 2 would they prefer to make them aware of it. And then you go for the easy fixes first, like the timeouts, the database backups, the using auto-scaling groups to make sure your app stays up. And what you do is always involve the business side as well and show them saying, listen, today we're going to do a fire drill. We did the following work. Come sit with us and watch. Look, we're testing. look, we can lose a couple of instances, that site stays up. It's a bit slow, but it stays up. That's great, because then they will buy into that, because you need to buy in. It doesn't just help and say, listen, we're doing things without them knowing.
Yep, indeed. Aditya?
Yeah, so a very cool presentation, and I would just like to ask you a simple question about how do we deal, like if we're using Kubernetes to scale up and down, and in relation to like small project, how does AWS and your services, well, simplify lives for system engineers?
Okay, so first bit of advice there, you said Kubernetes along with small system in the same sentence. So my first bit of advice is don't use Kubernetes. The reason is, remember, Kubernetes solves a specific problem. It's normally large distributed systems, and it is very complex. So that's my first bit of advice. Secondly, in terms of the scaling, remember, scaling is a complex topic. It's not just about, for example, in Kubernetes, can I spin up more pods or not? It's, do I have enough capacity? Do I have enough capacity on a single node to do it? Scaling up tends to be add more capacity, spin up more services, fairly easy to handle with. But scaling down tends to be slightly more complex in terms of how do I move something off this host that I now want to scale down to, and where do I put them, and adds load on the other side that could potentially break things. So that's a little bit more complex. Now, the last bit of the question is, how specifically does AWS help you with this? Well, there's one service that actually helps quite a lot, which is AWS Fargate, that allows you to run containers without the underlying host. So you say, please run this container with 2 gigs of RAM and 1 virtual CPU, and I want 3 copies of it. And now we've built that into EKS, which is our Elastic Kubernetes service. So you don't have to do the base capacity. When you spin up your pods, you spin them up as Fargate instances, and that has got that specific compute. So there's no longer the consideration of, do I have enough capacity? Because you just say, spin up X, and it spins up. You spin it down, it only spins down that pod one at a time. So that goes down. So that's one way.
Okay. Thank you very much. And questions
All right.
from me, I think that's all.
That's great. That's really great. And I also got a few ideas. I was actually quite taken by the introduction of jittering into the handling for the database connections or the connections itself. So I definitely have to look into that, because I mean, having this flexible handling, when you mentioned it, it was like, this reminds me a little bit about Anacron on Linux systems, that you can actually have repetitive tasks, but with a flexible time frame, so that you don't run the same or multiple processes always at the same time, but you give it some offsets, so that you get this kind of random effect, and that it doesn't look too repetitive, even that it's the same task, but they're happening on different times. And I think introducing jitter into this connection handling is definitely a big and, to my opinion, also easy modification to improve the resilience on this part of the application.
No, definitely. I mean, one other thing I quick want to throw out before we end the session is that look at the AWS or Amazon Builders Library. These are a set of articles by our principal and distinguished engineers about the things we learned along the way, like how do you do capacity management? How do you do with rolling deployments and roll them out? The lessons we've learned. So very, very awesome to go read about just how do you do things at scale. And it's not AWS specific, it's general software development things that we learned.
All right. That's great, and I think that's a fantastic closing note. Cobus, again, thank you so much for your time, for your effort delivering this talk to us. I'm really looking forward to hopefully welcome you in one of the future events that we have here in Mauritius. And with that, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day, maybe tuning into a couple of other sessions, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you very much for having me.
Bye.
Pleasure.
Cool. Bye.
Wow, that was again lots and lots of information.
Exactly. Yeah. AWS is a pretty big. I think that they have over 50 services, and keeping up with each of them is really tedious. And with Kubus explaining how to scale up things and down, designing, preparing for failures, which is a big part of designing a system. I think it was a really interesting session from him.
Yeah, definitely. If I'm not mistaken, I think actually LSL, La Sentinelle, you guys are actually operating on Amazon cloud services?
We have some services operating on Amazon, and we are moving some locally because most of our audience are local, so to get the latency down and all, we're working on that.
Definitely. Okay, great. The audience, we are going to be off for a quick break. Please stay on the line, stay on the stream. And we're going to be back with a session by Winston Ritson, which I personally met last year at one of the events at one of the hotels here in Mauritius. Really nice guy to talk to. And we are looking into the aspects of cloud connectivity. So take a break and see you at 1 o'clock.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Ticket and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
Hello, everybody. We are back in the afternoon of the Virtual Developers Conference. It's Friday. It's the third day. We had a lot of talks already. I had a look, I had a peek in the other streams. It's amazing topics that are going around. And I'm still not over the previous talk. Aditya, do you test your backups, or who is responsible for that?
First, no, I do not test my backups. I just make them and leave them. But right now, as from now, I will be testing them.
All right. So
I think it's really important to test those backups, because if I had backup an already failing system, then it has no point.
Exactly.
How about you?
I mean, for me, it's pretty simple. I do the backups, and the first thing that I do, I restore them on a fresh system. It's like, you can just take a virtual machine, either local or even in the cloud. I restore the backup fully or even partially, that I can access my files in order to see that the backup is actually usable. Only then it's a backup, because otherwise it's like Schrödinger's cat. You don't know if it's dead or alive. And hopefully it's better it's alive than dead. Okay, moving on. We have our next guest in the line on the stream, Winston Ritson from Liquid Telecom. He is the group head of cloud services. Welcome, Winston. How are you?
Thank you. I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Doing great.
In this uncertain time, at least you guys are pretty free over there in Mauritius. I think the rest of the world is a severe lockdown. But
Yeah,
good
indeed.
to be on and good to join you guys.
Indeed. We are really pretty lucky. You can say that with the small real estate and the low number of the population and the remote location, by closing down the borders, we could really isolate ourselves very quickly and get the numbers of active cases down really fast. But the rest of the world still is connecting to us. And I mean, we need to see, hopefully, that the borders are opening up. And I mean, last time we met, when was it? August last year? I mean, nobody would have imagined about this current situation. It feels like, a little bit craziness going on, the world being upside down. And it would have been so great to have you guys over in Mauritius at the physical event that was planned for April and things like that. But wow, crazy times.
Correct, yeah, if only. It would have been amazing to be there with you guys.
Yeah, it's also great to have Liquid Telecom as a partner and sponsor of the conference. Thank you so much for that. And again, I mean, I'm really looking forward, let's say maybe next year then, if the borders going up, if the health issues and things going better with COVID, that we can shake hands, that we can maybe have a cocktail in the evenings for the happy hour. And with that, I would suggest that we pick up the topic of connectivity in the cloud, and we hand it over to you.
Thank you, and welcome everyone. Thank you for having me. So, cloud connectivity, I think it's a little bit of a mixed one when it comes to a developer conference. So everyone dealing with, writing code, utilizing the cloud, all the fun stuff that everyone really likes to talk about. And at about now, we're going to descend and get into the nuts and bolts that sit below it. So cloud connectivity, I've said it started with love. And the real reason is quite simple. It harks back to when we started to communicate over the wire. And I actually found this fact when I was looking up information for this presentation. I thought it's been over 300 years that people have basically communicated over the wire. And with the tin can telephone, I'm sure we're all aware from our childhood, it was basically a mechanical acoustic device. You spoke and the vibration traveled along the string and, it's echoed in the next tin and the person heard. So over the last 300 years, what really has changed? We've sort of moved from a string to a copper wire, to microwave. Now we're on fiber. And the interesting thing, or second interesting fact with this is it was known as the lover's telephone. So I think that is such a great name. And, you know, as developers, people love what they do. So I think connectivity really should form part of that, should be part of what you love to do. But what does it look like today? And where are we as Africa? Where is connectivity going? But in order to set that context, I wanted to take us a little ways back to 2012. About 8 years ago, even though in my head it seems fairly recent, all of Africa routed its traffic back primarily to links, which is the London Internet Exchange. And that is where we found the internet as Africa. There was very little traffic moving between our borders. And I know Mauritius is not on this map, but it suffered from very much the same issues. That for us to route traffic, we have to go back to Europe. It also provided a financial disservice, especially to landlocked countries, where it was very expensive to get to the internet. But what it did do is it reduced latency by about 50%, because we moved from fiber, especially along the coast. We moved from VSAT to fiber, especially along the coast. But if we're going to call it landlocked countries, a lot of them predominantly remained on VSAT. So that was the internet as we knew it 8 years ago. So what has happened in the time since then? Basically is the hyperscalers have pushed big on cloud. The hyperscalers have realized that the cloud residing in these mega exchange points is no longer good enough. The advantage they need over their competitors is low latency. They need to distribute their hyperscale cloud across borders, across regions, and across territories. So whilst the rest of the world, if we look at the blue dots from telegeography, the blue dots represents the presence of hyperscalers. This is not one specific one, it's just the presence of hyperscalers. And I'm sure we all know it's the Microsofts, Googles, Alibabas, Amazons of this world. So they have made a tremendous investment in what were the traditional internet exchange points. So all our traffic used to go back to Europe. What happened as a side effect of that is the hyperscalers invested there. But as of last year, we've seen a massive move in Africa. So Microsoft was the first mover. They invested in 2 data centers, one in Cape Town, one in Johannesburg. Amazon is coming online this year. What is the effect of that? The effect of that means traffic starts to be localized. And localized traffic starts to change that map into something like this, where what we're getting is a meshed terrestrial internet. And this is looking towards 2022. This is not as it works currently, but looking towards 2022. It starts to be a meshed internet. That means as a developer providing an application, whether it be for the public user or an enterprise, you can start to trust the redundancy that is built into the terrestrial network. This is at a physical layer, not even logically. We can start to offer services that may be limited because of regulation. So a lot of services that you might build, especially for financial, health, services that require storage of citizens' data need to be hosted locally. So the side effect of that is we're starting to see a lot of investment into what is in essence a terrestrial internet. We're starting to also see decreased interest in internet exchange points, because without a data center as part of the exchange point, there almost is no value in swapping traffic for the sake of swapping traffic. People want to swap traffic at a place where they can also pick up a lot of traffic. But the next question we have to ask is, will the content and traffic be there to support this. So we have to trust everyone on this call that they will build out the traffic. Now getting into what is cloud networking? What does it look like? Is it a misnomer, or is it actually something that as developers you can get your teeth into, and you can get a competitive advantage over other developers, and you can also offer a service for your customers that they might not be able to get elsewhere. So why are we going down this cloud connectivity route, and what is the point and purpose of it? What we've seen is, as the demand for localized services have grown, we also see that there is increased investment for cloud infrastructure at the edge of the network. And the edge of the network here, we could correct that to larger traffic aggregation points that are country specific. And what I mean by that is where the data centers are in country is where we're starting to see traffic aggregate. And these localized cloud services are being pushed primarily by regulation and by user experience. These include services like CDNs that make it appear to the user like the traffic is quite local, because one of the things that users expect is extremely low latency. And in order to achieve that, there's a certain amount of physics you cannot get over, i.e. the speed light takes to travel over the wire. What we've seen in addition to that localized cloud on-ramp services is the hyperscalers now understand this. The hyperscalers are saying, we have these massive networks. If you remember the global map that I had up earlier on, with all these nodes across the world, they're understanding that they have a service that they can onward sell, both to developers like yourselves and to enterprises that are looking for either an advantage if they're traders or those sort of businesses, or even the possibility of being a far better user experience for the end users. So what is cloud networking? What we've defined it as is hosting some or all of your network resources in a cloud, whether that cloud is public or private. So these could be things like routers, traffic managers, virtual firewalls, network management software, or even just using the network as a bridge for your enterprise software, much like a VPN. So there's two real types we see. It's cloud-enabled networking or cloud-based networking. So I'll get into trying to explain the difference between those two, but we need to remember that you can use the cloud to build an enterprise network. So this is a stat from IDC that 82% of surveyed organizations say their ability to migrate apps is hindered by the increased complexity of their network infrastructure. So if you're doing a lot of work for enterprises, typically what you'd find is very complicated firewall rules, very, very complicated MPLS networks or VPN infrastructure, and sometimes proxies in place that people might not know how they work in conjunction with the firewall. You might even get network infrastructure where there is no single sign-on or authentication mechanism, where the user has to be authenticated against the proxy, and then a different set of authentication for the firewall, and then possibly a third set of authentication for the application that they're trying to reach. The next problem with that is how to control users when they're outside the network, because the entire network design was built for a network where people are based at the office. So what has to happen is how to simplify this journey for enterprises to make sure that they can see the journey to the cloud not as a complex issue that they need to solve, but rather a way to get additional efficiency, increase user satisfaction, and drive adoption of their products to sell more and to make their customers happy. But what do we need to think about when we're designing these sort of networks? So the first things we need to think about are the users. So there's typically, before COVID, I suppose, now with COVID, there is the branch employees, at least in the rest of the world, there's not so many of them. But we do have remote employees and branch employees. And both those sets of users need to access the data in exactly the same way. They need to not have any hindrance or showstoppers or roadblocks to accessing their data. The way that they access the data has to move towards the internet as a network. So the internet has to serve as the wide area network for the users. So enterprises need to move towards this place where they trust the internet as much as they trust their access network, whether it's a Wi-Fi or cable network. They have to have the same level of trust between the two, because you want users to be productive, whether they're at home or sitting at their desk. And I think COVID has exposed a lot of this, where businesses were not set up to use the internet as a network. They were set up to use VPNs with VPN concentrators based in their server room or rack somewhere. And typically what we've seen is those devices either ran out of hardware capacity, ran out of license capacity, or just were not fit for purpose. The next problem you had was enterprises had scoped out their access, as in their connectivity capacity, based on having everyone work at the office. So the ingress or the capacity going into the VPN concentrator was quite low. Now what they had to do was invert that. So what used to be 100 meg pipe to the internet had to now become 100 meg pipe back to the business. This created many, many problems. So the next reference point that needs to be thought about is, do you need a CDN in this network design? And will you be going multi-cloud or a single cloud offering? And the real difference here is you typically go CDN if you're going to have end users or customers accessing an application in a distributed territory or geography, because you want it to be as quick as possible for them. And then multi-cloud depends on how resilient your application is or how low you want your latency to be. If your users, for example, if you are in South Africa, Azure is there, but your other providers, hyperscalers, are not in country. And then the final piece of the puzzle that has to be thought about is the content origin. So where is that content being hosted? And is it directly on the internet, i.e. publicly accessible to everyone, or is it an enterprise application that you have built, or a software as a service application that you've built as a company in conjunction with someone? So thinking through all these points is how you come to a cloud connectivity strategy. Now, going back to the original point of cloud-based versus cloud-enabled networking, with cloud-enabled, what we're doing is the core infrastructure remains on-prem. But what we've done is we've outsourced to the cloud network management, monitoring, and maintenance. So a good example, for example, is SaaS-based firewall to protect an on-premise network. This could be used by a company that has branches in multiple locations and want to simplify the management of that. So that is cloud-enabled networking. And this is the first step into your full-on cloud networking. So what we want to do for businesses is move them through a full on-premise network to a cloud-enabled network into a cloud-based network where the entire network is hosted in the cloud. And this, for businesses that had made this leap already, the work from home issue was a non-event. They really didn't have a problem because everything was in the cloud. If they needed a VPN concentrator, traffic management, all that sort of stuff was in the cloud. So their network infrastructure was elastic. It was not fixed. They didn't run into, the capacity constraints that on-premise or cloud-enabled networking architects did have. So the end goal is cloud-based networking, where everything is designed to run in the cloud. So typical pushback to this is, it's going to be expensive to do with my legacy infrastructure. But if you architect it right, so this is a Zayo statistic, if you architect it right, it can actually be cheaper. So if you are just accessing over public internet, egress fees at times, depending on your type of application, it can cost up to 9 cents a gig. But if you've got direct connection egress fees, so you're using a service like ExpressRoute or Direct Connect from Amazon or Fast Connect from Oracle, you can reduce the cost substantially. And so the only caveat here is it is not a one-size-fits-all. So if you're going to go the ExpressRoute, Direct Connect, Fast Connect avenue, as it's typically suitable for larger enterprises that are moving quite a bit of volume over the internet. If you have an app that is not moving a lot, you can do a lot of other savings with the applications and the services that are available out of the cloud. So that is to counter the whole cost discussion, especially when you're dealing with the larger enterprises. But now to a little bit of what does that look like, that one cloud, one network. If you are an Amazon individual, you would have seen this. And basically it's using the Amazon network to access through a private gateway, an endpoint, and you start to leverage their network to ensure that you've got high redundancy. Because typically the weakest point is the network at the customer's premise. And the reason is very simple. It is the least invested part of the entire infrastructure. A hyperscaler's environment is costing millions or billions of dollars. The service provider's network is costing millions of dollars. And the fiber that runs to the enterprise is maybe thousands of dollars. So just laying that out, you can see exactly why there's typically issues in the customer last mile. And we need to extend our thinking when we're looking at cloud connectivity to see it in many ways. So we need to remember that we can use the connectivity to connect to the cloud. So from your premise or the customer's premise or your home to the cloud, whoever that is, Amazon, AWS, Azure, within or between clouds. So if you're running either multi-cloud or you're using multiple regions of a provider's cloud, you can run traffic between those clouds. And what we're starting to see come up is the last piece of the puzzle, which is using the cloud as an enterprise network. And what has happened here is the hyperscalers have invested a lot of money into their infrastructure. So the hyperscale data centers have got great connectivity between them. Typically, it's over-dimensioned. So what they've realized is they've got a lot of excess capacity, and there are enterprises that need to connect between A and B. But the biggest challenge that has happened is if you have an enterprise that has a headquarters in Mauritius, a branch office in Joburg, another branch office in Nairobi, and they want a secure connection between all three locations, is trying to sew those together across multiple providers. So you get ISP A, ISP B, ISP C, ISP D, all of a sudden something breaks. Everyone blames everyone. How do you get to the bottom of that? That then becomes a problem. So what the hyperscalers have realized is, come to us, we will carry your traffic across our backbone and drop it off at the nearest data center to your location. So to give an example, Microsoft have 165 locations across the world where you can do that. So you can create an end-to-end connection for their offices using the cloud network. So this is one advantage, I think, if you designing for those scale of companies. So what are the real benefits? Typically, it's lower latency. Over the public internet, it fluctuates because what happens is there will be a cost decision made if a circuit goes down, and what might be high priority for your customer gets impacted. Cloud connectivity allows dedicated network performance. This ensures that the cause or the user experience is always optimal. You design it accordingly, spec it out accordingly, and it stays exactly the same way. The next part of that is the security of that network. It is not good enough to just run over the cloud for some applications and have public access everywhere. What you want to do is to encrypt, tunnel that from the customer's endpoint through the provider, through onto your hyperscaler, and terminating on the cloud resources that the customer has provisioned. So security is also equally important, especially if you're dealing with services like financial services and those sort of organizations. So what is the sort of USP and why is Liquid really interested and why are we mentioning this? I think this really simplifies it. At the end of the day, as a provider or developer, you'd like a single location or provider to get into and to carry you to whichever hyperscaler you're using. So if you're going multi-cloud, we want to go multi-connectivity for your end user. You just buy a single virtual circuit and you terminate on whoever you wish to terminate on. That really needs to be the end goal, because your lives shouldn't be about focusing on the connectivity, uptime, and the issues around it. We just need to build a highway for you and you go wherever you wish to go. So I've given a lot of abstract examples and just wanted to get into a little bit of what you can sort of do. A lot of this is very much Microsoft focused. You've got VNets connecting through a virtual WAN, and you can then have your remote users, your branch, your HQ, all connecting back through the hyperscaler's cloud. This simplifies the architecture for you. And as a developer, all you need to say is you need a site-to-site VPN using the cloud, and away you go. You don't need to now get into arguments with the cloud provider or the connectivity provider if you've got multiple of them across the different branches. So I know branch A might only be able to get a 2 meg link, branch B might be able to get a 10 meg link, and all those challenges that are associated with that. So this is really the simple high-level overview. But if we dig a little deeper, what does that look like from a cloud networking perspective on what you can get? And speaking very much to Azure, because they are the hyperscaler who's on-prem at the moment. In Africa, you can get Azure DNS. So that's, hosting service for DNS domains using Microsoft. So you don't have to build out your own infrastructure. Bastion, which is, PaaS service. So you run it inside your virtual network and allows RDP and SSH for your machines that are in the Azure portal. The Azure peering service, which allows you stuff like using the hyperscaler's network to get from one side to the other side. You've also got a whole list of application protection services, DDoS, web application firewalls, and all those sort of services. You've also got application delivery services to make sure that the application is delivered in the way that you'd like. These could be CDNs, traffic managers, firewalls. So there's a whole lot to cloud networking. It's not as simple as just moving a byte from A to B. It's also ensuring that it's the right byte. You haven't been hacked. The byte itself is arriving on time and when you expect it. So I think the final sort of slide is we have invested in 4 Azure stacks on continent. We also exploring the opportunity of investing a stack in Mauritius. So for those who are not aware, an Azure stack is, so there's multiples. Yeah, you can get Azure Stack Hub, HCI, etc. The idea with Azure Stack is you're running the same underlying cloud infrastructure as the big Azure, and that allows you to develop your apps either in big Azure and deploy them on Azure Stack, or vice versa. It also allows, if you need your cloud to be certified in a specific way for whatever regulations, whether it's PCI, the cloud itself is certified. It's not homegrown. It's none of those things. So it would be interesting to hear if there is demand for that, because we'd love to deploy one in Mauritius. And then finally, yeah, we are local. Liquid Telecom is an African company, and we are looking to empower businesses and developers across Africa. We are multi-cloud, we cloud agnostic, and we also focus on cloud connectivity. So thank you very much for your time this morning, and welcome for any questions.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the details and the overview. Yeah, I mean, it's impressive about having this possibility about the abstracted service. So, I mean, if you're in Azure, if you're into AWS, but you need to have this cross intersection, I think this is really a good idea, working with you guys to see about what are the possibilities.
Yeah, actually, we have a few questions, so that you can.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. One of them was, do you have any plans about for the hyperscale data centers? What are the plans actually in the SSA region, sub-Saharan region?
So do we have any plans for hyperscale data centers in?
The sub-Saharan region.
Okay, the sub-Saharan region. Okay. So as Liquid Telecom, we operate data centers through our sister company, Africa Data Centers. So we've got data centers in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Kenya, and a few other locations. But what we've also made the investment is on the Azure stacks. And I think this really speaks to the issue the user or person who asked the question has. What we've realized is for hyperscalers to deploy their full-on hyperscale environment, it is millions and millions of dollars. And it is very hard to get them to open up a new region. So what we at Liquid have done is we've invested very heavily on the edge technology, whether it's Azure Stack for Azure or for Amazon. Everyone is coming up with the right edge technology to ensure that if you need to run your applications on their infrastructure, you can run it locally. So that I think ties into my second last slide. We said we are looking to deploy Azure Stack in Mauritius, and would like to hear from you. Is there demand? Are there regulations around data privacy or data residency? Are there regulations around certain data cannot leave the territory? If there are regulations like that, and you'd like to have your apps run on, AWS, Azure, or GCP, we are more than interested, and we believe that is where the cloud is going. It has to be local. It has to have extremely low latency with the same underlying quality that you'd expect from the full-on hyperscale data centers. Hope that answers.
Yeah. Speaking of low latency, if we have an Azure Stack, here, cloud gaming will be, well, it's a really interesting hobby for me. And cloud gaming will be possible. Speaking of the Azure Stack, are there any options at this time anywhere in Africa about your Azure Stack appliances?
Yeah, so we do have Azure Stacks live in Kenya, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe as we speak. And we continue to look for markets that have interest in Azure Stack. And all of those Azure Stacks actually have customers' compute infrastructure on them. They're not just POCs, anything like the actual commercial stacks that are running with real workloads. So we do see a demand, and we'd love to see if Mauritius could be the next move. So we are definitely interested. And there's two types of stack that are being deployed. The first stack is multi-tenancy. So this allows you to run a hybrid/public cloud on the Azure stack. And the second is pure private, where the enterprise or customer has sufficient demand to install a full stack on their own. And that stack could either be run out of their data center or our data center or a third-party data center. And we can provide the underlying management of that stack, not a problem at all.
Okay, thank you.
That's great.
Anything to add,
Yeah,
Jyoti?
yeah. That's a great outlook, actually. So we need to get the word out that companies should be aware of this option about having an Azure stack locally on the island to create the demand, which would then actually probably reduce the waiting time to get it realized. Because I mean, now with the hyperscale data centers in Johannesburg and I think in Cape Town, it's also the situation that I still, as an Azure customer, I see that there is still the price difference compared to other regions. So is there anything that you could comment on that part? Because I mean, being in Africa as a lower income situation, having to pay the higher price, it's not going to help to get distribution and acceptance.
Correct. So yeah, we have raised that issue. So especially if you're looking for Africa West, it does carry a bit of a premium. So the primary reason for that is within Microsoft's remit, so I'm not too sure, but what we've done from an Azure Stack perspective is to be competitive with Azure Europe from a pricing side. So the reason we can do that is we have gone out and we have purchased the hardware ourselves. We've also scoped it out based on demand. And the third thing is it takes a lot shorter to fill it to capacity and to run it profitably. So you might run a few hundred to a few thousand VMs, if we use that as a dimensioning metric on an Azure stack, whereas if you look at a full-on hyperscale data center, you'd need millions of those. So from our perspective, we've always tried, wherever we've deployed the stacks, to be competitive with the European prices, because we understand that the market is price sensitive. We also understand that people have decisions that impact their bottom line. You know, we are all African first, but at the same time, you know, we all need to survive. So we are not in the business of trying to overcharge or profit from it unnecessarily, but we understand that if the price is right, the demand will follow. And that's really the approach we've taken. So to give you some examples that we believe the pricing is right, both our Tanzania and Kenyan Azure stacks had such high demand that we had customers signed on before they were live. So during the deployment phase, where customers actually said, we will pre-deploy in big Azure in Europe, and when it's live, we're going to migrate the traffic here. So we had orders on hand before the devices even went live. So we truly believe the pricing is right just because of that sheer fact.
Okay, that's great news. And I mean, out of a personal or business-wise experience is clearly the situation that even with the community is that we are kind of, you know, having to balance between getting the advantage of hosting and operating in a close-by data center like South Africa North versus the cost, because it is about 47% more expensive than the data center in Southeast Asia or in Europe or even in America. And but on the other side, based on the vicinity, we get a fifth or a fourth to a fifth of the latency. So let's say, for example, on Azure, Mauritius, Southeast Asia is like 300 milliseconds. To Europe, it's about 350, and sometimes 280. But on average 350 milliseconds, whereas if I go to South Africa North, it drops below 80 milliseconds, and my services are super responsive and snappy, with the trade-off of having the higher price. And I mean, this is kind of frustrating, especially from a business perspective, but also let's see, we are a community, so literally we are not generating any income out of that, but we would like to offer community websites like what we are doing here with the virtual conference. We're having our conference websites online being hosted actually on cloud infrastructure. There are new services like static web apps coming on Azure, which are fantastic in regards to run your single page applications and things like that. And you're not getting the direct benefit out of it, or you're not getting the whole package. You always get some kind of catch-22 situation.
Correct. Yeah. And I think what makes it even harder is it's extremely hard to cost latency on a profit and loss statement. As you said, it's a fifth of the latency, but how do you prove the financial value to an accountant? At the end of the day, the accountant sees what genuinely is black and white. He sees a number from Europe and he sees a number from South Africa North. It's very easy for a decision to be made at that point. But if you say, I don't know, 70 milliseconds versus 300 milliseconds, it's like, what does that mean in my life? It does not mean a lot to them. So that's why we've really, benchmarked our pricing against Europe and not against South Africa, because we believe that the competition is in Europe rather than South Africa.
I mean, it's also the situation that companies in Europe then might expand onto your network to cover the African market.
Correct. And we also understand that because we are a connectivity provider and all these Azure stacks are on a fiber backbone, at the end of the day, the latency between them, if you want to deploy the application, whatever it may be, across multiple stacks, you can do it, and it can be super responsive, it can fail over, and it'll behave exactly like the hyperscalers environment, but on a smaller, more cost-effective deployment.
Actually, we have two more questions from YouTube, and both of them are from Clarice, and she wants to know, how does pricing works regarding premiums for developers who are interested in tinkering and learning a bit more about Azure and the development on the cloud?
So what I would say for developers, I think the pricing, we don't have a developer tier pricing, but we do have a sister entity within Liquid called GoCloud. So if you look up Liquid Telecom and GoCloud, and what we do from that perspective is we support startups. We enable startups through funding, training, and helping them from a business mentorship as well. So if you are interested, either drop me a line or look up Liquid Telecom GoCloud, and that really is our gateway for developers and helping them. And I also think from a developer perspective, if you're going to be paying to learn, I think you need to pay with the cheapest, whatever that looks like. I don't think you need a local latency or low latency environment for that. I hope I answered the question.
Yep. I guess it's really about an access to the developer. Yes. I would like to pick up another question, if you don't mind, from the chat. It's about the SDN, and in regards to that, it seems to be an intelligently and centrally controlled or kind of programmed software situation. Could you please elaborate a little bit on the SDN?
Okay, so SDN really what it does is it simplifies the control of your network plane. The objective of that is to ensure that as a business, your network is as responsive as your compute infrastructure. So if there is a failure in A, you can have the network itself reroute the traffic. You can also ensure that your security policies are deployed across multiple locations and multiple branches without the fear that you will forget something. It also ensures that if you've got a firewall policies or these sort of things, you can do updates across multiple locations. The next thing it does is it removes the complexity of having to deal with a provider to ensure that you've got a certain quality for your users. So if you deploy the right endpoints, wherever that may be, you take control of the network from an SDN perspective. The control is no longer in the provider's hands in terms of give me a certain class of service or quality of service or all these sort of things. You have that control in multiple locations, all in an instant. And that really is the advantage of SDN over the typical. And yes, you can get into a lot of complicated talk about what SDN is, but really what it's trying to do is to abstract your network layer and make it super simple for you, the administrator, to run a network you have full control over.
Okay, good. I just would like to wrap it up with one final question, if you don't mind. And I guess this might be the golden one for everybody here at Mauritius. Are the regulations on green light? And if yes, when is, or what is the time frame that we might expect an Azure stack here on the island?
So I actually have to throw the green light back to the team, Mauritius, that if you reach out as part of this conference and say, Liquid Telecom, we've got this demand, we've got these customers who have a need to be in country, whether it's regulation or latency or whatever the practice is that's driving them to consume Azure Stack. If you say to us, we've got these customers, then for sure we will deploy it. There's no hindrance that we've got at this point in time.
Okay, so it really comes down to the demand. So we need to roll the drums.
Collaborate.
for you guys, exactly. And I mean, exactly, that's it, collaboration. And I think that's a great keyword. Winston, thank you so much for your time to give us that talk. Again, thank you so much to Liquid Telecom as a company to support our community activity. You have been a great partner so far. The communication with the local team in Mauritius is fantastic. Little shout out to Robin, who's really super responsive. And yeah, I mean, you guys are already on for 21 as a partner, and I'm really looking forward that we can sit together then maybe at the happy hour and sip some cocktails and elaborate more on the topics of Azure Stack here in Mauritius. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
enjoy the rest of the day.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Ciao.
All right, Aditya, how does this look like? Getting an Azure Stack, getting a piece of cloud computing here onto the island.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I hope that they bring the stack here in Mauritius. I don't know if they are going to achieve like tier-free data center status, or even because there's some issues here on the island, like electricity providers. We only have one. Well, we'll see how things work out for them and having an Azure stack here in Mauritius.
That would be great. All right, it's time for us for another break. Please stay tuned. I see feedback on the chat was also positive. Pleasure to provide you with these answers. We're going to be back at around 2 o'clock with another session on cloud computing and Mauritius. Stay tuned. It's going to get interesting. Bye for now.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched a data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Ticket and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
'21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
Hello out there on the interweb. We are back in the Batcave. I still don't have my mask on and I need to look somewhere in Mauritius where I can get it. Aditya, do you have a sidekick outfit? Do you have a superhero outfit at home?
I have superhero t-shirts, but I think that works fine.
Oh, it seems your microphone is a little bit low. I'm still on this fantastic outlook with the conversation with Winston that there's a chance that we might get an Azure stack appliance on the island of Mauritius in the near future, depending on the demand from local companies. That would be absolutely fantastic. And speaking about cloud and Mauritius, let's welcome our next guests, which are namely Kartik Sandlesh, as well Jeanette Favier. Both of them are from one of our sponsors and supporters, Synthesis. Welcome. How are you doing?
Good. Thanks. Thanks, guys.
Great. So tell us, how do you see the current situation? Or tell us a little bit about yourself. Maybe ladies first. Jeanette, start.
Hi everyone, my name is Jeanette. I'm a senior software developer at Synthesis. I work mainly in the digital channels part of the company. I'm a full stack developer, so I like breaking stuff from the database all the way through to the front end. And that's me.
Yeah,
fantastic.
So I'm Karthik. I'm a customer success manager and a software engineer at Synthesis as well. I also work with Jeanette in the digital and emerging markets department. And yeah, over the past 3 years, we've been working with Mauritian clients to deliver cloud-based solutions.
Fantastic, fantastic. Talking about cloud-related aspects in Mauritius, what are the primary pain points? Are you going to cover this in your talk? Am I taking something too early here, or are we spoiling the dish that you're serving us?
I think we see Mauritius as a place where they are businesses that are ready to adopt the cloud and run their sort of operations on it, and they should. And I think what we're looking at is from a primary perspective of like fintech models, fintech solutions. Like you mentioned in the previous talk, with the help of customer requests, they could have an Azure stack over there. We'd also like the customers to also push regulators to ensure that Mauritius does not stay behind in terms of technology and is able to adopt the cloud.
Okay, great. So, Ado, please jump into your talk. Let us know what it takes to get Mauritius to the cloud, please.
Sure. Intro about Synthesis. Synthesis has been around for about 20 years, and it's a local South African success story. We primarily work with delivering fintech solutions for blue chip clients, the large banks in South Africa, insurance providers, and wealth managers. We're a bunch of builders and thinkers at the office. Right from, I think yesterday was very interesting that one of our marketing ladies says like, we've been studying about the cloud and I know what an EC2 is. I'm like, oh, that's fantastic.
We were so proud.
Yeah, super proud. We love it that everybody sort of adopts and wants to play with tech. Over the past 5-6 years ago, we started to delve into AWS and getting our hands dirty with the cloud. And over that time, we've been involved in helping big banks migrate onto the cloud through lift and shift models, migration, cloud enablement, as well as developing some cloud-first solutions as well. We love to be innovative and picking up new technologies. We're really working and delivering some solutions using Kafka and then exploring that event-driven side of world, as well as our intelligent data division that's trying to do some cool stuff with artificial intelligence in this fintech space. Cool. So let's talk about like why Mauritius, right? So from all of the other talks that I've heard, from Ranger to Liquid Telecom in this whole conference, it's very positive to hear that a lot of the companies are looking at Mauritius. And now primarily they all mention that, oh no, we run like operations there, but none of the IT stuff doesn't happen there, right? Like their IT ops doesn't run from there a lot. But there was a study done with Zalin, and in 2018, and this is relevant because we started with our products or our delivery in like 2017. So this is pretty relevant to us that Mauritius was ranked second in Africa after South Africa as cloud ready and being there to adopt the cloud and be ready to utilize its full power. And it's very nice to see that Mauritius is second compared to like traditionally in Africa we look at like we look at South Africa, we look at Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana as like sort of those vibrant economies that promote using new technologies. And it's good to see Mauritius there because of the amazing laws that you guys have. A lot of the big companies love to have their operational head there. And with the beautiful island that you guys have and Phoenix, we all love Phoenix.
Maybe too much.
A lot. We get to present a nice lifestyle as well for developers to be there and grow that economy. So let's look at what we're going to talk about.
Yeah, so as you know, the world is moving fast and software needs to keep up. How we approach software development today is we start by building something small, something we can experiment with. And then we need to get feedback on this because we need to know if we are on the right track. With that feedback, we then go, we brainstorm a little bit, we gather some ideas, and then take that again and do some more experiments. And so we continue this loop. So in order to help us to be innovative, we need a little sandbox environment. We need to be able to create sandbox environments for these experiments. And we need these environments to be able to grow as our experiments grow. So when we talk about on-prem, we talk about procuring infrastructure, which can become a little bit tricky. How much is enough, to start with? Can we easily add as we grow? And then sometimes, time, it can take time to actually go and buy everything and set it up. And this is where cloud comes into our discussion and why we love to leverage it. The cloud is elastic. It gives us this ability to start small, to add to it, and to scale it up and down as our usage needs tend to change.
Cool. So let's just talk about what we're going to get through with this talk. Jeanette and I, like I said, we've been working with cloud-based solutions the past 3 years in Mauritius, and we're going to talk about how we deliver containerized microservices on AWS. We're going to talk about how we were storing and managing our data on cloud, looking at delivering on front end, some of the CI/CD stuff that we did, a bit about the compliance, and then what are the little checklist items that we can quickly get rid of, on the cloud that usually takes a little bit more time, when we're developing an on-prem solution. And some general housekeeping that we learned, as the years progressed, and we had to maintain our system as well. So let's look at the landscape of containerization on AWS. So there are 4 major services available, and it started off with ECS, Elastic Container Service. You'll notice that there's an E or an S in front of most of these AWS services. They're either Elastic or they're simple, which is brilliant. And Elastic Container Service is what we use for our delivery of our microservices. With the growing popularity with Kubernetes, AWS has also launched a fully managed sort of solution to help you deploy your Kubernetes solutions. With EKS, which is something that we use from now on, we find it to be very powerful, and EKS does a brilliant job in taking away a lot of the sort of nitty-gritty first principle stuff that you need to do with Kubernetes. Fargate came a bit after ECS, where it was a serverless way of delivering your containerized services. And ECR is the container registry that we use for our images and storing them. So looking at Amazon ECS, we're going to talk about deployment. By deployment, I don't mean the microservices, I mean the creating of the infrastructure, the resources on AWS, what we used, and how can you get it set up. Talk about availability, creating that available solution, some cost optimization because it can get out of hand if you don't keep an eye on it. Scaling, because we did run it on production and we did have these sort of issues, and how we manage that. Some security aspects, and monitoring and logging. So let's just look at the fundamental building blocks of ECS. So you speak about containers, you need a place to store those images so that you can pull them in and run them. You need some container instances, which are basically the sort of machines that you're going to run your containers on. So these would be EC2 instances, and task and service definitions that you would use to help orchestrate and help with the scaling, the availability, some security, logging, all of that stuff. So we need containers, right? we use Docker, as most people do. And this is pretty cool for us because, like, on local host, we could typically use like Docker Compose and stuff, and we were able to build it. But we also like this. We also want to containerize it because I'm tired of Jeanette making something and then saying it works on my machine. You sort out yourself, like you Windows user. You don't know things.
I can't help it. Always works on my machine. Come on.
So it works. It's a nice way to standardize it. We get to get the runtime standardized libraries, tools, and codes. What's nice with ECR when it comes to that is it just uses standard Docker APIs. So if you're used to doing Docker login, push, pull, all of that stuff, you'd find it similar and familiar with ECR. And it integrates very easily with ECS. What's also nice is I think there was a survey done by Datadog, and ECR was the first private, or most popular private repo, a container registry, and then like sort of right after Docker in terms of its like grand scheme of things. So it's not like it's a very new thing that you have to learn. It kind of follow the same concept, but just lives in that AWS ecosystem. Just got some. If you could just go back to the previous.
Sorry.
No problem. Just got some scripts here, right? So. Speaking of standardization, it's really good to have your infrastructure, using some infrastructure as code. So I'll just put in 2 examples just to show how similar it reads. So we use Terraform for our deployment of AWS infrastructure. We found it pretty dev-friendly, found it easy to read. If you're starting out, please use the console because it kind of walks you through the sort of stuff. But as you go into a bit more mature level, you want to move into something like Terraform or CloudFormation. You can see that it reads very similar. There's not a lot of nuances that happen in a different manner. That if you know CloudFormation, you may not be able to go back to Terraform. It's still transferable. So pick your poison. So now just look at how we could. How these things pieces fit together, these building blocks. So you'll see that on the left you have your ECR, your container registry. It talks to your ECS. Your ECS is able to speak to it, and then you have your service and task definitions. And at the bottom you have those, like on the right hand side, you have those container instances, those EC2 instances. What ECS does is just like runs a little container on those instances. It's an ECS agent. And that guy is responsible of orchestrating your definitions that you would give it, right? So if you want a 3-transaction service, you could specify the bit of, the strategy that you wanted. So you want 2 on one box, 1 on the other, or you want 3 of them running. So the sort of agent knows how to make it run the different strategies, and we'll discuss that in the slides coming forward. So let's look at container instances. So you're responsible for a lot of things here, right? Like you're responsible for creating that cluster, making sure that you've got those instances, task definitions, etc., etc. But when you come to container instances, there are building blocks that are available from AWS that you can use to achieve this. So if we look at deployment, like I mentioned for the container registry, you could use Terraform to start up your cluster. If you're brave and you want to try that, like maybe use a CLI and have little batch scripts. I don't know how.
For the cowboys out there.
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to follow it, but definitely do it if you want to. You could use CloudFormation as well. So we recommend picking that because standardizing that helped us a lot in our case. There would be cases where dev UAT would go down. We'd be very comfortable of just saying, cool, let's just run this thing again, and it works for us. Looking at security, you could, so they give you, so AWS gives you this sort of RBAC attribute-based roles that you could add onto your containers. But you got to be careful here because what we notice is like you don't want to give your container the sort of roles for the services that you're going to use in AWS. But you probably want to ship that to the task level rather than the container level, because then all services, all containers running on that instance will have rights there. You could also utilize Inspector for auditing and UPC flow logs as well, just to give you that bit of comfort of what's moving in and out and how you could keep track of that. Patching is a thing that I wasn't aware of, and then it came to bite us very quickly. And there were exploits on some of the instances, and we had to learn how to manage that. So I think this is definitely something that you should try and do, like, you know, run a CloudFormation script or a Terraform script to make sure that you have patching in place, you know, making sure that your AMIs are updated. I mean, look, for me, I didn't have to do a lot of making our own AMIs because the organization we worked with didn't have their own sort of set of rules. So it was easy for us to just kind of use that building block and then just update it to the new ones and carry on. And that helped. But in certain cases, you know, big banks or different policies of an organization may allow you to, may want you to have, like, you know, your sort of specific AMIs. And in that case, you know, you would need to have like sort of a timely approach to make sure that, you know, you're updating those instances correctly all the time. Monitoring. So CloudWatch worked very well for us. We were able to standard out our, you know, stuff that's happening on containers and the containers to CloudWatch, and you know, use insights to just, you know, filter it through. It worked well for us. But you know, with AWS, there's like a lot of things that come through as well. I think there's for ECS, there's like a little Prometheus plugin that you can get from. There's a GitHub repo. If somebody wants it, you can ask me. I'll send you the link for it. So you can have a little combined place for all your metrics and you know, give that additional bit of monitoring. Scaling and availability is always something that gets asked, you know, when you move to the cloud, because that's something that you always sell, right? Like, we're like highly elastic, and so let's do that through auto-scaling groups. They work well for us. Like in my instance, it was like the organization that I had to develop a solution for. They expect a lot of traffic quarterly. So we knew that every quarter we could increase it and you know, give them a better instance. And during the day, because their internal staff was quite low, we could have it little. In Jeanette's case, it was like you know, holiday seasons, so
yes.
So we managed it along that side.
And a lot of daily activity, but in the nights it's very quiet, so we scaled down at nights to save some costs.
Yeah, and I think it, like, adding to that, like it runs very perfectly with your sort of cost control. So like for Dev and UAT, we used to just shut them off because we're not zombies and we don't want to work at 4 a.m. in the morning. Like
not always.
Yeah, not always. Only when we deploy on a Friday and everything breaks.
Yes, of course.
So that's the only time that you probably want everything running. And then, you know, with cost control, it's very nice that you could, so we did like for our product environments, you know, when you get a bit stable, you probably want to investigate and invest in reserved instances. In certain cases for organizations, it helps you save quite a lot, a significant amount. And spot instances are good for like if you had some batch stuff running, or if you want to just test something out on you know, as a batch little thing that was working and you didn't really care if it wasn't available all the time. So, you know.
Like Dev, we run some of our instances as spot instances in Dev, because if they go down,
yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you fix the price and you carry on. Yeah. Cool. So let's look at task definitions. These are things that you would be typically configuring a lot. So you've got your you know, the name of the service, or the task that you're going to give it. You give it a nice little image link, so you can see we've been presenting our. It's not the real account number, but you know, to that particular thing, the CPU and the memory utilization. An essential tag. The essential tag just helps you say that, like, you know, if a container is running, this thing, I mean, like this task is valid if the container is running. So, you know, container goes down, task goes down. You can put in some metrics to understand, oh, my container is not running, and, you know, put in some availability, you know, contingency plans over there. Some port mapping. If you're using Docker, you're pretty used to port mapping. Environment variables being passed in here. What's really cool is to add some, you know, granularity with your security. So with your IAM roles here, so the user service probably might want to speak to your authentication service or you know, some email service or Cognito or SES and stuff like that. And you can add that specific role to this particular task, and that should help you go forward. What's nice is like task definitions are versioned. So you get a nice way from your image, a sort of point in time of your code, and through you know, your sort of task definition, a point in time of how you deploy it on the cloud. So, and all of this JSON objects is passed through your Docker daemon, and that particular ECS agent knows how to set it up and, you know, run the container. So task definitions can run on its own, but you're typically not just going to have something that just runs once and can die. You probably want long-running services and available. So services helps you orchestrate that for you, right? So if you create a service and you start putting in things that you want, right? So you give it a task definition that you want that service to run. You can see on line 5, you can set a desired count. You can give it some IAM roles. You can give it some placement strategy, which is really cool because that helps you work with the availability and scalability aspect. So for us, I mean, I remember starting off our product, but it was probably not a great idea. So we started off with just like one instance of like, a container running, and then it died. And then my clients phoned me and said, you built something really horrible. And then you had to fix that, so then we learned about placement strategies and, having them spread across multiple availability zone or instances. In this case, I'm saying, I want 2 of these guys available and I want them on different boxes. So at least that one box has a problem, I have another sort of available. You can be very clever with it, like use your CloudWatch metrics to make sure that you're doing it on memory basis or something like that. A lot of the times, like I said, with the services that I was working with, a lot of quarterly stuff. So during the end of the quarter, you probably want to increase the number of services available and memory or something like that, because most of your services will be transient and they probably wouldn't use a lot of persistent data. But some of them, like the service that I had, was like generating PDFs, right? And it would save some, and that would probably cause a lot of problems now and then where memory might run out. So we make contingency plan there, which is quite nice to have, because now you've just got into a nice cadence of doing that. And it attaches very easily with a load balancer, so your outside traffic coming in gets routed in very comfortably, and you can have that going on for your APIs.
Right, so let's chat databases. We obviously need a place to store our data. In the cloud, there are quite a few solutions you can look at for databases. We want to chat about Amazon Aurora, because that's what we've been using for the last 3 years. So Aurora is a cloud-native implementation of a relational database management system. It was created by AWS. So it's compatible with MySQL and Postgres. What this means, or what makes it quite nice, is if you already have a database, you can easily migrate this database to Aurora, and usually you don't need to fiddle with your code too much, in some cases not at all, to get it working. So when we create an Aurora database, we specify what engine we want. That's your MySQL or Postgres with the version that you want to run. We say how many instances we want, and then which availability zones they should span. What AWS will then do is it will go and provision the hardware for us, set up the databases, and then one of your instances will become your primary instance or your writer database, and the rest become read replicas. It also, AWS will also then create this little cluster volume that spans across all your availability zones that you've selected, and there it keeps data copies, which is for fault tolerance, for high availability. So there are quite a few different configurations you can set up. It's very granular. I just want to speak about backups, of course. It has bitten us in the past. It's fairly important to automate your backups. What's nice is you can set up a window, the preferred time of the day when you want your backups to run. In this example, we have 7 to 9. We would normally have it in the middle of the night, but it kind of depends on your client when their quiet periods are. And then you can specify how long you want to retain these backups. In this example, we have 5 days. It depends. Look, if you're on a dev environment, you might not even, do backups, or you want to test that out, so you might keep your backups for a day. Where on a prod environment, it's usually tied to your compliance requirements, like what's the company's standards on keeping backups. So the nice thing of Aurora, it's fault tolerant, which is great, right? So if you look at our little image here, if you have a primary instance running in availability zone A, and something happens to that zone, it goes down, there's an issue, Aurora will automatically switch over that secondary instance. It will promote it to primary and route all the traffic to that instance. And as soon as availability zone A is up or available again, it will spin up your secondary instance in that zone so that you once again have this set up so that you're okay for any failures. And obviously the best part, your users have no idea. So for us, we normally span it across 3 availability zones, and I think AWS also recommends that, just so that should there be a scenario where 2 zones go down, you're still covered. AWS also provides you the ability to span your replicas across regions, should you choose to, and that leads into DR. Right now, you've got kind of a DR setup going because you've got your databases already running in a completely different region. Right, so a few other aspects, scalability, you can scale vertically. This is your compute power, your memory usage, and we basically do this by increasing the size, the instance size of our Aurora cluster. Horizontally, we scale by adding more replicas, more read replicas to increase our read throughput. Something we obviously learned is it helps to update your application as well, so that it knows how, when it's reading, it needs to read from the read replica, and only when it's writing, actually write to your primary instance. Just a little note there. Security-wise, you have to put your database in a VPC. You can't actually set it up without selecting a virtual private cloud. So this isolates your database from the greater network. And then we obviously put our databases in a private subnet. We add security groups as well, just to control that access, you know, which applications can talk to it, which resources. And then, as one of my colleagues helped me out, adding a network access control list is also a good idea, commonly referred to as an ACL. And that's basically adding a security group to your entire subnet. So also like protecting it at like one extra level. And then finally, serverless. So you can run your Aurora cluster as a serverless database, which basically means AWS manages the vertical and horizontal scaling. You don't have to specify how many instances you want. It will do all that for you. It's also a pay-per-use, which means you only pay for the resources that you consume. So when you do a read, when you do a write. However, this is really only for unpredictable or intermittent workloads. It's not a fit-all purpose. You kind of need to see and do that cost analysis to understand when this is applicable to you. Sorry.
Cool. So like, you know, we've got our sort of services running and we've got the database to store that stuff. So now we need a little front end. Generally, like, you know, we all work with Angular, Vue, or React. And S3 gives us a nice little way of, you know, hosting those little single-page applications on S3. So, you know, you use your, you know, bundler, you Webpack, whatever, and, you know, you just push up that disk folder up onto S3, and you can, you know, serve up your you know, UI through there. And if you just look at it, you know, just don't forget to you know, block the public access. Like, I don't know if you guys heard our other guys give a talk, Evan and LP, around the Eunomia. That product will send you a nice little love letter email to say that, you know, you've got a little bucket that needs to be secured.
Not the love letter I want, but
yeah.
Yes.
And then, like, you know, just with SPAs, you know, they generally have a way of, you know, figuring out what their router that they have. So, you know, the error page just set it back to the index HTML, and kind of just like helps you run your application very easily. So if you look at the little architecture at the bottom, if you just Google like static web hosting with S3, you'll find this thing, and it's pretty cool that you can like host your S3, your sort of web app on the S3 bucket. You could deliver it through CloudFront, and have a nice little DNS resolver in the front with Route 53 to give it a friendly little name, a link, and then you can have it nicely, easily given it to your customers. So if we look at delivering it to the world in terms of like how do we have it just sent out to the whole world, we used CloudFront. The nice part is CloudFront easily integrates with S3. It's a great little CDN for us. It's just available in AWS. Out of the box, you get a lot of things like you get your HTTPS cert. So all the security guys just keep on harping on you that even if you're in like test, oh, why isn't there an HTTPS cert? Like, at least we'll give you one, and you can carry on and focus on building things. That's what you want to be focused on. Has cool caching as well and versioning. We create a way for us to make sure that once we're bumping up versions, we just invalidate the cache on CloudFront, and the user doesn't experience anything and gets the latest one. So there's a thing that you might want to be aware of, because I think it does it on a 24-hour roll period where it kind of updates the edge locations. But if you want to send up a hotfix, which I generally do a lot because who doesn't have bugs? You're gonna
bugs are free.
Yeah, bugs are free. And then you want some performance, right? So a lot of the guys when they're building things, you may not focus a lot on making that app to the tiniest size. So you click a little checkbox on CloudFront and you gzip it and you push it up. So it helps you out a lot. That gives you a lot of those training wheels up front. And then you just put in a little 53 DNS in front of it, gives it a nice touch for your users to not access some random GUID at CloudFront. And then we used WAF a little bit. I mean, I didn't have to go into a lot of routes, but I think Jeanette had, with her client, had to put in a bit more route set. But with WAF, you get those, top 10 OWASP settings done in the beginning. We set it up with like some geolocation IP sets as well to make sure that our dev and test environments are not like all publicly available. So you can add all of that level of granularity if you want with these tools at hand.
Right, so authentication. We need to have a way to manage all the users that's hopefully going to make use of our new website. Unfortunately, gone are the days where we have to actually write our own authentication service, hashing and salting and all of that niceties. So thank goodness that's done. We can now make use of these authentication as a service providers. We've been using Cognito for a while, so mainly let's look at it from that point of view. So Cognito, it easily integrates into our front end and into our microservices. We use the SDK. And then it gives us this ability to manage usernames and passwords, provide single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, which is a must nowadays, device management. Everyone has at least 2, maybe 3 devices, and with all the new fancy stuff coming out, that will just increase. And we need to be able to add some security layer to those devices. And then password policies, right? So usually the company has a preset rule set of what the password should look like. So it's pretty nice that you can manage that through your authentication service. And then tracking activity, right? You need to know who's logging in, how often, how often are they changing their password, requesting a reset of their password. This can help for, detecting suspicious behavior, or maybe there's just something that's confusing to the user with the login process, and we need to improve on that. Great. So we live in a world where companies are shipping software like every minute. And that basically means that you need to automate. The manual processes are just too slow. And that brings us to CI/CD. So what's important for us when it comes to CI/CD? We strive to be agile. We want this fast feedback loop. And in order to do that, we need to be able to ship our code at a faster pace in order to get that feedback. And CI/CD gives us this tool set which we can use to deliver faster and to make it more reliable, because we are reducing a human error by automating most of it. And then just to talk about what we wanted, when we designed our CI/CD pipeline, these are the things that we thought is very important. We wanted the ability to build once. We don't want to build the code set for each environment. We want to build it once, create an artifact so that we can test that artifact and then only deploy the artifacts to the different environments. We also tag these artifacts so that we can keep track of, you know, when they were built, by who, and for which environment are we using them. A little diagram of our current way of building our pipeline. So we use Bitbucket pipeline. There are so many different tools out there that you can use. AWS has its own code pipeline suite with a version control, and it ties quite nicely into your different services. But we were quite comfortable with Bitbucket pipeline, so we continued using it. So you'll see we have a dev. He or she will push some code to a feature branch. That code is reviewed by a fellow developer or a team member. Once accepted, that gets merged into master, where we then run our automated tests. Only if they pass do we then build our Docker container, our Docker image, sorry, or for our front end, we just build up our distribution. We then push that Docker image to ECR for our microservices and tag it with a commit hash so that we can keep track of those images. Then when we come to deployment, we will simply tag our image in ECR with the environment we want it to be deployed to, and then it gets automatically deployed to, in this case, it would be ECS. When we look at other environments like QA, prod, maybe pre-prod, there's no build step, as you can see. It's mainly we tag our commit. We have a watch on that. The pipeline will go into ECR, tag the image with the, let's say, QA tag, and then it will deploy it to ECS. So just a few scripts of like our pipelines. The first one there is just a little clip to show you how we run our unit test. So we use a Docker container and then run the test within that container so that we can test first before we build and deploy. And the second one, just to show how we build our our web application, which we then save in an S3 bucket, and that bucket contains all our artifacts for our web application. And number 3 there is just to show how we make use of, so it's the AWS CLI that Bitbucket gives us this little pipe, which helps us to then build our image, and then we use the pipe to actually push it to ECR. It makes it much simpler than actually writing bash scripts to do that. And all of this, it makes life easier. You now don't have to remember the steps that you followed. It's all documented as well. Right, so now compliance. It's important that we know what's going on in our systems. We need to be able to track activity. And when we talk about activity, it's important to understand, how do we reproduce any steps? How do we, check for suspicious activity within our system? CloudTrail is one of the tools we use in AWS to track activity within our AWS account, creating of instances and so forth. And then we use CloudWatch, as Kartik mentioned earlier, to manage our application logs. This helps us, when we want to search through those logs, when we want to identify some activity, and it even helps us to expedite responses to auditor requests. Right, next, infrastructure as code. So in terms of compliance, infrastructure as code is important because it gives us accountability. It's now just a code set that we can put in source control, which gives us the benefits of source control, which is single source of truth. We can facilitate some collaboration between the different devs and to accelerate this release process. It also makes it easier to roll back in scenarios where there's a problem because it's code. And we know that the same source code generates the same binaries for applications. It's the same with the infrastructure as code model. It will always generate the same environment. And finally, we make it testable. We can now test our infrastructure because it's code. We can write test cases against it and then prevent common deployment issues. Fault tolerance and high availability. When we look at on-prem, there's usually quite a significant upfront financial investment that you need to forego because you need to cater for the peak periods, right? You can't just get infrastructure for that middle of the night run. Where with the cloud, it gives you scalability, right? You can scale up and down as you need. On-prem, you need expertise, like certain resources, your infrastructure guys, your network guy. And on the cloud, we get services, and AWS manages a lot of the underlying tech for us. It makes it slightly easier. And then finally, a failure. On-prem, you only know about a failure after the fact, and then some human needs to intervene to get it working again. We're on the cloud. A lot of the failures can be detected automatically, and then it's got this auto-healing aspect where it can bring up certain resources if they've gone down. Backup and DR. So with the ability to have multiple regions, you can back up in different regions. And this helps with DR because now you can have different levels of backup and recovery. You can store your backups in different regions. And with Terraform, you can easily spin up a whole new environment in a different region. The other option is you can simply run your whole system in a different region, in 2 or 3 regions, where if one goes down, you have another one already running. You just divert traffic. And just to note on that case is you're going to have a little bit higher cost related because you're obviously duplicating or tripling your resource usage.
Right, so that's a lot from our side, and what's really cool is that after all of the stuff's done, we have some learnings that we had. So just some general housekeeping that you should be aware of is patching and upgrading those EC2 instances. Like I mentioned previously, was a thing that we learned. So just make sure that's there. Use toolings for your cost optimization. So AWS budgets is really good to get some forecasted understanding of that. Log rotation might not be just for your CloudWatch logs, but when you're running with ECS, you get some Docker logs that get logged onto the machine. So happens a couple of times where on a prod environment, it's like, oh, I can't spin up another container because I don't have space. So you might want to create some CloudFormation script or a Terraform script to help you with that. Keeping your CloudTrail log, your CloudWatch metrics, given like policy for it, backups like Jeanette's already mentioned around data and all your logs and stuff, and making sure that you've got some auto healing processes put in with your auto scaling groups and your DB, that your availability options available. And that's us, guys. So just a note at the end, if you like what we do and the tech we work with, visit our website. And if you're interested in working with us, send us your CV if you want to.
All right, fantastic.
Yeah.
Jeanette, Kartik, thank you so much for these explanations and also the type of work that you're doing in Mauritius. A big thank you that Synthesis is acting and supporting the community in all kind of aspects. We are really happy to have you on board. In regards to the different aspects that you spoke about, I mean, do you see that it is kind of specific to Amazon AWS, or would you say, okay, this is something that easily replicates on other platforms like Microsoft Azure or Google Cloud Platform?
So the interesting part about this is, that's why I mentioned how we do stuff with Kubernetes rather than using ECS, is that with these regulations going on, and especially the clients we work with in the banking industry and insurance industry, the regulations usually require you to be as cloud native as possible. So although we are a partner with AWS in South Africa, and in Africa as well, I mean, it is possible to replicate it. I mean, we all know that all of the sort of popular cloud providers like GCP, Azure, and AWS, they all kind of converge down to the same thing, because they're competing with each other, they've got some cutthroat competition. So if Amazon launches something for Kubernetes, you're well ensured that Azure and is doing the same, and obviously Google already had that available, right? So it doesn't take long for them to also provide you this availability to have it across all three providers.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Adia, something on your side?
Well, for me, I wish that AWS has more presence here in Mauritius, and even CloudFront with the cache here, CDN and all of that. It's just these comments that I would like to make. Else, very interesting part on CI and CD deployment and the pipeline and all. I found that very interesting, and we'll try to apply it to my job.
I see the, as you can hear, sorry.
I think,
that's great.
Just to add to that, guys, with the presence being created, Synthesis is looking to come into Mauritius and grow that presence, right? We are very sort of AWS focused, and I agree with you that there should be presence. And just like I was saying that the other companies are looking to push that drive, they should push that drive to have cloud regulations being available on the island, so that it's popular. I think Mauritius has such a cool presence in the sense that the way it's politically positioned as well as geographically positioned, it allows that ability for people to develop a lot of products in Mauritius and being able to deliver it to Africa, as well as having that close connection with Europe and China and in India as well, where a lot of tech is adopted much quickly. And so, we have the opportunity to set that pace. And I think we've enjoyed that for the past 2 years as well.
And to the cloud, nativeness, we always go in with the idea to help the client be cloud ready. And I mean, that means whichever cloud provider, and like Kartik mentioned, we work with AWS quite closely, so obviously we talk about them quite often, but the idea is cloud ready means any cloud you can move or you move on to that cloud provider as easily as possible and as quick as possible, because I think it becomes a race, right? And you are going to fall behind if you can't get to the cloud sooner rather than later.
Fantastic. I mean, the thing is also what with your activities and focus on AWS, I'm pretty sure you will be thrilled to actually know that there is an AWS user group somehow active, somewhere in the ranks of the MSCC, and with your increased presence, I think this can easily kick off with more participation, with more activities. And with that, again, big thank you. We're gonna be back after a short break, and please, everyone out on the internet, stay tuned on the stream. And after a short break, we'll be talking about DevSec operations, and looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thanks again, Jörg.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Hello, everybody out there on the interweb. I mean, it's a strong day. It's interesting. It's tiring. It is exhausting, I guess, for you watching with all this content, but also for us here on the hosting team, on the technical team in the background, the organization team in the background. So far, it has been an awesome roller coaster and a fantastic ride. And Aditya, tell me, are you still on the previous session about one of our partners coming to Mauritius and offering more AWS services?
Exactly, yeah. So AWS, well, it's one of the most popular cloud services in the world, but its presence in Mauritius has been quite limiting. Seeing new companies bringing AWS technologies here, CloudFront and CI/CD, all that. I mean, it's really exciting. And, it can provide new opportunities for startups or companies here.
I mean, going into the cloud sounds great. Everything seems to be, cloudy, but there is always this kind of security aspect. And with this, I would like to introduce our next guest, Stefania Chaplin. She is connected to us from summer sunny London. Welcome, Stefania. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great, thank you. You're right, there's actually a bit of sunshine in the UK, so maybe it is still summer here.
It's like this 1 week in the calendar.
Yeah, exactly. It's September, Indian summer, exactly.
Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I see that you got quite some records and activities in your bio. That seems absolutely awesome. I let you to it. Aditya, what is it that is going to be of interest now for you on this session?
Well, I would really like to see how DevOps and DevSecOps, all that combines, or how things goes eventually. First, Stefania has really good background. I'm saying from her bio, really exciting ride. So we'll see what there is to see. I'll leave the floor to Stefania to introduce herself and start her presentation.
Thank you so much for having me. Really excited to be here. So yes, my name is Stefania Chaplin. I'm a solutions architect at Secure Code Warrior, and today I'm going to be talking about Dev to DevSec, why security-aware developers are the new rock stars. So a little bit about my agenda for today. I'm going to talk a little bit about who am I, a little bit about my background, some high-profile incidents. And then I'm going to I'm going to go way back in time. I say back in time, maybe, 30, 40 years, but the ancient history of software creation and looking at different methodologies, waterfall, agile, DevOps, and then moving to DevSecOps because security is obviously very, very important. And ultimately why security-aware developers are the future. And finally, I'm going to provide some top tips. I've got a tactical guide to transforming from Dev to DevSec, and then finally Q&A. So, who am I? I started my life as a Java developer, and then I moved over. I worked in a startup as a lead Python developer. I also have a little bit of C experience from uni, but we don't talk about that. But my strengths are very much in back-end development. I had to learn some JavaScript recently, and although I could do it, it's not my forte. But anyway, moving on. After being a developer for a while, I moved into the world of DevSecOps. So I'm going to be covering it, but for those that don't know, everyone talks about DevOps, which is development and operation, but where is security? I worked for a company called Sonatype that does software composition analysis, so focusing on open source software. So for example, if you're developing in, say, Java, or maybe in Python or JavaScript, if you're using open source softwares, even the main frameworks like Struts, Django, Angular, Node, they're going to come from a public repository such as Maven Central, PyPy, or NPM. And obviously, when you've got publicly hosted components, I'm sure when they are uploaded, they're good. Sometimes they're not even good at that stage, but things go bad quite quickly. So it's a very big area, software composition analysis, and it gave me great scope about the whole DevSecOps arena. Then I moved to Secure Code Warrior, so I've been here almost a year, joined about Christmas, December last year. And whilst in DevOps, we talk about shifting left. You know, it's cheaper to fix a bug within the IDE than in production. I'm sure many on the call can kind of empathize. With Secure Code Warrior, it's very much about start left, but I'm not here to talk about Secure Code Warrior. I'm here to talk about DevSec. So,
talking about DevSecOps and what you mentioned in regards to Sonatype, did you actually see that we had Ilka Turunen yesterday on the chat?
So he was my old manager. So yes, I was in Sonatype in his team. Also covering kind of Europe. So yes, I did see that he was there. It's nice to see a friendly face.
Fantastic. Please.
Perfect. So I'm just going to talk about a couple of hacks that have happened, some high-profile incidents. Maybe people have heard of one of them, maybe you've heard of all of them, but just talking through some of the stats. So the main thing is, what do these incidents have in common? Because they've got one, other than obviously being a hack, they've got a common theme about them. So the Panama Papers. So this happened a few years ago. I think it was about 2015. And there were 11.5 million internal documents, which included nearly 40 years of data. So it was from 1977 to the end of 2015. And it included a lot of offshore jurisdictions. And it affected a lot of companies. And this was just based on a fairly simple SQL injection. SQL's been around since 1998, so is the fix. So this was obviously quite a big deal, and you can imagine when it comes to offshore jurisdictions and papers, shall we say, there was probably some very sensitive information. And 2.7 terabytes is obviously not to be sniffed at. Some on the call may know Steam. So that's for video games, streaming video games. I use it. If anyone out there goes on Reddit, there's a lot about Steam. And they actually had a cross-site scripting vulnerability. So this was in about 2017. And one of the initial answers from the Steam management, in the I say the tech department, I hope it was their, support rather than full-on tech, but 128 characters is too short to do anything bad. Reading around this, you can do a lot of things with 128 characters. So, simple things, redirecting a user to a website to phish their login. You can utilize some CSS trickery, so that's kind of in the front end, to change your profile to trick users. Obviously, Steam, it's for video games. People buy things, so you can actually drain your Steam wallet funds, and you can also spread malware via an auto download. So although this was a few years ago and it got fixed, it always worries me when someone says, 128 characters or whatever is too short, because that's almost like an invitation for hackers. I don't have a slide on this, but anyone who knows about the T-Mobile hack, where they were, I believe, storing their passwords in plain text, and someone in the social media department, I think it was in Austria, replied, our security is actually really strong. And then the next day, T-Mobile was down. Because if you're going to be tweeting that your security is strong, that is literally an invitation to be hacked. IRS, so this was in America. This was South Carolina. About 3.6 million tax returns from about 1998 to 2012 were stolen. And at that point, this was the largest cyber attack against a state tax agency in the nation. And as well as all these social security numbers, there were almost 400,000 credit card details as well. So, whether you're a, offshore jurisdiction, video games, government, no one is safe. And even Tesla, and I'm sure people know of Tesla and all the amazing things they're doing, not only the cars, but SpaceX, etc. So they had a bit of a problem. Their cloud resources were hacked to run a cryptocurrency miner, mining malware. And this was because of poorly secured access credentials. And it actually happened, it was in Kubernetes, so that's for Docker orchestration. And there was one pod that had an unsecured administrative console, and it exposed access credentials, which could then be used to access an S3 bucket that had sensitive data in it. And then finally, this is probably the most famous, Equifax. And this was in 2017, and this kind of really started to change a few things just because of the sheer size. If you think back a moment ago, I spoke about IRS was 3 million. Equifax was 147 million. I used to talk about Equifax a lot when I was at Sonotype, and I used to talk internationally. So it's a bit like, the population of France and Germany put together. It's like 14 Swedens. It's like 2.5 UKs. So it was obviously a huge amount of people, and it was stuff like name, social security number, birthday, address, driving license numbers, and these kind of things. It's not that easy to change all of them. So immediately after, you saw a huge uptick in fraud cases, because if you have someone's name, social security, birthday, address, driving license, etc., you can then start to take out massive loans on their behalf, and insurance fraud, identity fraud, etc. And like I said, all of these incidents, as you can see, totally different industries, attack vectors, all of this, they all had something in common. And the thing that kind of surprises me is OWASP Web Top 10. So for those on the call that don't know, OWASP is Open Web Application Security Program, and it's kind of an industry standard for application security. And as well as web, you've also got mobile, you've got API. But when I'm looking through the hacks I mentioned, so Panama, that was injection, that was A1. And like I said, SQL's been around forever. Steam, cross-site scripting, A7. IRS, that was broken access control, A5. Some people say it's A2, broken authentication. That can be some overlap. But anyway, what happened to Tesla? Well, for one, security misconfiguration. Their Kubernetes was, unsecured, but also they had their access credentials showing, so that would be broken authentication. And finally, Equifax. They were using a vulnerable version of struts, so using components with known vulnerabilities, and it was also a deserialization issue. So the thing about OWASP, this is a very well-known framework. I'm sure if you speak within your organization, whether it's higher up or lower down, most people will know about some of the types of vulnerabilities or may have heard of this. And if I go back, all of these companies, they obviously got exploited. So it kind of shows a bit of a mismatch between, here are our standards, but unfortunately we're still getting breached. So in order to talk about all this, it's worth kind of going back in time a bit. So I say back in time. Let's start off in 1986. W. Edward Deming, who wrote a book, Out of the Crisis, and he's a bit of a, he's a very well-known figure for what he did with manufacturing. So he worked a lot in Japan with kind of Toyota, looking at why the Japan cars were so good, and in reflection, why Ford was so bad, in the period of kind of the 50s, 60s, 70s, etc. And one of the key differences was looking at quality. And when we talk about car manufacturing, we can say the physical parts that are used, whether it's your steering wheel or exhaust pipe, or I don't know that much about cars, so I'm pretty much out now. And when you translate it directly to software development, then you can start to look at your open source components, your method calls, your parameters, etc. So quality is very, very important. And one of my favorite quotes by him was, "Quality is everyone's responsibility." So it's not in software, it's not just the developers. It's not just the security team. It's not just the product owner. It's not just the CISO or the CEO that when everything is running late, they just close their eyes, sign a bill that allows tools out, with known defects, which you hope doesn't happen. But when everything's over budget, it's a painful time to be in. What you end up with is these silos, so between development and security. And they even speak different languages. So developer, you're going to be talking about constructors, about classes, about methods and parameters, and the new and shiny and infrastructure as code and all the fun stuff. While security, they will be, security, I hope, should know my slide from before, OWASP 1 to 10. They will know what that means. And if you start talking to a developer about, broken authorization or authorization issues, the developer might scratch their heads, and if you were to translate, it's like, don't write a method saying password is wrong, because then the hacker knows that the username is right, and the developer like, that makes sense. Security, we call that username enumeration. So there's these kind of silos. People sit in different teams in different areas of the building, now in obviously different remote offices, and they speak different languages. So it can be quite hard to combine them into the dev segment. And the problem we have is the old bugs are performing new tricks, or really what it means to say is, like I mentioned, SQL injection has been around forever, and so has the fix. So it kind of implies a disconnect. We keep having the same bugs, the same problems, the same things failing our builds, the same red flags in our AppSec testing tools, SAST, DAST, pen testing, etc. So why don't we, shift left, maybe even start left in terms of thinking about security, not just being security's responsibility, but empowering our developers. And the thing is, with the current way we're going, a few stats, 111 billion lines of code a year, 0-day cyber attacks are estimated to reach 1 per day by 2021. For reference, Equifax was, I think, a 2-day. I think it was a 2 or 3 day window. Unfortunately, they didn't notice for a few months, which is why the hack was so big. But 0-day cyber attacks, unless you're automating, how are you going to maintain control of your, software estate if you don't have automated processes to remediate either components or the code itself? And part of the problem for this is the demand for security personnel far outweighs supply, and I will talk about that a bit more in a few slides. So looking at different methodologies, hopefully some of these will seem familiar. Waterfall, the good old days in the 1970s when this came out. I'm not going to pretend I was alive, but I have learned quite a lot about this at uni. And the way that I kind of like to think or explain this is, okay, being a child of the 90s, I remember Windows 95. And then Windows 98 and Windows 2000, and similar with the Microsoft Office. And with these, big projects, you're going to have a waterfall cycle that is, optimistically, maybe 6 months, but more likely to be a few years. And the problem is that if there's a problem, say there's a problem, we designed it wrong, or there's a problem in testing, or there's a problem in production. As water implies, waterfall or water flows down. So if there's a problem in testing, to then go all the way back up and then rechange, that's going to be very expensive, because it tends to be I've done my bit and then we pass on to the next team, rather than being more, kind of agile and kind of related to each other. And then now you look at the current days, and you've got, instead of Microsoft releasing every few years, it's now Office 365, which is awesome. And part of the one of the changes was the creation of Agile, which came around, I think it was about 2001. And if you look at Agile is not a series of tools. Like we talk about sprints and Kanban boards and like Scrum and all this. The Agile Manifesto is actually about culture. So it's literally saying people, not tools. It's all about kind of cross communication. It's a bit like if you look online, they've got a background with a painting on it. It's almost like let's sing and buy art to each other. But it's very much about working in teams, small teams, having small sprints. So for example, if you were doing a mobile app, sprint 1, let's do the login page. Sprint 2, let's link it to the back end. Sprint 3, maybe write the about us or whatever it is. And the advantage of this is you can get, especially if you want to get user feedback, you can literally do your user page and then ask for feedback. Whilst in the waterfall, you could get to the end, it's like, oh no, we don't like that anymore. So that obviously has big repercussions. And then came along DevOps. So if anyone on the call hasn't read the Phoenix Project, I would strongly recommend it. I actually spent a few years where people said you should read it, and I never got around to it. And then I actually read it during coronavirus, during lockdown. It's so good. So yeah, I would recommend, because it's not a textbook. It's taking the lessons of DevOps and explaining it in a real life scenario. You follow the life of a guy in IT ops, and a couple of things going wrong, and his interactions with the dev team, the ops team, the security team, and it really helps to frame the problem and also the solution. FYI, I don't work on commission for the Phoenix Project, but it just really helped me. And what you start to see is you've got your kind of development in the blue on the left, and then your ops kind of on the right. And larger companies that have implemented this. So I think it was about 2008, someone, I can't remember who the person was, but they went to a conference and they were like 10 deploys a day. And it was like, whoa, that's crazy. Oh my God, 10 deploys a day, you must be mad. And then now we hear stats from, the Amazons, the Netflix, Googles, Facebook, where it can be stuff like a deploy every 12 seconds. And the only way this is, available is kind of having a continuous automation, whether it's CI, CD, etc. But there starts to be a problem with, just plain DevOps. And that is security, because if you're deploying to production every 12 seconds, what happens if you've got a bug? It's like, oh yeah, we hard-coded the admin password in. Obviously, that's not a good mistake to have. But you end up with this magical unicorn, obviously, producing all of this, all these rainbows, and then security have to come and clear it up because, as mentioned, security are really outnumbered, and DevOps and development are so focused on features and products and being ahead of the curve, etc., that then security obviously finds themselves in an unfavorable position. Well, and then we enter DevSecOps. So what you can see here, it's not about, putting sec, right in the middle, like a line down. It's about having security at each stage of the process. And which makes a little bit more sense kind of on this slide. So you want to have, at the beginning, when you're planning, let's do threat modeling, let's figure out some policies. When you write the code, you want to have static analysis. You need to, when you're building, you might be doing your SAST, your software composition analysis, pen testing. And that's just within development. When you get over to ops, obviously logging, that's very important. Sounds boring, but especially if you get breached, you want to know who's done what and look through the log trails. And similarly, this is very key for, if and when you do get hacked, which is kind of inevitable. It's almost like all manual processes are doomed to fail. It's also eventually you will get hacked. No one is safe. But anyway, that's where incident response teams come in, where they're able to detect, response, recover, act on if there's any nefarious kind of entrance or content or anything going on. So DevSecOps is not about, one tool or one stage. It's really about having security throughout the pipeline. And then what do you end up with? A happy relationship, security nirvana between DevOps and security. How is DevSecOps changing the game? It's obviously quite different from, say, Waterfall, where security, I'm sure, was just another one of those block steps. And now we're having to have security everywhere. So where do vulnerabilities come from? I'm sure it's not a little stalk in the sky. Vulnerabilities tend to come from coding. That is where they are introduced. So one would suggest that's a good area to focus. And that's not to say let's all blame the developers, because sometimes, it's not necessarily their fault. I'm sure everyone's under time pressure. They want to, stay ahead of competitors. They're just doing what everyone else is doing. I'm sure every company or everyone on the call has some idea of legacy and technical debt. The directory no one wants to go into, it still works, but, we can't afford to update it at this moment. So maybe, focusing on developers and, there's carrot and stick approaches, obviously telling them off, which isn't at all productive, but also training them, maybe giving them the information, explain to them what an SQL injection is. It's like, FYI, if you just parameterized your query instead of concatenating your inputs, you would fix it. And guess what? Your Jenkins would, or your Jenkins or whatever CI you're using, you wouldn't have any build fails, and maybe you could go home on a Friday at 4 p.m. The dream. So when we start to think about that, focusing, where are the vulnerabilities introduced? You start to add these kind of two new stages to your DevSecOps, and that's about training and then assessing developers. Because when we talk about shift left in general in DevSecOps, it's kind of like, well, it's easier, instead of fixing something in production, why don't we fix it in CI? Let's do some testing tools there. It's like, oh, instead of fixing it, waiting for the build to fail, why don't we fix it in the IDE and have, real-time kind of, plugins that developers can use? And then I think of it a bit like Inception. And it's like, oh, instead of fixing it in the IDE, why don't we go into developers' brains, train them on these secure coding principles, hopefully in an engaging way, because no one really likes, hours of PowerPoint. And then they can learn how to write secure code and not introduce the vulnerabilities. So everyone has a better time. SaaS tools, less read. CI, less fails, and pen testers, maybe they can go home at Friday on a 4 o'clock as well. So it's kind of a self-fulfilling circle in that sense. And I've kind of touched on this a bit in terms of the cost to fix security bugs. There's different research in different places. My favorite one is the IBM one, which says it's 100 times more. It's 100 times more expensive to fix something in production than, say, in the kind of IDE. And what you get is this, quite healthy triangle. And it's like I mentioned, cheaper. As far the more you go left, the cheaper it becomes. So maybe looking into developers' brains, as I mentioned. And we can talk about this, and I've kind of mentioned a few types of testing tools, platforms that are out there. But ultimately, it's not about adding more and more testing tools. It's about changing culture is key. And that can come from a lot of places. Ideally, well, top down is great, because then if you have someone in the C-suite, someone who's pro-security, who gets behind these projects, and then it filters down, that's amazing. You can also have bottom down developers that care about security, and I'm going to come to that in just a minute. Or ideally, you kind of want both as well, because the thing is, culture shapes values and attitudes, and that changes outputs, or outcomes, or what we do. And similarly, it kind of goes both ways. So it's not just about adding more SaaS tools. That's not what I'm talking about. It's about changing culture. And I'm going to come to that with some of my nice top tips. So if you look at it as security is everyone's responsibility, then developer, security, we can resolve security issues together. So it's no longer about, not wanting to show my app to security, my ugly baby, because they might tell me off for all of my different, vulnerabilities, etc. So enter the security-aware developers, the new kind of rock star, and I'm sure that's probably why most people are on the call to find out about this. So, a couple of stats. There will never be enough AppSec people to save the day. So, a stat that we use often is 1 AppSec to 100 software developers. Personally, from my experience working in the field, traveling all over kind of, EMEA, that's very optimistic. So I've been in organizations just to go visit, say hi, and it's been 1 to 300, or 1 to 200 is more common. Once I was on a video call and it was 2 to 150, and I gave them a little round of applause. I'm like, wow, you must really take security seriously. I'm really impressed. But the point is that there will never be enough. So how can you change this? So enter the security champions. And these people are great because usually they're they make themselves easier to identify because they are either very passionate or very paranoid about security. And the great thing about security champions, they're usually the developers that have an interest. They might understand the security jargon. Like if it's like, oh yeah, broken access control. Okay, let's just not make everyone admin. That's kind of what it means loosely. So these are great resources, and you can usually uncover them. You can, have programs. You can literally send an email to your developer like, is anyone interested in being in our security champions? And these can be a great, channel to start empowering developers to kind of be more interested in security and kind of help to save the day. But obviously, why stop there? Empower all developers. Imagine if all developers knew about SQL injections. Other than, I say, the poor security champion who every Friday has to tell half the team, you needed to parameterize your query, same issue as last week, etc. So, why stop at security champions? If you've got, 100 or 300 to 1 AppSec, why not teach the developers about security? Security can be a really, really intimidating topic for developers because it is a new language set, and often when you're talking about security, it's often because you're in trouble for having introduced bugs. I speak from experience from being a developer, but why not put a positive spin on security? Why not make it fun? Why not make it gamified and kind of engaging? And instead of being, carrot and stick, instead of, being very much on the stick side, make it a carrot, have incentives, and because ultimately everyone ends up in a better place. If all developers, empowered and know about security, guess what? That little curve I showed you, the developers would go way down. The builds aren't failing. We leave at 4 o'clock on a a Friday, and we don't have as many, AppSec red notifications blaring at us. So, a tactical guide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a few kind of top tips. So, security is a shared responsibility, and I did talk about this a bit before. And honestly, we mentioned the kind of the 1 to 100, but the DevSec mindset, it takes a village to uphold security best practice, because there's, I focus predominantly on AppSec. There's, environmental, there's networking, especially with the move to everyone being remote. All of a sudden, phishing became a much bigger thing, which, it had kind of died down a bit. Everyone has, super duper WAFs, and we're all controlled in our office HQ. And now we're just tethering off our mobile, at home. So, security is always changing, and so it does kind of uphold a village. And the security-aware developers will adjust. So instead of just being focused on features, it's like, let's have high quality. Let's focus on security. And actually, it's a lot more productive. It's like, okay, I could take 3 hours to write this, let's just call it like a class or a method. If you can write an app in 3 hours, that's very impressive. But or I can take 3 hours and 3.5 hours, and then it's safe. Like, take that little bit longer, because ultimately it takes 3 hours, it fails 2 weeks later, and then I have to go back and I spend an hour not only remembering what I did, finding out the problem, fixing it, etc. And developers, everyone really can take ownership of their own coding outcomes, and so keep security at the front of mind from the beginning. And this is another one. So when we talked about security and developer being silos, so help nurture a highly supportive environment. So it's no longer, the bad people of security coming and failing the builds. Because I don't think security want to be the bad guys. No one wants to be the bad guys, and developers don't want to be in trouble. So there's a couple of things you can do. So KPIs are really helpful. So ensure that KPIs are positioned around secure code, not speed of production. So instead of, having sprints based on apps, why don't you have, app speed? You could have, or, number of lines of code, although number of lines is actually a bad one. But anyway, having KPIs around secure code. And you can also, there are examples of this, having worked in a few companies and, trawling around the Slack channel, it does always interest me when you get developers calling each other out, like, hey, Bob, you just introduced 3 new vulnerabilities with your latest commit. Are you going to fix that? So it's very much about having different KPIs around security and quality. You can also, raise any gaps. So whether it's kind of knowledge, training, tools, that would help either side of the kind of, or any of the sides of the DevSecOps teams, whether that's security, whether it's development or ops as well. And you can also commit to a higher standard of security and set an example for others. A lot of the time, when I speak to communities about this, some of the time it is just the security champion to be. Maybe it's a developer within an org, and they're like, I want to be better. I want to leave at 4 o'clock on a Friday. I hope that's not the only incentive, but I don't want to introduce vulnerabilities, especially with, say, stuff like IoT. It always alarms me when pacemakers can call into hospitals if they go wrong. It's like, so who secured the pacemaker so it can't be wirelessly hacked? And then there tends to be silence. But anyway, you can commit to a higher standard for yourself within your remit, and which sets an example for others. And then obviously work positively with other departments, because ultimately you have the same goals. It's not about failing and about doing things wrong. It's about let's be the best company we can be. We want to get our apps out, but we want to do it securely. We don't want to be hard coding API keys and then having no authorization and then having that go across the networking, etc. And this is the thing, success ultimately, it depends on support. So it's everyone. It's not just DevSecOps, it's also, the support team, it's senior management having an understanding. It's like, okay, we're going to take a bit longer to write this app, but we're going to do it right first time so we don't have to keep rolling back features and production. And having all this can have a really positive cultural impact. And this is the thing, there's new things coming out every day. So I've mentioned, new languages, new frameworks, new tools, new attack vectors. If you think back, maybe 15 years ago, I don't think an iPhone even existed. And then if you look now at me, for example, personally, I do about 80 to 90% of my shopping online just via mobile, because I'm normally out and about. Sometimes you get good discounts as well. But the whole mobile space, that wasn't even a thing, say even 10 years ago. And now it's obviously huge. So it's really important to train. And this can be on kind of a number of things. So obviously security, frequent security training that is relevant to their job and up to date. So I talked a bit about, mobile. Say if you've got your Swift and your Kotlin team, there is no point in teaching them about Java Spring and vice versa. And say you've got your DevOps team and they're really interested in Docker and Kubernetes. Hey, why don't we give them some Docker training, etc. And one of the key things about this, and it kind of links back to my last point, is people should be given time to train. So it's great having developers that want to train, and security that want their developers to be better, but you need to get a little bit of engineering manager buy-in, because you obviously will need developers to kind of do this training. And with this, it needs to be, the dream, relevant, up to date. It has to vary in complexity. You're going to have senior developers, you're going to have juniors, so you've got to really cater to the individual to keep them as engaged as possible. And then this is another one. So this is a funny story I have from my own personal life. I was on a train a few years ago. I was just going to see my parents, but I was there just on Instagram going through stories. And I see one of my friends who is a non-technical, none of my friends are technical, but she was working at her uncle's startup, like this fashion design business, and her background was more like PR. And then on this Instagram story, it was a Word document with HTML and JavaScript, and then her little, you can write text, and it was like, oh, coding is so hard. I was like, oh my god, you're literally changing code in a Word doc. Like, oh my god. So anyway, I did the nice thing. I DM'd her and like, oh hey, yeah, so there's a thing called an IDE, and here's a screenshot. She's like, wow, that's so cool. I really hope no one out there is doing their day job coding on Word. But hey, when that happened, when I saw that, I was like, oh my god, wow. And that's the thing. Okay, obviously we want to have the right IDE, but you also want to have, SAST, DAST, IAST, RAST. But it's not just about the tool, it's also about, what fits in kind of each process, and having the right balance of tools and trained people. You don't want to have, lists of problems every Monday, and then every Monday that pile goes either into the bin or goes, to the junk mail folder, etc. So you need to, obviously make sure you use this, and also have security, or company policies that can be assessed, adhered to, and updated, etc. And this can help as well with open source libraries. If you've got a standard set, it's like, yeah, we're going to be doing everything on Django and Python, or say like Angular, and then at least people know, what to stick to. I think this is my last tip. So it's a bit cliche. The best DevSecOps teams keep it real with each other, and the importance about this, each team understands each other's roles and responsibilities. One of my favorite Harvard Business Review articles, I read it when I was about 23. It really changed my life. But great managers play chess, not checkers. Where in checkers, you treat each piece individually to win the game. Chess, you have to understand each piece, the quirks, the everything, in order to win the game. And that's the thing. Development and you're not trying to make developer into security, and I'm pretty sure you're not trying to make security into development. So you need to understand the roles, responsibilities, and ultimately you're working with the same tools and completing the same outcomes. So really, you need everyone to treat each other, with respect, a collaborative environment, having the culture, and having a process, training, and tools that enhances, not impedes, your security-aware developer. And having just a safe space to understand each other's challenges. I went to a talk a few years ago. It was a Google SRE, and they compared it to changing a car wheel, like F1. At about 200 million miles an hour. And what if they had an incident, because obviously they happen, they would afterwards have a little, session, be like, okay, what went wrong? What can we learn from it? And she was like, oh yeah, this was me. And it was actually quite a big thing, but no one ever blamed her. That, the whole team learned from the experience. So, building for developers. Like I say, I was one. I still do a little bit here and there, so hopefully I can speak a little bit. So let's look into the mind of a developer, and what do we like? So we tend to like things online, whether that's, say video games, whether it's communicating with each other, whether it's obviously doing our day job. The internet has kind of revolutionized not only developers, but kind of the world. So having something online is usually a great starting point. Hands-on. So there's a bit of research around types of learning, kinesthetic, which is learning by doing, visual, which is either, colors, graphs, or you can also have visual verbal, which is reading, and then audio, which is what you hear. And everyone's going to be a mix of both. But what I discovered in my last job, I think there were about 17 SEs that kind of did my role. And I think about 14 of them were kinesthetic. They like hands-on, and you can sometimes tell by the language people use in terms of if they want to get to grips with something and break it and, have a go and, all this, or do they prefer to hear about it, or do they prefer to read? And in general, developers tend to be more hands-on. Obviously, everyone's a mix and everyone's different. Gamified is always good. I remember once being in a job interview, and it was a job interview with a managing director, and they were kind of wanting to get to know me, and it got quite deep at one point. But it was like, what do you remember of your childhood? And I'm like, playing PlayStation 1. Honestly, I've done a lot of hours. I recently got a PS4. I kind of missed the middle stage where I had a PS2. But anyway, we like gamified approaches. Oh, is there XP available? Can we level up? Are there points? Is there a hint system? Do I have to pay for it, or does it come free? What's going on? So gamified approaches tend to really resonate. There's a lot of neuroscience around that as well, so it can be to do with the dopamine as well. Insights and data, always good to get an introspective look at yourself. What am I good at? What am I bad at? Maybe I'm great at injection. Maybe I'm not so good at, sensitive data exposure. I accidentally put an API key and then, commented everything out and kept it in there. I'm not going to say that's a true story, but anyway. And another thing, self-paced. Developers like being told what to do. They might be told they need an outcome, but, you can be process or outcome focused. And it's like, yeah, we need to get this done in the next month, or ideally, today, or whatever it is. But giving developers the ability, especially with training, to access it at their own pace. Some people like to do things at 3 a.m. Some people are insomniac. I used to find when I was at uni, my most productive hours were between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m. So it's all about having that self-paced environment and ultimately tailored. And I kind of touched on this. Don't give your mobile developers Java content. If you have one team on COBOL, great. Give them the COBOL content, but don't fry everyone else's brains. Conclusion, I hope this has been useful. I kind of talked a little bit about, some obviously high profile incidents, all related to OWASP, a little bit about software creation, different methodologies, waterfall, agile, DevOps, DevSecOps, and then moving into the DevSec security aware developers, and then some top tips, a tactical guide. So I hope you have enjoyed. I'm going to pause now if there have been any questions, and hope you've enjoyed my session.
It's been a wonderful session, Stefania. Thank you very much. And actually, there are a few questions from our YouTube live chat. It's most of them are only from one person, Rangan, and he wants to know that how do you remove all legacy software and replace it with new one?
Sorry, I just cut out. How do I remove all what? Sorry.
All legacy software and replace it with new one.
So it depends what you have. I spoke to a software, it was more of a startup, and their legacy was PHP, which I've worked in other organizations, that's the norm. They were using some funky stuff like Dart and Flutter. And most people, when they mean legacy, they can mean languages such as C, because that's been around a while, or you can go even further back. Maybe it's COBOL, Fortran, kind of more machine languages, etc. So I think the best way is to assess. The first things first is, you've got legacy. It's like, okay, what does it do? How much do I have? How necessary, are these functionalities? And what would a replacement look like? And then the first thing important is to understand what is legacy, what is it doing?
and then you can start an approach to refactor. I worked at a company when I was doing Python development. Thank God I joined when I did, because about a year before they had just refactored all their code base, moving from Perl to Python. Both scripting languages. I wasn't involved in that. By the time I joined, I was okay. But it's really about understanding what the legacy does, and then assessing the need, the requirement, and then prioritizing the move across. I'm not going to say it'll be an easy job, or actually it depends how much you have. If it's just one class, then yeah. But I think for most organizations it is a lot. So it's just about really understanding what that looks like, and then creating the business case, and then working towards that.
Thank you. Now, let's say if within that replacement of the software, there's huge inertia, and the old software is, even if it is unperformant and insecure, but it delivers it delivers value to the actors of the business. And how do you think we can approach to find that inertia?
That's such a tricky one, because I know there's probably so many organizations and so many users with that exact use case. It's like, we've got this legacy, we know it's bad, there's a bit in there, it's not great, but it's providing value. So then it's really about assessing the risk. For example, I know within open source there's a thing called the CVSS calculator, and it takes into account, how are you accessing this vulnerability? How are you accessing? How is this attack vector accessed? So, can I just access it online? Do I need to be hardwired into the system? In terms of credentials, can anyone do it? Do I need an admin password? And then you can start to create it's called a CVSS, it's a score out of 10. I'm not saying do that for the legacy, because that's more open source, but it would have to be a trade-off, because I 100% get it. There are going to be systems out there that are necessary, but then you have to start to think about the implications. It's like, okay, we obviously can't just shut it down, but what happens if we get hacked? What does that look like? Because obviously there's not only the implication of losing sensitive data, names, credit cards, user data, etc. There's also the brand image. So I think Equifax lost 1/3 of their market cap. It was about 5 billion, and everyone has heard of them. So they've obviously done a lot of PR fixing it. But you really have to do kind of a risk assessment. I totally understand your legacy stuff is probably doing important things, but you need to, especially if there are known issues, you might want to prioritize that, just because, on the flip side, okay, what happens if you get hacked? And then ask that question to yourself.
Great. Just let me pick on that one chart that you had regarding the 85% of problems are appearing with the coding phase. Are you actually here referring to the writing of code, or is it more to the circumstances that we have to deal with dependencies and third-party libraries?
So it can be both. At that stage, it was coding. So a developer doing their day job will include dependencies. So, for example, they will, they're probably going to be working on a framework such as, Strut, Spring, Angular, Node, all of the common ones. And guess what? Those are all open source. So even just doing their day job, writing code within their IDE, I would be very surprised if there's a single developer out there that hasn't at least been exposed to open source. So within the coding, those defects, it can be either they write an accidental line that is unsafe, like my SQL injection, the parameterized query, or the second is they introduce in software composition analysis, there's something called typo squatting. And say instead of Django, I put Django, like 2 O's on the end. An easy mistake, common happen. But guess what? Some malicious actor has taken Django and then has inserted loads of malware or, crypto miners or something like that. And it's a totally innocent mistake by a developer. They might have just not been concentrating. It might haven't had enough coffee or something like that. But that can obviously introduce vulnerabilities. So anything where the developer is involved, either coding themselves or introducing vulnerabilities.
Come on, Aditya.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much. Then we have another question from YouTube chat, and he wants to know that actually he's saying that he doesn't think that unit testing does not help find security issues. Other form of testing may do that. What's your position on this?
Yeah, so I think, I don't know, my opinion is security, it's a bit like an onion. Or I saw a really helpful talk a while ago that helped when I was quite junior, that helped to explain it. So say you have a gold bar in your house and you have a gate, and then you lock the gate. But what happens? Someone jumps the gate. It's like, oh, I didn't lock my house, or I didn't put it in a safe. So security, in this example, you put your gold bar in a safe, you lock your house, you lock your windows, you have your gate, you have a guard dog, you have someone patrolling, security man patrolling the perimeter the whole day. So it's really about this multi-level approach. So a bit like the question, unit testing isn't great. Like, okay, it's a little band-aid, it can help, but actually stuff like software composition analysis, static code analysis, so looking for the code for vulnerabilities, software composition analysis, looking at dynamic static testing as well. These are all layers to the onion that can really help, because if you're only doing unit testing, I don't know, you might have some gaps. So it's best to have a multi-faceted approach. And when you can, shift left. So whether that's in the IDEs or also in the developer's brains, that can be done via security training as well.
All right, great. I think one last final question. And how would you actually initiate the process to wake up the security sense in a team of developers, database admins, system admins, and secondly, how would you deal with people that are not open to that change, or that say, okay, I've done this all my years, I'm not changing, kind of refusing this kind of, change towards a more whole view and integrating security?
Sure. So I get 100% what you mean, and this really comes down to my culture slide, the little triangle. And what you've described is kind of the beginning of a bottom-up approach. So, I might be interested, but I think there's going to be a lot of pushback, either from senior, from my cohorts, from wherever. And there's a couple of things you can do, like as an individual, if you want to start the security flag in your company, there's a lot of free tools out there. And the reason I say that is because you as someone can just dip the toe in the water. So I know OWASP has some really good tools out there. You can do OWASP deck checker, so that will check your dependencies that you're using. I think there's OWASP literally have a whole range of different tools. You can, hey, maybe download a trial license for other app tools, and you can just look at your code base and just have a look, because the people who are like, yeah, we've always done it this way, it's always been fine. It's like what I said, oh yeah, and 15 years ago, mobile wasn't a thing, and now it is. So sometimes when people have that mindset, it can be tricky, because you can't force someone to change. But you can obviously kind of encourage it. So if it was me, what I would do, check out some of the free tools out there, a little bit of advertising. Hey, Secure Code Warrior, if you want to try security training, we have free website trials and it's fun and gamified. You can, you can start to investigate and create a business case, because, for example, if you do, OWASP depth check, for example, and you find that you've got loads of, unsafe vulnerabilities, and then, hey, you can email me, I'll give you some hints, but there are lots of companies, say Equifax, it was a bad vulnerability, then I'm sure there'll be someone in the organization, even if it's, as high as the CEO or someone in PR, it's like, we have the same problems that happened to Equifax or to another hack. We need to change this. So from a personal level, you can, start your own exploring, and then what you might find is, as your code quality improves, at least your peers, they might be like, oh, what are you doing? That looks fun. Or, oh, you mean that will help my build not fail, etc. So I appreciate, what you must be going through, because, it's hard. But it's just about, being perseverant and starting, investigating, what can be done.
All right. Thank you so much, Stefania, for your time. That was a really great insight. Also, then getting the idea about how existing teams, how existing code base can be inspected, how this stands for security can be woken up in a team. And yeah, it was great having you. I hope you had some fun time as well with us. Due to the pandemic, unfortunately, it did not, work towards a visit here of the tropical island of Mauritius. But you never know how the changes, how the conditions are changing in the next few months. It would be great, maybe, to welcome you in one of our future events. Then here in Mauritius, that you can, apart from the sunny days in London, that you might also be able to enjoy the sandy beaches and the ocean here in Mauritius.
Oh, thank you so much. I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Bye for now. And we...
Bye. Have a good day.
So, Aditya, I mean, you see, DevSecOps is definitely here to stay. It's getting more drive. It's getting more importance that teams are actually incorporating that into their development. And how is it on your side with the data engineering, the data analysis? Are you having concerns about this area?
Well, right now, I tend to update my dependencies and packages at least once a month. But I think the better thing to do is to automate that process and build pipelines to do this. Actually, the most interesting thing that I found, that I came to know and found, is the resilience and resistance from teams to adopt this culture of updating and keeping packages and dependencies up to date. So I think that it is something to change and look for.
Great. And with that bombshell, we going over into publicity. Stay tuned on the internet. Stay tuned on the stream. We're going to be back in a tick, and with some more information about how you could organize your online meetings with your own infrastructure. Stay tuned. Bye for now. 2.
Hello,
everybody.
Welcome back. So, welcome back to our last day and last session for the Virtual Developers Conference here in Mauritius. And Jackie, we had a really interesting session before about DevSecOps. And actually, we had one yesterday too from the same company. So, what are your take on this? How do you see it?
Well, I mean, this whole view of security is something that is most of the time still lacking in companies, because I mean, you get this argument that you have the software developers, they're writing the code. You have the database admins that are responsible for the database and the data, that it's performant. You might say, okay, you have the system administrators. They are taking care of, patches and updates and might be responsible for security of the systems. But it's also, the employee that is picking up phone calls, it goes home with the CEO of the company. Security is a concept that needs to be understood by everyone. There is need for education for everyone in this company, and the principles of security need to be applied by everyone. There's a nice topic, or since years or decades, you hacking a system also with social engineering. You can call at the bank, you speak their lingo, you can pretend to be a bank employee, and you get access to information that you're not supposed to get your hands on. So DevSecOps is the software part, but there's way more to it.
Sure. So I think we move to our next session, which is on Jitsi Meet, and how since COVID-19 came in the pandemic, so everything has been moving towards digital, online conferences, online meetings. Most have been using Zoom, but I think that you're going to show us how we can use something open source like Jitsi and set everything up to conduct conferences and meetings. So let me leave the floor to you, and you can start your session.
All right, Aditya, thank you so much for the introduction. And yes, I mean, we are a community. MSCC started based on the weekly Code and Coffee gatherings, whether it was Arabica at Phoenix, whether it was then Mug and Bean at Bagatelle, whether it was Vida e Café at Bagatelle, and other locations. It started with personal get-togethers. Out of that, there came the demand, okay, let's do some, educational aspects, add them to it, and let's meet on a monthly basis and make it more productive, not just having chit-chats. And out of that, we had great gatherings and educational transfers at the business incubator in Iran. We actually started at the side rooms at one of the restaurants at Bagatelle. More and more companies then joined the bandwagon, and offered that we could use their facilities. For example, Expand Technologies in Caterbon. We have been to Ceridian Learning Center in Caterbon. We had been in Port Louis at the co-working space, and lots of other locations where we have been. And it went actually were pretty great that we could get community members, meet, exchange, present, discuss their experiences, and also show their examples and solutions. So this was all great until beginning of this year. Round about March, we had the big announcement. I mean, it was always visible beginning of December that this will be having a global impact. But then in March came the big hammer, lockdown. Everybody is supposed to stay home, working from home, studying from home. Schools have been cancelled. public transport was on a hold, and our schedule as a community was completely gone. It was like impossible to go forward with any kind of gatherings, at least not in physical person. And let's reflect back on the situation in March. It was also that service platforms that were offering meeting facilities were not free of charge. If you see, for example, Zoom, okay, you can get it free of charge. But if you read the news over the past years, Zoom, no, thank you. I mean, there had been breaches, there had been problems about security, there had been issues in regards to encryption. Latest news was that everything is routed through China. I'm nothing against Chinese people and Chinese government, but it raises concerns about what is happening to your personal data, to your privacy, and bits and pieces. So other services, Google Meet, as part of the G Suite, not available for free. Google only came around May, June, that they said, okay, we are offering something that everybody can offer free of charge. Microsoft Teams, same situation. So as a community with no straight and direct income and being a team of volunteers, we had a little bit of a difficult situation about, okay, how can we continue our activities on a regular basis? I mean, just throwing the ball back to you, Aditya, what would have you done at that situation? How did you manage actually at La Sentinelle just when the lockdown was announced? How did you handle activities in the company to talk to your colleagues?
Well, for the start, we had to use Zoom because Zoom was already there from the beginning, and it provided some services. But then, because again from the privacy issues, security issues, we tried to switch to something open source and local. We tried Big Blue Button, and I think we also used Hangout a bit. So when Big Blue Button started to work and it was fine, after that I think Ish had set it up. I mean, things were looking good and great.
Okay, cool. That sounds like an interesting alternative. Yeah, Hangouts, Skype, surely free of charge options, but then they are having limited capacities. I mean, there are some features that you would need. And out of this, actually, I got inspired when there was a tweet going around that the Mauritius Internet Exchange Point, that they actually said, okay, we set up a system on our mixp.org website based on Jitsi Meet. And frankly, I have to say, I already had a look at Jitsi Meet in the past, like end of last year, but it was not, there was no real demand or any kind of forced steps to go forward with it. And based on that tweet, on that announcement that somebody else actually set up a Jitsi system on the island, I thought, okay, let's give it a shot. Let's have a look and see what can be done. So this was actually then the let's say initial starting point where I went forward and said, okay, there are the possibilities. Let me just have a look here and open a browser window to go forward with. I think it's meet mixip.org, if I'm not completely mistaken. Let me check on that. Yes, there they are. Up. Moving the window onto the screen. So there we go. And the exchange point, the platform is still there. And if you have a look at it, this is more or less out of the box Jitsi Meet. You see, I was trying something that you can actually set up your own meeting room. You see in my history that back in April, then it must have been just 1 or 2 days after the announcement, I tried to set up something, and the platform works. It's open source. It's free of charge. You can use actually Jitsi itself. They are offering their platform as a service that you can use, but you are kind of limited in the way of customization. And even here, the MIX, they simply exchange the logo. Everything else that you can see here is straight away the standard. How a Jitsi Meet is actually looking like when you install it on a system. So with that, I thought, okay, we can go forward and maybe try something different, for the MSCC, introducing a little bit more branding. And after some hours of tinkering, this is the result, how it came out. So you can see as well that it's completely color pattern is different. I mean, it's simple cascading style sheets. It uses the branding for the MSC on both sides. There are some setups, there are some settings that can be used. You can actually then log into your account and connect it to certain things. There are information about recent events that happened in the past. So there are more activities at the bottom. And of course, what we also did is we added the footer to say, okay, this is the MSCC Meet instance that is powered by Jitsi Meet, but in the end, it's open source, a couple bit of social media, the typical branding aspects, because it's also a situation for us that not only our weekly code and coffee should have moved forward, but it's also the situation that we might have monthly meetings or any other out of schedule meetings. So to keep it nice and smooth and separated and have it running on our own infrastructure, because then we know, okay, we know where the data is, where the data goes, and it can be configured in the way that we want to have it as a community. So let me quickly show you what happens is actually when you go into a room that you can specify at any name, is by default, a Jitsi system is actually open and accessible. So anybody that knows where the address is, let me eventually go back to the MX IP, is that you can literally just give it a name, hit the go button, and you can start having your meeting. The actual problem is that, yes, of course, it needs my allowance, which is fun. It has. Oops. Second camera. Let me move this out of the way. Let me mute myself. So, you go into your meeting room. It's open. Anybody that knows this URL can join in, and you can't do anything. Yeah, you can copy this information among your peers, but there's a problem that somebody that is just fishing for information, maybe getting access to a certain email, or it was leaked out because it was addressed to the wrong pool of people, might have access to that. Okay, you can say, okay, we're adding a password to it, but this is only for the room, not for the server itself. And even then, when you stop having your meeting, you log out of the room comes again available with any kind of security. So it opens literally all doors on Windows. It's like you opening your communication platform to anybody in the world that can actually then use it and work with it. So we didn't want that to do, and it's also the situation that you do not know. Okay, is the remote system scaling properly? Do you have access all the time? Do you need to have access all the time? And based on this, we thought, okay, or I thought that it might be interesting to say, okay, let's be a little bit more secure and take some security aspects into consideration. And one of the differences that you now see is that actually when you try to open up a room in our platform, in our MSSC meeting, somebody has to authenticate and be around to be the host. So, I mean, let's just use this. Everybody on the stream is invited to come in, and I'm just logging in myself as the host. Again, you need user authentication. And there we go. I'm now logged in. It's all possible. I can reactivate my camera. Just a moment. It does not. Stopping the camera. Fail to access the camera. Okay. Then let's switch the camera to the second one. I hope it's not breaking down. And there we get guests. So under the circumstances that I am in, hey, hi there, but I'm still muted. But at least let me see if this is possible that I get my camera activated. Oh, I guess it's a show effect that we are dealing here with. Yeah, okay. More people joining in. You're most welcome. You should also be able to exchange. You get the number of information who is around. Let me try that again. Oh, the pink camera, that must be Sandeep. Okay, let's not waste too much time on that. Another aspect as well that is really interesting in regards to our own configuration is that you can, for example, specify that anybody that joins into the call is automatically muted. You can also configure it in such a way that everybody that joins in has automatically the camera off. There are other possibilities that you can change the layouts, but you also see the branding is still there. You can activate features like live streaming. You can activate the recording, which might not be available in the standard installation. You can pull in YouTube videos to share bits and pieces. And of course, you can personalize it in such a way that you say, okay, this is, you know, your account on the MSSC installation of Jitsi Meet. And yeah, we have a chat feature, hopefully something nice. It works. Yes, it still works. Oops. And since we're running this Jitsi Meet server, it's also that it has been used quite frequently, not only by MSSC itself in regards to the virtual code and coffee meetings that are happening normally on Wednesday mornings, but it's also that other user groups here on the island actually picked up and used the infrastructure. And Sandeep, I mean, you and Cedric, you were using the platform for the front end coders. I hope you had a good experience about the platform itself, how certain features are working. One nice thing as well is that you can indicate, for example, that you want to raise your hand. Yeah, that you get this indicator that you want to say something if you're moved, if you're muted. And these are, for example, features that you do not get out of the box with Google Hangouts or with Google Meet. I'm still waiting for that. It has been announced that Google Meet might have it coming up in October, November. I think Zoom actually has it. But yeah, Sandeep wants to say something. Come on, what's going on? Unmute yourself. Give us a comment here. So I can get a visual indicator about what's going on. Screen sharing itself is also possible. I hope this is now not getting... Okay, I get some audio from... so let's see the screen sharing functionalities. You can choose your entire screen. You can choose a specific application window or even then a tab. And you see, oh, wow, we are back in the presentation, and you can go forward and say, okay, what is it that you want to do, and things like that. So there are possibilities about what's going on. So even then, let me choose to stop the sharing, and this should go back in a tick. Oops. To the actual meeting. So this is where we are around. And maybe some of the others that use the platform can leave their comments in the live chat. So yeah, we can pick it up. What do we have? Okay. How to deal with extensions when disclaimer wishes to check on your calendar and Outlook sniffing. Well, you allow it your way. So it is actually that you go forward in your settings that first of all, you need to enable. Oh, now we get camera. Okay, cool. We can try this then afterwards. If you want to go onto the calendar, you actually need to authenticate. Simple third-party OAuth feature. You go in with your Google account, and it behaves like any other extension or app that you are granting access to your Google Calendar. So this is the aspect. So there is no own mechanism. It relies on standards on the internet. As a moderator, you get additional features, changing language, starting without video. There are default settings and host settings that you can go forward with. And let's see with the devices. Okay, now the camera is back. Let's try that. If we can reactivate it now. Nope, still failing. Okay. I think this is in the browser that I cannot change at the moment onto the other camera that I'm having active here. So guys, feel free in the chat. You can talk. You're not disturbing the live feed, even that I hear you on my headsets. But unmute yourself. Go ahead, have a little bit chit-chat. I just saw that Chitesh came into the room. The platform is there to be used. As I'm starting actually with the end result, I would like to show you now where it starts, where is the beginning. And leaving the chat room apart, it's also a situation that when I log out of the chat room, everybody else gets kicked out, and you cannot reactivate the chat room if you are not a host. So this is a really nice feature in regards to authentication. So only if the room is active and operated by a host, you can actually join in and the meeting is ongoing. So I leave it open in the background, so nothing to worry. You can really go forward and discuss things. Meanwhile, I'm going into a separate browser instance. And yeah, I would like to show you a little bit about how the instance that we use for the MSSC is actually operating. And I was actually taking care, or I took advantage of the circumstances that Google Cloud Platform grants you some credits with for a period of 12 months. So you can sign up with your Google account, you can log in, you can go forward, create an VM instance, and then activate the installation and use the credits. So literally, you are in a good chance to run your server infrastructure for free for the whole year. If you say, okay, between the meetings, you shut it down. Because quite frankly, you don't have to run your Jitsi Meet server 24/7. Because you know, okay, we have office hours between 8 in the morning and 6 in the evening. This is the period that I run my Jitsi server. And anytime out of this period, you just say, okay, you shut down the machine and it's not available because nobody needs to use it. You can also see that the configuration is pretty low. Originally, I started it on a single core with then 3.75 gigabyte of RAM. It was okay. We ran into capacity issues, but I think running in this constellation with 2 cores and a 7.5 gigabyte of RAM, we can easily run meetings up to 20, 25 people. I think Sandeep, Cedric from the front-end coders, they reached that numbers. And the feedback that I received was that, yeah, the platform was operating nicely. And so there is no need to really go for it. But like for now, if you say, okay, you need a big room with 100 people, you might simply say, okay, you stop the machine, you edit the configuration, you give it temporarily a few more cores, you start the machine, you boot the machine, and literally with a shutdown, configuration change, and reboot, within less than 5 minutes, you have a more beefy virtual machine, and you can host more rooms, and you can also host more users that are connected to your meeting rooms. And I got actually some feedback from people around the world that were going to set up their own Jitsi instances, and they were like, okay, we're having 4 core machines, 6 core machines, and it's quite nice to operate it with 40, 50 people in a meeting room. But you might say, okay, if you have 3, 4, 5 meeting rooms at the same time, it splits then a little bit. So if you say you have 4 rooms with 10, 15 people in each room, which means you're summing it up by 60 people in total, you might still be good with a single server and go forward with that. So with this, let's have a look eventually into the system itself, secure shelling into it. This might take a moment. I should have tried it earlier this morning, but I was so busy with activities. So another question that came up. No, it seems to be good. Okay. OS login, Windows, Linux system. Let's see what we have. You release -A, you see it's a Debian system, stretch based. The choice of image is up to you when you create your virtual machine in Google Cloud Platform. You can choose Fedora, Red Hat, SUSE Enterprise Linux, anything, or SUSE Linux Enterprise Server. So anything that is available on the Google Cloud Platform, and of course you are not restricted to GCP. You can also activate the same infrastructure on Azure as well as on Amazon AWS, because I mean throughout the day there had been lots of contents about the other cloud providers as well. Having a quick look at the file usage, I mean the system was initiated with a 10 gigabyte drive. You see the usage is low. This is mainly the operating system with a couple of extensions, so nothing to worry about this as well. And in regards to load, even now that the meeting room is running, I hope we have still some guests in there. Yeah. So even then, the CPU load seems to be quite nice. If you activate the ones that are in the room, please activate your cameras, that we might have a look and get an idea whether the load is actually going up, if you don't mind. So maybe we're giving a top and see what happens if there's something coming up in regards to load. Who do you have here? Webslinger, Shalendra, do you mind activating your cameras? No. Still a little bit of delay in the live stream, I guess. Okay, there you come. I can hear you. Hi, how are you doing? Yeah, this is because we are streaming at the same time and everything. I hope that your presentation went well during the conference. And yeah, let's have a quick look on the load now that one user is active. Maybe Aditya, join us in the call as well, if you don't mind. So, okay, we see now that the Jitsi video bridge is getting some load. And this is actually where then the limitation factor is coming in, that the video broadcasting. Oh, there's Grant from Catrabon. Great to see you. And yeah, so more users coming in, CPU load goes up. Have a little chit chat, you can exchange, you can talk actually in real time, whereas I am the one that is a little bit delayed. So let me actually activate this here on the chat, because it should be possible that you can hear me while I'm talking now, and you might get an echo then on the stream with the delay, as was just mentioned, of about 6 seconds. Can you guys hear me? Yeah? No? All right, all right. Okay, having some fun here playing with multiple streams. That's too fun. All right, all right. As you see now, with about 5 users, load is around 20%. The system, you know, keeps it clean and nice, actually. And funny of all is that with you as a user on the system, you just need your browser. But on the other side, it's also very, very interesting. If you say, okay, you need Jitsi infrastructure, or you want to run Jitsi infrastructure in your company, or you know, for other kind of activities, is that you can actually get an open source application for the desktop, which is running on Linux, Mac, as well as on Windows. And you can get access to the mobile app that is running on Android and on iOS. So with that, you can actually easily then join in with your preferred device into the meeting room, and you get all the professional environment and activities that you would need in order then to run your meetings. So I just popped it up. So let me check this. Here you will see the Windows client. And let's get a little bit schizophrenic. Because even for that, I can easily then log into the system. I hope the demo gods are with me. It seems that it's not. Oh, it's the wrong room, actually. So URL is important. No, it is. It is virtual code and coffee. What does it say? Doesn't like me. Let's try it again. It might be a restriction because I'm already logged in, but you never know. Anyways, let's grill this off. You still enjoy the room here if you like to have a little bit of exchange. And CPU load is pretty much manageable. And even then, if we have a look in the logging process, in the monitoring process, I would like to show you that quickly. Is that selecting the machine. Okay, the last 1 hour is, oops, coming. I mean, you see as well that the CPU load overall over those 2 cores is just working fine. Network traffic, of course, goes up as soon as the video camera feeds are activated, and even then network packages. Disk I/O is pretty minimal. Yes, it logs the conversation, especially in regards to the chat. So this is the only configuration that I set up, is that the chat itself, the last, I don't know how many messages, I think I configured the last 50 messages, they get cached and logged onto the machine. So in case that you need to reconnect or that you reload your browser in order then to sort out some issues, that the chat still is available. So if somebody, if you wants to just hit the reload button on the browser, you will see that you can still access previous messages in the chat. We can't activate because Skype is already using it. Oh, okay, you have only one camera, I have two, so sorry for that. Okay, but even then, the system behaves pretty nicely on the virtual machine, and you don't need much resources in order then to operate it. This is also then a cost factor because again, okay, there's a double sound. Of course, you hear me in the chat here on Jitsi because I'm not muted, and then at about 5 seconds lag, you're gonna hear me on the YouTube channel on the live stream. So when I mute myself here, you can't hear me now. I'm talking, but you might hear it then in about 5-6 seconds. Oh, you got no sound on your side. If you hit the refresh button, it should connect easily up. And so yeah. Overall, this is in general how you could set it up. On a Linux system, there are predefined packages that you can actually use in order then to set up the system. If you are interested to go forward with this kind of setup, that it could be interesting for your company internal infrastructure, or if you say no, it is just for my family activities that I want to have a private possibility, to just tell my mother, my auntie, my sister, my brother, hey, if you want to chat, just fire up here, take the browser, and we can have a meeting room, and we can have a nice group get together among family. Or if you have a group of interest, like the MSSC, like the front-end coders, like the Linux user group, this infrastructure can also be used. And authentication is actually based on open source standards. Under the hood, it uses XMPP protocol, so which means that with any kind of XMPP client like Pigeon and so on, you can also hook up to the system in order then to change your profile settings, maybe also change your password and activities like that. So we are quite at the end of the hour. What else could I show you? Yes, starting point. Jitsi Meet is everything is on GitHub. You can actually clone the repository from the Jitsi GitHub repository. Of course, they also prepackaged release packages that you can run in the Linux distribution that you prefer, whether it is Debian, Ubuntu, Fedora, CentOS. That's completely up to you. There are all kind of packages available. I'm just minimizing that back again. And even now, yeah, I mean, I can show you some pictures actually from the front-end coders, where over the period of 2 hours for the meeting, the peak with 20 people was kind of around 80% CPU load. And yeah, again, if you're done with your meeting, you just hit the shutdown button, you stop the machine, and as it is cloud computing, you pay as you go, which means the machine is not running, it doesn't cost you a single cent. And with the credits that are available on the different platforms, I think you can actually take advantage of that and run your own infrastructure, your own meeting infrastructure on a dime for the whole year. And if you're not sure how to start out of the repositories, a lot of documentation is actually among the issues in the wiki of the GitHub repository. Now I'm just doing blunt advertising stunt for me. So what you can do is as well, you can go look for Jitsi, search for it on my personal blog. And there are at the moment two articles. One of them is in regards to the installation. And when you're done with those steps, it's about how to introduce security and authentication in your system. And let this just run and load in the background. Every single step is really explained into the details. One of the major considerations is that you should have a domain name, because if you are working with IP addresses on cloud, they can be dynamic, even though that you can put them on static. Static IP addresses are not free of charge. So you might even consider then using a dynamic DNS service so that you get actually then a DNS name for free again and combine it. And you can just go forward with the whole single steps of the installation itself. There are also some information regarding pitfalls, some recommendations about what you should do, firewall settings that are important, and everything is literally on my blog article and described. So I really encourage you to come have a look here if you want to go forward with this kind of installation. Problematic regarding root user or not root user, and it's really a lot of stuff in details. Also then the aspects about activating security. Again, it uses the free of charge available Let's Encrypt SSL certificates, so you don't have to worry about all these kind of aspects. You can really go forward with it and bits and pieces. So what I would like to show you at the end is actually that there had been a nice comment. I hope this Gus is loading. No, it's not, because I activated Pi-hole on my network. But, oh no, there are. I mean, I found it pretty interesting that somebody actually from Germany was then saying, okay, we are interested to run this in our school infrastructure. So primary school. And they came up with this, and it was then a recommendation about bits and pieces about what you can do. And this, here you see actually the graphic from a front-end coder meeting. And then over the period of 1.5 hours, it hardly reached the 80% running on those two cores. Yeah. Oh, somebody from Egypt joined the chat. Most welcome. Okay. I think we are good. We are at the end of my presentation. I'm just sharing the link, if you don't mind, in the live chat that you could have a closer look into it. And my initial attempt to set it up took about less than 2 hours. So really from knowing nothing about Jitsi to get it operational without the authentication part on Google Cloud Platform, roughly 2 hours. Nowadays, with the knowledge that I gained and a little bit more practice, I would say this can be easily provisioned in less than 10 minutes. And I mean, if you use any kind of orchestration systems like Terraform, it might be even a matter of a minute or maybe 2. And with that, I'm switching back and getting Aditya in the conversation. So Aditya, what do you think? Could this be an alternative or an interesting option for La Sentinelle, LSL Digital?
Yeah, it's a really interesting option. Actually, I will try. I have tried setting it up in my I have a local server here at home. I've tried setting it up, but the problem that I had is Docker, because actually I already have Plex server and that kind of things running on Docker, and I would really like to make Jitsi work on Docker. And that was a roadblock for me.
That is a great argument, because Jitsi Meet is available as a Docker image, and you find it on the GitHub repositories. So if you want to really try it on your local machine and you insist on using Docker, have a look. There is a predefined image with the latest release of Jitsi Meet as a Docker image that you can pull down and fire it up. And the keyword Docker, thank you that you mentioned it, is also very important in regards that if you want to scale your system, if you need a stronger or a more elastic installation, like for the company or for a school or for an organization, you can actually reach out and then run your Docker or even a Kubernetes cluster for your Jitsi Meet installation. Everything is possible, and it's just on my side. I found it oversized. You don't need to kill a fly with a shotgun, and so therefore I did not look into the Docker Kubernetes options, because running on a virtual machine was perfectly fine for the needs of the MSCC communities and other communities here on the island.
Yeah, actually I have a question actually from Chitesh. He private messaged me this. He wanted to know if Jitsi has some kind of peer-to-peer or end-to-end encryption built in.
Absolutely, yes. Encryption is there out of the box because it's also based on open protocols. And let me just switch this back quickly. Your starting point could be jitsi.org. Yep, let me switch that back onto the screen. There we go. And with that is that in the documentation, you get all the information about Jitsi itself. You get the option to download the different systems, even in the App Store, Play Store, bits and pieces. And end-to-end encryption is actually there. Yes, this is what it should look like. It's built in. There are so many features, because with our previous session about, DevSecOps, code security, is actually that Jitsi Meet has security and privacy in mind. It is operating on XMPP protocol. It is really, and you can run it on your own infrastructure. So you actually also have then control over what is happening with the logging data, if you are having concerns in regards to Data Protection Act or GDPR regulations and things like that. So it is really, it's to my opinion, it's complete, that there are different aspects in, and you might even have a look in the FAQ on the Jitsi website. But yeah, encryption, authentication, everything is there where you would expect it. So yes.
Cool. Thank you very much, Joki, for this informative session. And I think that more of us will use Jitsi, even the MIXP one.
Yep.
I tried it. The really good thing about it, I think it is a local installation. The lag was there barely even existed a lag. So
exactly, the big advantage with the MIXP is that actually it is here in Mauritius. It is at the data center, I think, for Mauritius Telecom, where the MIXP is hosted, and if I'm not completely mistaken, all the service providers, Mauritius Telecom, MTEL, Chile, and so on, they are connected to the MIXP. So if you use that platform that is running on the island, you have no latency or lag issues. I think it should be on the regular, maybe 5 to 10 milliseconds, even less, to use the platform. And this is also why I really I'm happy that the MIXP is actually running a Jitsi installation. As I said at the beginning, for the community, is that I didn't like the circumstances about for the community to run an open system that could be used by each and everyone, because I still had this idea, okay, at least hosts should be present, and there should be no abuse of the infrastructure, of the hardware that is provided. And the other aspect, with activating passwords and having host presence, you can actually avoid Zoom bombing, so that anybody is just barging into your chat rooms with hundreds of users and killing the meeting. So you have it literally at your own hands, how you want to run your meetings.
Yeah, sure. Well, thank you very much, Ricky. I think
Pleasure.
that can conclude this session and move back to hosting.
Yeah, I guess we are sick because quick break on my side, and then we're going into the long-awaited and for me long anticipated closing ceremony. It was a ride, but more on that after the break. See you soon.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. We are back after a huge battle. Ish.
Yes, Yuki, thank you very much. 3 days of intense hosting, speaking, presenting. Thank you very much, everybody, all the hosts, everybody who helped, and I have a long list of thank yous right now, from sponsors to partners to speakers to attendees. I just don't know where to start. Yuki, what do you think about that?
I can tell you where you can start. Stop giving me heart attacks with your power cuts and disconnections and, giving me some extra work.
my heart was pounding when the power went off. I didn't have internet. I was watching one of the podcasts. Oh God, I called CB. I didn't know what to do. And I think right after me, you got Neil, who had a power cut.
Yes, exactly. And you know what? The funny thing is actually that my biggest concern was that I'm going to have power cut here in Flick on Flag or at the office in Caterbon. And this is why I said, okay, we're going to go to Flick on Flag at the home office, my battle station that I put on social media.
Yes.
Why? Because we have the generator here. So within a minute, I might be able then to get back online with internet and everything compared to the office. And I have to say, thank you, CEB, stable power connectivity. Thank you, Mauritius Telecom, for stable connectivity. I mean, it was really, really smooth, at least on my side, in regards to these properties.
Yeah, and of course, that was damage control perfectly done on your side, on everybody's side, actually, everybody who chipped in to help. So let's move on. I would like to start with, some sincere apologies to our sponsors, our partners, our viewers for the initial hiccups we got on the first day, with the audio, with some video lags. We did get your comments. Yuki, maybe you would like to reassure them that the local recording is fine, is better, and after post-processing, they will be uploaded. Some comments about that?
I mean, apart from the streaming that everybody was able to join and to enjoy the sessions, is also the situation that each track was actually operated on its own individual virtual machine in the cloud, which then gave us the guarantees, let's say, that we are not impacted by connectivity issues, especially then in regards to our international guests, that we are not impacted by power cut. And every track had been recorded on the virtual machine itself. I can tell you, with now 8.5 hours from today, yesterday 9 hours, on Wednesday some 9 hours, we have 12 times 9, 10 gigabyte of video material. And at the end of each day, I directly took the recording and shifted it, transferred it to our cloud storage. So right now they are literally like then 110, 120 gigabyte are lying around to be post-processed.
That's a lot. And again, it would not have been possible without all our speakers who, they spared the time, they had the time to come and to do the presentation. And of course, our viewers who came, attended, asked questions. And Yuki, I'm sure you must have been, hopping from tracks to tracks, keeping an eye on what's going on. How did you find the interaction between the speakers and the host and our viewers? Some comments on that. I really enjoyed that.
I mean, for me, it was a situation here about checking that the live stream's active. I tried to manage to tune into the other streams, especially when I had then the promotional videos running, or while actually the speakers were having their talks. So I tuned out a little bit. It was actually mainly Mary Jane that was also tuning in to the other talks and then gave me feedback about that. And I have to say that given the circumstances that we are here amateurs, we are community members, we at least I have absolutely nothing to do with professional video production, not even photography. Yeah, give me a camera and I might shoot you black and white pictures on a 16 megapixel camera. So I don't know. And I have to say that huge thank you to all the hosts in the different tracks. So namely my co-hosts Sherwin on Wednesday, Aditya for yesterday and today. In the Avengers Tower we had Neil and Chitish active. I mean, they did a great job in the new over all 3 days. In New Asgard, we had Marin and Vidush. I got feedback that they actually they were self-entertaining themselves, so they didn't even need to have speakers.
Yes.
It was so much fun.
Okay,
And last but not least,
if you allow me, in New Asgard, I had one session, and I really enjoyed, being a speaker and having Marin and Vidush as co-hosts. Awesome. It was
awesome.
Nice. Yes.
And yeah, even you were co-hosting a track, and I know we were torturing you, especially on the Wednesday, because I think there was a huge hiccup with the virtual machine, and it was just producing lag over lag. Nonetheless, you kept your head down, you kept moving and tried to make the best out of it. Thank you, to your co-host Girish, the whole team, everybody. I think did an amazing job under the circumstances as well, that we have nothing to do in any professional way with video production.
And along the big, this huge line of thank yous, of course, we cannot miss the organizing team. I would like to thank Sandeep, Neil, Cedric, Vidush, and my sincere apologies. I think Yuki will agree with me. Sincere apologies for any name that we have missed. And Yuki, would you like that we go on with the announcement of lucky winners for our giveaways, or you want to keep surprise for a little bit?
Well, let's keep it for a little twist, because actually now with the virtual developers conference over, which is actually the compensation that thanks to the pandemic we couldn't run our physical event back in April, is that we were having this thought process about, okay, maybe we would be able to run the physical event at this time, around September, October, but no, you can't control a virus and its spread and its impact. And when it came clear around about end of May, June, that we are not going to be able to run the physical event in the second half of the year, we actually went forward with the virtual conference, and the next physical event is already kind of planned. We are looking into early 21, probably mid of March. We are waiting for confirmation. Actually, the venue is already partially paid. We are waiting for their feedback. So even that, we get the reassurance towards our partners and sponsors. What you assisted out of, how you supported us financially, everything is kept in the bank account. We're going to use it already for 21. All sponsors that are on board for this year are automatically on board for next year. And the virtual conference, this was our top up, where we said, okay, based on the same funding, we put the virtual conference on top of it. So there was no extra demand, no extra cost towards our partners. And therefore, I really have to say that a huge thank you that they actually trusted in us, trusted in our abilities, trusted in our ideas. And even the past few weeks, getting everything prepared and ready was pretty cool ride, even that it was sometimes exhausting, but nonetheless it was a super experience. So maybe you go forward with the lucky winners now. Huh?
Yes, and I would like to just bounce back on what you mentioned about probably early next year and tentative, maybe March for the physical conference, depending on pandemic, what's happening, the borders, whether will be open in Mauritius, and our, foreign speakers and sponsors from outside will be able to come or not. All these are constraints for a physical conference. So I have a question here. What about the situation if we have new sponsors for the physical conference? Do we still, have slots? Would you like to say something like that, or we just say conference?
No, I mean, absolutely fantastic comments and fantastic question. I hope that with the virtual conference and the broadcast into the whole world, that there might be one or two, maybe a bit more companies interested to work with us to show that they can expose their business during the next coming DevCon. And yes, we are open to more partners. This event is completely free of charge. We have here infrastructure that we have to cover. We actually have swag that is at the moment staying at the warehouse. We have T-shirts printed for the conference, for the physical conference, that we cannot give out. I don't know how many hundreds of items we have in the warehouse that we would like to give out. But yes, slots are open, new partners, and even partners from the past.
Yes.
Are most welcome to join, to open a conversation with us. Drop an email, conference@mssc.mu, and I'm sure the organizing team here is more than happy to continue on that part.
Yes, of course, the MSCC, along with the whole community, we're always aiming bigger and better conferences, better events, be it meetups or the developers conference or the DevFest. And all of this wouldn't be possible without the support of our partners. So yes, like I will bounce back again on what Yoki said. We are here to welcome new partners on board. So yes, Yoki, I think we can move on now on the announcement of our winners. So we had 3 different categories, right? The first one about the challenge.
Let me check whether I can find the post that we put out on social media. Yeah, continue. Sure. I'm just trying.
So I'm going to speak a bit slow here so that you get enough time to find the post. So yes, the Mauritius Software Craftsmanship Community Challenge was that category number 1, the influencer, and the giveaway prize is an iPad. The challenge was that you had to reach a minimum of 20 registrations from your squad. That is, you refer your friends, you call all your contacts, tell them about the conference, spread the word, and when they register, all they had to do is mention your name, about how they found us. All right. So I'm about to announce, with a lot of sadness, that unfortunately, Yoki, nobody reached the mark of 20 registrations. So, but the race is on. The iPad stays for the next event, right? DevFest?
Definitely. Google DevFest is coming up.
Yes.
The official target is 16th to 18th of October for the global DevFest. In our case, we might actually going forward at around second week in November. But of course, this is going to be finalized here with the team. We will make the announcement for that part. So don't fear. The iPad is here. It's literally lying on the shelf, and it's waiting for a lucky winner. So maybe spread the word, help us to get more registrations, and it can be yours.
Exactly. So we move on to category 2, which was the social media guru. Challenge was simple. And the challenge was that all you had to do was to like our MSCC page, and the post about the giveaways, you had to share it to qualify. And we would choose a lucky winner among all. So yes, we do have a winner here, and the winner is Ovin Balgovin. So big claps to you. Congratulations, Ovin. You win an MSCC approved kit with headphones, keyboard, and mouse. So what you have to do now is just wait, just a little bit patience. The organizing team is going to contact you by email within, I think, Yoki, it's about a week's time or so, and then you will get the details how you can get how you can pick up your goodies. All right, category.
Hey, Arvind is actually on the live chat. Hey, that's awesome.
Nice. Congratulations once again.
Congratulations.
You're multitasking, Yuki. I'm not keeping an eye on the on the live chat or the stream. So yes, once again, congratulations, Arvind. So let's move on. Category 3. What was it? It was a lucky raffle. It's very simple. From all the registrations that we received, we would pick a random lucky winner. And we do have one, and the name is drum rolls, Baby John Musa, and he wins a Google Smart TV kit. Yoki, is he on the live chat?
I'm waiting. I would just like to mention it on the Smart TV kit. It's actually a combination that you get the Google Home Mini as an audio speaker that you can hook up to your Android phone, to your iOS phone, and it comes with the Google Chromecast that you can plug into your monitor, into your TV, and they actually then can communicate with each other, and it's a fantastic combination. I mean, at the office we have this in place, and you can imagine Marion, Mary Jane, and so on, even myself. It's just about, okay, Google, play some chill out music and let's work. Or if you're on your machine and you want to quickly throw something on the TV, you just use the casting feature in Google Chrome browser, and you have the screen remote wirelessly on the TV. It's like magic.
Of course. So once again, congratulations to both our winners, and just a little bit of patience. About a week's time, you will get the details by email. Should we stay on the announcement side, Yuki? Anything you would like to add?
Let me just quickly check something in the counterpart. Yeah, we can do that. Actually, I'm interested in the statistics. Do we have a total count of registrations? Are you aware of something?
No, I've been busy the 3 days with hosting, but I thought perhaps you or Marina has.
Well, let's see if we get a message here from the from the organizing team, because they are super active during the last 2-3 days, and without them it would have been lots harder. So I'm just waiting that a message pops up and then we can pick it up. But I think we were able to increase the numbers by far compared to last year's physical event. If I'm not leaning out of the window, I think we are beyond or around 700. Oh, there is the message from the off. 668 registrations, which is a new peak for us, which also underlines that every year we attract more people that are into the event. And I mean, the target for the physical event was 1,000 attendees. We also have a venue for 1,000 attendees, but I think if I look on the statistics, then on the live streams, we are way beyond those 1,000 viewers, and it's going to be exciting. So I guess we move on with another announcement. No, what do you have on the plate?
On my side, okay, I had to announce the winners, so I'm done with that. You already announced our sponsors to be on board for next year, which is a great thing. So I will leave it to you.
Okay, good. As we are moving and shifting balls right and left, if you have a look on the website, on the conference website,
Yes.
I would really like to emphasize the circumstances. I'm just opening here in the background to share it with each and everyone, is that all our partners, all our sponsors from this year are automatically partners for next year's physical event. So we already have fantastic partners that really helped us to manage the current pandemic situation. They totally understood that we are all in the same boat. And as I said, some of them even said, hey, we understand that you're not doing anything. It's okay. It's the pandemic. But on our side, we said, no, this is something we are in debt and here towards our community members, because quite frankly, what is the event of the year in the IT community in Mauritius?
The developers conference, of course.
Exactly. So therefore, all our partners, Liquid Telecom, MCB, Providus, Worx, Teamonite, we coming back because of the T-shirts. They will be handed out next time conference. Ninth Fit, Event Store, IQera, Synthesis, SWAN. All of you are in the boat for next year's event. Newcomers like Corsham Science from the UK, Nettobe, which are connected where you had made the connection for, SPOON Consulting, Subinfo. We hope that we might get other educational institutions on board.
Sure, why not?
I would love to welcome Middlesex. I would love to welcome ALU and others. I mean, I'm open to that. Polytechnics and who else is on the island in the IT field. It would be great to get them on board. Aero, ECM World, National Computer Board. I'm super happy that we have this connection re-established, not only during their events with the Infotech, the InnovTech, where we were present as their guests, but also now having them as partners on our events. Aztec Mauritius, iOS Indian Ocean Software Limited, FRCI as a newcomer. They have a strong training program. They have lots of software development. Graphics Temple, Nirvan, one of our buddies, he did a nice job on the implementation of this website, and as well Cevidian Ringia from SA. Last but not least, LSL Digital, ongoing supporter of the event. Thank you for that. Vincent, ICT IO. I hope we can get an article out in the next few days on their platform, as well as then Rogers Capital, which originally are there to provide us with rock solid internet connectivity. But given the circumstances that we are doing everything online, okay, we gave them a rain check for this event, but be sure we're gonna ask them for a fantastic connection then in 21. Over to you.
Sure, Yoki. That's it is a pleasure to see all these partners, all these logos on the website, because it reminds me when we had, the first conferences, and we never would have thought that after 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, developers conference would be so big. Would you agree with me? Because it was just about meeting some of our initial partners and their trust in us, and trying to do something for the community, for our buddies who come at the Code and Coffee. The idea was that, but today this has grown beyond our initial imagination.
That's true. But actually, I would like to pick up something from the schedule, because I understand that speakers have their own agenda, that some of them have unforeseen circumstances. There are surprises that you can't control, events, activities, and unfortunately, we had the situation that a few confirmed contacts regretfully had to inform us that they cannot participate in the event. I've seen that actually it was you with some others on the team. You came up with a cool idea. Would you like to give us a feedback on that?
Yes, sure. So the situation was that, of course, we are in an unprecedented situation with the pandemic, COVID-19 situation. People have unforeseen circumstances, and of course, some of our speakers could not make it for the virtual conference, so we had empty slots. So then we had to find a way to fill those slots at the last moment. And an idea just came. Girish and I, we were talking, and we said, hey, we can fill up those slots by having podcasts. And we came up with podcasts, and we would find topics that would interest our viewers, our audience. And initially in my track, Krypton track, Girish and myself came up with some topics, and the next day I see all the empty slots in all the different tracks. All the hosts had so many interesting topics. They were, and you won't believe it. When I went to check their podcast, they were rocking. They were really rocking. I was like, oh, that's so cool, because in the beginning, we didn't think that it would be such a great success. But at the end of the day, it was. So did you attend any of the podcasts?
Well, actually, yes. I tuned into the ones from Marin and from Vidush. As I said, I mean, they were literally self-entertaining them, and it was awesome to listen, to have this exchange and energy. So I was kind of really, picked up with monitoring the streams and bits and pieces. But I would like to pick up this idea with the podcast, and you won't believe it. The podcast themselves, at the moment, we have all the recordings. As we said, they will be post-processed, but let me reveal something to you. We need a drum roll.
Drum rolls. Da-da-da-da. All right.
Check this out.
Okay, people, can you see it on your screen?
Not yet, but they can visit the website. I just shared it in the chat. We're gonna have, actually there is a subdomain called podcast.mscc.mu. It is about talks on software craftsmanship. And looking at the topics that were covered, it's all about software craftsmanship and tangible topics. And I think with this now kind of forced situation about going forward with this, filling the gaps with this podcast idea that you guys came out, I think it was time to reveal this project that actually last year, another MSCC member, Cedric, and we came up with that and wanted to go forward with it, that we now picking it up. So all the podcast episodes that were produced now during the Virtual Developers Conference, we're going to post-process them in such a way that we get them into the internet as official podcast episodes.
Awesome.
And it's about to happen. It's nothing there yet, but I think we're going to have some good fun to create episode 0 and go a little bit more into the details about what can be done. The website is there. It will be filled with episodes. You maybe give us some time next week. You might be able to already then to start subscribing. Of course, our community members, Marin, Vidush, you, Girish, everybody that was on the podcast episodes during the conference will be listed under the host sections. And of course, there's the opportunity for IT companies on the island, as well as from remote, that they can reach out to us if they want to have a little bit more exposure on our podcast episodes, and they can advertise with us. Because again, we are literally like a We don't generate income. We don't sell services. We don't sell products. This is a community. And we are 100% relying on financial support by partners and sponsors. And I think now with this podcast opening it up, there's an opportunity that, hopefully companies are going to pick it up.
Yes, sure. And mentioning about supporting the community, Yoki, I think maybe you can add just a few words about some of the different events and kinds of support that the MSCC as an umbrella that covers different of the user groups on the island today. How do we do it? Like. If the Linux user group or the front-end coders want to do something, how does it happen? Maybe just a shout out about these.
Well, you will be surprised. The process is super easy. I mean, you just you set up your meeting, whatever you want to do, whatever user group you are, whether you the makers, Linux, front-end coders. Maybe in the future, AWS user group, you never know.
Yes.
Anyone, if you want to organize your event and you have financial constraints where you would say, hey, listen, I would like to maybe have some funds to buy lunch, buy some pizzas and drinks. You might have to pay for a meeting room.
Or a venue.
Yeah, for a meeting room. If it happens, like a conference room at one of the hotels or something like that. It's super simple. Reach out to one of reach out to me on all the social media channels. Reach out to anybody that you know in the community, that the word comes to us. We quickly discuss, okay, what is possible? How much are we talking about? And just do it. The funds are there. We really are in a position to say, okay, we have, thanks to our partners and sponsors, that we have the financial means to really assist and help any user group, any community in the IT sector, that we say, okay, you want to do something, you want to add an extra twist to it, and you need funding, talk to us. There's a solution, and it would be super easy. And don't worry, we are not into the branding aspect. If you come up as a Linux user group and you don't want to show MSCC, that's perfectly fine, because you as a user group, you are contributing to the success of the MSCC itself. So you are part of this MSCC, as you mentioned, umbrella situation. And without each and everyone in the individual user groups, the MSCC would not exist. And so out of that, this is then hopefully our path or one of the possibilities to say, okay, we pay it forward, we pay it back, that you invest your spare time in community activities, that you volunteer, that you show and share your passion independent of what you're doing or which field of IT you are active in.
Yes, and that must be very encouraging. Even for the young folks who are starting something, a small group of user group activities. And if we go back in 2013, 2014, where all these had just started, and you compare it now, yes, we have a lot more people in the tech scene doing user group activities, and this funding will be a great, a great incentive, a great plus. So
definitely, and you don't have to pay it from your own pocket, because this happened to us at the beginning, that we literally said, okay, let's collect some money, do some crowdsourcing in our own pockets. Look if we find some more pennies that we can actually then invest into our hobby, into our passion. So now the barriers are down. If you want to do something, talk to us.
Sure. Yes. So, Yoki, anything else coming among the announcement list?
Yes, you will be surprised because we were prepared for the physical event, and in regards to getting funds in, getting support, having a constant exchange and dialogue with our partners, not just like a few months before the major event called Developers Conference, is actually that we came up with another idea to say, hey, what is actually happening during the conference? And one of the things that we discovered or that we observed is that our partners and sponsors, they are highly interested in recruiting. Attendees are also very much interested in, yes, attending and getting knowledge, but some of them are interested in career opportunities.
Yes.
And as we are like the, how would you say, binding element in this chain, we thought, okay, why not make it official and go forward with it? And this is where it actually comes forward with another website that we kind of soft launch during the past 2-3 weeks. And it's actually about job opportunities in the IT field, in technology. And we are looking forward to have visitors on the website. We are looking forward to have employers on the website that you can post your listings, that you can work with us, that you can support the community in regards to your own demands of recruitment, and moving forward with that. With the website, the way of thinking here is that we have an all year round possibility to get some funding into the community, that we can actually then go further in future events, whether it is for the MSCC or for the other user groups. Again, we are together in this boat. And it's also the situation that companies that advertise their job listings with us, a certain percentage is going to be put aside from the payments that is reserved for community activities that is generated by this website.
So that means more funding for user group activities, right?
Definitely.
Claps for that.
Some of our partners are already listed because we picked up some listings on social media. You can subscribe as an applicant, as a candidate. You can subscribe to information that you get job alerts. You can go into the details of a job. Let's say, for example, here we have one of our partners' event store. You can see what is the available role, the available position. And you know what's really cool? The website you see here is developed or is available as an open source repository on GitHub. So if you, as a community member, stumble upon something that you're not happy about, you can send us a pull request and we can look into it, and you can actually contribute in your spare time, voluntary, no questions asked, into the success of this platform. And
I was about to ask you the same thing about this being an open source project, if you call it, the code being available on GitHub, and the community being able to find to happen to stumble on something which is wrong, which is needs to be fixed, and they can do it. So I see you have started demoing the website. Okay.
Just having fun.
Yeah, I can see
well,
that.
anyways, you can play it. The website is online. Go ahead, shoot. There will, again, it's soft launch. There will be some hiccups. Bear with us, help us, and we can move it forward. And in the end, it's a situation that, okay, we are good, you can submit it. And for employers, it's not just the website, there's the complete candidate management available at your hand with data export that you can transfer it into your existing HR systems. So it's not just a fun project. This is really a serious platform that can be used. And the other thing as well, it's jobs in tech. It is going forward to have only listings from the IT sector.
Yes.
So very specific and targeted, exactly like it would be during the conference.
Yes, in fact, I think many of our viewers right now, those who are watching this, would agree that the developers conference has been the sort of venue that connects recruiters and candidates for the past few years. I have myself, being at the conference, being a speaker, many times you come across somebody who says, hey, I'm recruiting, there is this opportunity in my company, and you cannot escape that. And this platform now makes it even more, how do you call it? In simple words, makes it even more easy for candidates and recruiters and our partners to have a common platform. So, Yoki, we move on. Anything else on your end to add?
I'm not sure. What if it's in the notes? Did I miss something? Help me out. Oh yes. I mean, of course. Bear with us. I mean, I probably in the coming days email with a link to an online form because we would really love to hear your impact or input. Love to have your feedback. So the team is working on the response form, and please. Don't just put it aside. Try to remember then what were the key plus points, the key stopping points during the virtual conference, and let us know how we can improve.
Yes, sure. Feedback is very important. And Yuki, now that I'm checking the live stream, I see there is a question.
Yes.
About call for papers for the physical conference. I think he means the physical conference. So something to say about that?
It's like every year. DEF CON is dead. Long live DEF CON.
DEF CON, exactly.
Because of the time frame, and given that we are targeting probably mid of March, the call for papers is going to open next week.
Cool. And I can already assume many of our speakers, or even our non-speakers, must have, started brewing up the topics for the next, for the physical conference. Already seeing some smileys there. So another question: will there be another virtual conference?
Most probably the Google Dev Fest in beginning of November. So DEF CON. We need to see what's the situation beginning of 21. It's up to the government.
Yeah.
It's up to the regulations for the borders. It's quarantine regulations. I have no idea, and I cannot give any predictions. So we have to see how the whole pandemic situation develops, and we take it step by step. So as I said, now we're going to be super busy with the post-processing of all the talks. If you calculate 4 times, I think we are over 80, almost 90 recordings. So this is going to take us some time. Volunteers, welcome.
Yes, sure. Why not?
And yeah, the next major stepstone is definitely going to be then the Google Dev Fest. which is under the main responsibility of the local GDG chapter. So GDG Mauritius is going to spearhead the organization for the Google Dev Fest beginning of November. We were already reaching out and establishing communication with the so-called developer student clubs or DSC, and I'm super happy to say that there are now, I think, 4 DSC chapters at the different universities here in Mauritius, namely African Leadership University. Then we have one at the University of Mauritius. I was informed that we have Subinfo, one of our partners. They have now their own DSC chapter. And if I remember correctly, Middlesex, just up the road from me, they also have a new DSC chapter. And I'm really, really looking forward to get to work, to contact those young people, those students, and see what are their ideas, and hope that they are interested and passionate to work together for a common Google Dev Fest in November.
Sure, why not? And really looking forward to the Dev Fest. So, I think you are getting that on the I
Don't worry,
apologize.
we had worse.
Okay, so what else, Yuki? I think
we're good.
I'm heading on my notes. I've covered pretty much everything that we needed to announce, to mention. So it's 10 minutes to 6. Should we, with a heavy heart, close the developers conference and conclude the event? Yeah.
I'm shedding a tear. No, seriously. I mean, it was a fantastic roller coaster. We had lots of ups and downs. Again, my appreciation to the team behind the scenes that organized it, that the team that took care and created the website, the designs. During the past 3 days, the team of hosts and moderators. I know you spent endless hours to put this event together, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone.
And with that, I think we leave it over to the last loop of our sponsors and partners. They have been great, sticking with us, and also looking forward to the next activities. Don't worry, we keep you informed. And last but not least, we're going to send out the email to everyone that registered. I'm also going to send it out on the Meetup mailing list. Everyone is invited to fill in the form, to provide their feedback onto conference and tell us how we can improve and make the next event better. With that, Thank you from Flick on Flack.
And thank you once again from Providus.
Bye.
From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
Skills is our learning platform, which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
SD Worx digital assistant.
Consider it done.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched a data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Tickle and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence to define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.